Play it again. Play it again.
Hello, 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 my lovely, 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 queer, gay, trans, bigender, bisexual, pansexual, asexual, every single possible identity you can possibly imagine. Imps, my love to you. You know what today is. Today is a very special day. So before we get into it, let me just say, welcome to Rusty Ruster, Lillibor, Snips, Dead World, Q-Stick, Jazz Dog, Jessica Metal, Dango Bangle, Thunsar, Jesus PR, Gayfesh, Gynotype, Ugly Pie, Pseudophon, The Palace, Spectacular Snyderman, Mixed Capulet, Pirate Fin, Fancy Talking Soup, Frost Frog, Holic Master, Cotton D-Pad, and from the Twitch chat, we have Punky Gal 90, Purpley Beach on, Deadmin 1, Danger Noodles 69, Danger Noodles, and from the YouTube chat, hold on a second, where the hell's my YouTube chat? And from the YouTube chat, we have Brooke Brindle, Brindle, Homo Sapiens, Sweet Myths, ooh, hello, Sweet Myths. Wonderful to see you here. Rosie, Furcifer, Inca, Coco, David, and Jazz Dog, and Fun Dumb Hero. Of course. Welcome. How do you like our new fancy overlay, huh? Looks good, doesn't it, Doesn't that look wonderful? Thank you all very much. If you are here and you have not yet liked the stream, please slap that like button. It means the world to me if you can do that. Every single time, without question, that we get likes on the video, we get new viewers. And I really want to bring in more and more viewers, especially today, because we are doing something very special today. For those of you who do not know, today we will be doing the first History Mama in a very, very long time. And we will be doing it about Stonewall. But not just about Stonewall. We will also be talking about the history of queer and gay criminalization in the United States. Now, this is a heavy topic. This is going to be very in-depth, and it is going to contain a lot of information that is rather depressing to think about. So I ask you to please be strong with me and understand that it is very important that we look into the past and learn from our past, even if that past is sometimes hard to confront, okay? Thank you so much, Gynotype. Thank you so much. Is the setup permanent or is it just for this stream? This is going to be our setup for the rest of Pride Month. Yes, that's right. The rest of Pride Month, we are going to have this Pride setup. And also, watch this. Let me show you something cool. Ready? Look down there. We have a special little camera frame that changes colors in the shape of a heart. Isn't that adorable? It seems like I missed a dono. Where did I miss a dono? Silax with the tier 3 sub, with the gifted tier 3 sub. I want to thank Demon Mama for cultivating this awesome community, which has allowed me to improve myself and meet my first gay boyfriend, Elak Kaval. Holy shit! Love is blossoming on the Discord. That is the poggest shit ever. What the fuck? Congratulations, and I wish you the gayest energy imaginable. That is so sweet, and I am so very happy. How wonderful. Thank you, Destrohead, for the Prime sub. Thank you. I really appreciate that. Oh my god, how wonderful. Wait a minute, are we getting camera flickering here? Is there camera flickering going on? What the fuck is... Yo, that's awesome, Jessica Metal. Holy shit, that's so cool. Damn, why are we getting camera flickering? Well, let's hope that that does not happen. Oh, no. Why is it doing that? Why is it doing... Uh-oh. Oh, shit. What the fuck is going on? Oh, no. Okay, hold on. I know what's happening. Well, that's not fun. Is it? Okay, well, let's hope it doesn't flicker anymore, okay? If it continues flickering, God, I'm gonna have to do something. This is so frustrating. God, this is so frustrating. Alora asks, hey, Demon Mama, can you please give the disclaimer that if people need to stop watching the History Mama for a little while because of mental health, that is perfectly valid and they shouldn't feel bad about it? Yes. In fact, not only that, but if it is too intense for you, and I promise you, I'm not going to be graphic or anything like that. This is not going to be a horror story or anything like that. You can step away if you need it, okay? You can step away if you need it, okay? But thank you for that reminder, Alora. I really appreciate that. Because it is true. Don't make yourself feel tough. This entire thing might be a bit of a TW. Yes, of course. Of course. Already done that. Being new to the stream and seeing all these segments for the first time is so cool. You're so cool, Demon Mama, and we're really ready to confront the history. Josie, Rosie, so happy to have you here. I hope I will be able to do it justice. Just so you know, I have been breaking my back to make this section happen, the segment happen, okay? Seriously, I really have. But I am not the only one who has been working very hard to make this segment happen. So, before we get any further into this stream, I need to shout out 4 people who have made it possible for me to make this segment today. Number 1 goes out to Doe. Yes, that Doe. Xiliex, twitch.tv/Xiliex, who was incredibly helpful, helped me get together a whole bunch of sources for this, and in addition to some of the more, let's say, legal, I don't want to say legal, let's say the political patterns over the last, 200 years of American history, and beyond. So huge thanks to Doe. Thank you so much. Also known as Xiliex. We can do the command. We should have a Doe command, right? No? Why is it not working? Whatever. Oh, there it goes. There it goes. Okay, it's Xiliex. There you go. There's the link. You all should follow Doe. Doe is so intelligent, you have no fucking idea. Then, I need to throw a shout out to my researcher and our lead mod, Silent. Thank you, Silent. Although Silent is working on a long-term document that we will be able to use for future segments on Stonewall in the future. But much thanks to Silent for helping me out with all of this research. And they are also... oh, I agree, Ellison. Yeah, true. Yes, Silent is a phenomenal mod. And in addition, Silent is going to be preparing for the upcoming History Mamas we'll be having for the rest of this month. And finally, I need to shout out BearScareBeauty. BearScareBeauty was able to help me source information about the literal what happened during the rebellion at Stonewall. So, and BearScareBeauty will be coming on to talk to us afterwards about the involvement of kink scenes during the AIDS crisis and beyond. So, a big shout out to BearScareBeauty. Finally, the final little credits and shout out I need to do is to none other than Gynotype, who was willing to get my makeup all together so that I could pound out all of the information I needed to make this thing happen. Okay? So thank you to Gynotype, who did this amazing makeup, who made this possible. So thank you so much, BearScareBeauty. We really try. We really try. Hello, Mother Meerset. Good to see you. Oh, yes, Goddess Trans Girl. We will be talking about that. So once again, before we start getting fully in on things, I would really like to say, if you're here and you haven't liked the video, please press like. you can easily like the YouTube stream by clicking on your screen if you're on the website. If you're on Twitch, all you need to do is, we will talk about that, Walker, man. We'll get there. We'll get there. Hey, no problem. Yeah, like the video, please. Would be deeply appreciated. And if you're on Twitch, you can just click over on YouTube, which is... Hold on, let me type it in. Oh, yeah. Click that link, click the stream, and press like. That's all right, Big Homo TM. You'll be able to catch the VOD, and you don't want to miss this. Again, I've put a lot of work into this. And so have a lot of other people. So this is the first of 4 History Mamas we will be doing this month. The goal, and I want to explain why we're doing this. Yeah, we're super cool with allies here. We need allies. Yeah, very gay, Occams. I'm gonna have to figure out something because my computer's struggling a little bit with the processing of all the video, but we'll work it out. I'll figure it out, I'm sure. Yeah, my CPU is actually kind of exploding, and I don't really know 100% why that's the case. Oh well, I need to fix some stuff on my computer. Oh, okay, yeah, that'd be great. If you could compress it, that'd be amazing. Yeah, okay. So, let me explain why I have decided to break out 4 History Mamas in a single month, okay? Let me, oh, yes. That's the other thing I need to shout out. Occam's Blazer. Occam's Blazer is the one who made us this incredible stream overlay, including the spinning little devil animations and all of the colored heart pattern and everything. So thank you, Occam's Blazer. You're amazing. Hire Occam's Blazer if you want cool stream video stuff. Occam's Blazer really does do some fucking incredible stuff. And in fact, Occam's Blazer is going to be making us a special guest Chiron. Is the Discord closed? It shouldn't be. I don't think so. It might be. My hat is giving rave vibes. I might like it. All right, everybody. So before we get into the bulk of it, let's let people get in here. Oh, are there good memes? Our Discord has fucking phenomenal memes. Our memes channel is always popping. I'm not kidding you. Our Discord has fucking incredible memes. Seriously, banger memes. Yep, just bangers. Yeah, join the Discord. The Discord is absolutely amazing. Plus, the cool thing is, of course you can, Jesus PR. The thing about the Discord is that you always get my notifications when I'm going live, even if YouTube fucks around, or if Twitter fucks around. So, let's talk. Let's talk, okay? Still too scared? Don't worry. Get there. You can do it, Renegade Coffee. I believe in you. Remember, Discord is designed to help you meet new people. That's kind of what it's supposed to do. Don't be afraid of talking. You don't have to know everything about a Discord in order to have a fun time, okay? So, before we get too into this, let me talk about why this is important, okay? There's a lot of us who are gay in chat. Thank you very much. Appreciate that. This was made by Lonnie. Oh, sorry. The bot is broken in Twitch and I haven't had a chance to fix it. There you go. So there's a lot of queers. There's a lot of gays. There's a lot of trans people in this audience. I know there are. And if you're anything like me, chances are you got to being trans or gay or queer or whatever identity you have, basically by a giant process of stumbling around, having your heart broken, getting in trouble with your parents, having your family scream at you, having difficult relationships with your religion, all of those types of things. Almost all of you have probably had this experience to some degree or another. Some people less, some people more. If you know me, Mine was pretty severe, other people not so severe. But one thing, yeah, and even straight allies have that. Yep. However, there's another part of this. As a result of it being so slapdash and us mostly meeting other queer people through the process of you know, whisper channels and all of this, most of us don't know much about the history of gay people in this country, the history of trans people in this country, the history of asexual people in this country, the history of kinksters in this country. We don't know any of this. And the more that I go, and this is a problem for myself as well. I didn't know much queer history. I spent most of my life not knowing anything about the queer people who came before me at all, whatsoever, almost nothing. And there are problems with this because, to make it sound very trite, if you do not know your history, you are doomed to repeat it. Yes, we've heard this. However, I think it goes a little bit further than that. And I want you to think about this. Humans are creatures that live for a very long time by the standards of creatures on the planet Earth. Most things don't live as long as we do. Most things also do not build huge, complicated social civilizations. Memory is incredibly important to us. Record keeping is incredibly, incredibly important to us. And history is incredibly important to us. Because if not, we literally will make the exact same mistakes that our parents did, that our grandparents did, forever. But with history, we are able to essentially cheat. We are able to learn from the mistakes of people who came before us, something that basically no animal can actually do, no other animal on Earth, something that basically no other creature that we know of can do. History is so, so important. And in America, gay history has taken a very, very severe hit. Some of you may know why this is the case. But for those of you who don't, for those of you who are younger, the AIDS epidemic, which took place predominantly during the 80s, was a mass death of queer and gay individuals. And I mean that. I hadn't really expected to go onto this part all that much, but I did want to bring it up. There has been a generational loss thanks to the way that the AIDS epidemic was handled by people like Reagan. But Reagan was hardly the only one. There were many others involved in this process. Many, many people who refused to take it seriously specifically because it had become socially accepted to see queer people as less than. Rush Limbaugh is one of those people. Of course, of course. How could we forget that? And as a result, there are not a whole lot of older queer people alive right now, which is very sad to think about. There are some, but there are not many. They are rare. Older gay people are rare. And it is a very sad thing to think about for multiple reasons, not just because of the loss of individual lives, but also because of the loss of knowledge, the loss of experience, the loss of an entire generation of community. And so, when Pride came around this month, I decided that I wanted to do something a little different this month. I want to teach you all the history to the best of my ability. And it will not be perfect. This is going to be an oral retelling. There will inevitably be some errors. It will be imperfect. However, The reason why I'm teaching you this history is in the hope that you will teach other people this history, that you will tell these stories to the other people in your lives, so that there will be a record forever of the people who came before us, of what we're doing now, and of what we need in order to ensure that this never happens again, that we never lose a generation of queer people ever again. And keep in mind that the AIDS epidemic is not the only generation of queer people that we lost. Because for those of you who don't know, queer people were heavily targeted by the Nazis. Germany lost an entire generation, not just of Jewish people, but also of queer people, who were just straight up exterminated and their records burned. We don't even know. We don't actually know what it was like to be gay in Germany for all of history, because it was all destroyed. And that is so horrible, because for all we know, I mean, I'm sure many of you grew up thinking, well, gay people are kind of a new thing, right? Trans people are kind of a new thing. Well, they're not. We know that there were people working on developing trans surgeries and trans treatments in the late 1800s. The late 1800s, when horses and fucking steam power was still around. We know that trans people existed before that, but we have been we have been repeatedly, historically purged. Yes, I know, Big Homo. That's what our fourth History Mama is going to be about. Okay? So this is why I think it is very, very important that we learn from this history and we change it. That we make sure that there are records remaining, that we find ways to stow away our history and to fight back against those who would purge us, for those who would oppress us, for those who would shove us back into the closet and into silence. Venus, we haven't started yet. We're just doing the preamble, okay? And this is why we are doing history this month. So I hope that you will listen and not only learn from what I'm going to tell you, but seek out to learn more about it on your own and share these stories. Please, this will be a video. You will be able to send this to people when I am done with it. It will be like a BreadTube video, and you will be able to send people this video to learn a little bit about our history. Okay? Thank you very much. Chokino Ashes 61. Choking on Ashes. Thank you very much for the kind words. Big Homo TM. We will not talk about Alan Turing today, but I'm sure that we inevitably will at some point. Okay? And remember, yes, of course, there is going to be heavy moments in this. We're going to talk about a lot of heavy stuff. However, I promise you it's important to learn. Feel free to leave and come back later if you want to. You don't have to sit here and endure all of it if it's too much. But we are going to talk about these things. Listen, everybody, I appreciate your curiosity, but I promise you, you'll just have to go on the journey with me, okay? You're just going to have to go on the journey with me, okay? I promise. Just stick around, okay? I'll take you on the journey. You'll see what we're going to talk about. We have a lot to talk about, okay? So I've heard, Trans Girl Lily. Yeah, we'll be talking about Marsha P. Johnson a little bit. Can we at least have a hint? Well, it's about Stonewall today. It says it in the title of the video. We're talking about Stonewall. Now, real quick, I just want to find out, and you need to answer honestly, okay? Answer this full honestly. Answer honestly. You do not need to be embarrassed. Just tell me. Okay, good. So a lot of people know what Stonewall is. Most people don't know a whole lot of extra things. You know the name, but nothing about it? Okay, that would be a no. Okay. Had never heard of it until I brought it up. Dango Bangle with the $5. Tig Bitty breaking news. Not only am I he, they, but I have the pronouns they and them. Spelled it as they and not D. All right, cool. Hell yeah. Congratulations, Dango Bangle, and thank you. Trans rights and trans thriving. Oh, the history lesson is deeply needed. Know next to nothing about Stonewall. Well, good. We're going to change that today. To my understanding, it was something about cops targeting gay people in bathhouse raids. Not quite, but I'll explain. We're going to get all the details here, okay? All right, one last quick little shill. This show is 100% viewer supported. We don't have sponsors. We don't do product placement. We don't do anything. This show is free and viewer supported and always will be. I will never paywall this show. That simply will not happen. So if you want to support the show, please consider donating. You never have to donate. Donate if you're able and if you want to see the show thrive. And if you wouldn't mind, go smash the motherfucking like button over on YouTube, where it really does help us. And with that, we will begin the stream proper. Narrowed it down to the spinner, compress it, and now it's a 20th its size. Sent you the link. Thank you so much. I will fix that when we take a break. Okay? All right. So first today, we are going to do the History Mama. Then we are going to talk with BearScareBeauty about the kink groups that did some fucking incredible stuff. And then we are going to move into another thing. A very, very, very famous trans activist has published a massive, massive blog that is all about trans issues in America. And we're going to read that together because I think it's very important. This article cites numerous studies and will undoubtedly be valuable to all of you out there who are debatey like me. Okay? So, without any further ado, let us begin. Welcome, all of my lovely viewers, both live, who you see on the chat here, and in the future, who will be watching this section in a bread tube essay-like style on YouTube in the future. Thank you for being here. Please consider subscribing to my channel, and I hope that you will enjoy as we dive in to learning to a telling of the oral history of the criminalization of queerness, of gender nonconformity, and of homosexuality in America, and the history of Stonewall, one of the most pivotal historical events in American queer history. Very, very happy to have you all here today. And I would like to open this, first off, with a request, which is, if you are moved by this story that you're about to hear, if you find it interesting, please consider sharing this video or many of the other videos like this video with people you know who this could be valuable to. I promise you, we have lost so much queer history in America for a number of reasons that we won't talk about immediately. And it is important that as many people as possible learn this. Even if they're just passingly familiar with the events of the past, that can prevent them from repeating the mistakes that led to some of these horrific events that we are about to talk about, okay? This section is going to be a little intense at some points. We're not going to talk about anything particularly graphic, but we will be talking about oppression, persecution, and mistreatment. So just be aware of that, okay? Thank you. First of all, let us start with a discussion of legality, indecency, and prohibition. Many of you know what the Prohibition was. The Prohibition was a period of American history in which alcohol was banned. And interestingly, people like alcohol, as it turns out. People really, really, really like alcohol. And people also really like being gay. And both of those things being illegal at the same time led to a number of clandestine clubs, sometimes referred to as speakeasies. Speakeasies, nightclubs, they had many different names, were often run by criminal organizations, which could essentially provide a counter to the government. And these speakeasies and nightclubs, because they were already operating in the illicit trade of alcohol, often would also end up being a community or a space with for people who didn't fit the norm, aka gender non-conforming people, gay people, trans people. And we're going to talk about that a bit. But before we fully get into the discussion about the Prohibition, I want to talk about the history of legality in America. And this month, you know, every single Pride Month, there is always a lot of discourse to go around. There's a lot of disagreement and conversations and things like that. One such that we see every single year is the inevitable kink at Pride discourse. And I think that is a interesting and enlightening topic. Once you start to understand how the structure of criminalizing homosexuality and queer relationships and queer expression has unfolded in the past. So, I'm sure many of you know this, but America started as a colony of England. And there was, of course, other colonies in the general area, French colonies, Spanish colonies, etc., etc. But the original 13 colonies were the property of the British Crown. And as a result, the colonies at first adopted the same laws that held for the British Crown. For those of you who don't know, the English Empire was not particularly friendly to gay people. In fact, at the time, gay people, being gay, engaging in homosexuality, was a capital crime. You could be sentenced to death, and people were. And when the colonies formed, that remained the same. Now, unfortunately, I wish that I could tell you, that the colonists said, fuck that, we're America, we believe in freedom. We're not gonna keep that stuff when the American Revolution happened. But unfortunately, that is not what happened. Throughout the colonial and pre-colonial periods of America, numerous colonies adopted their own laws about how they would go about criminalizing homosexuality and queerness. Something that I found in my studies is a very interesting story. So I'm going to tell you a quick story. This is just a real quick little anecdote from history. This occurred in the late 1600s, if I'm not mistaken. And I apologize for small missed dates or whatever. Again, this is an oral history. It's not meant to be 100% by every single date. But there was once an individual by the name of Thomas Hall. This was a person who lived in Virginia who was arrested for wearing articles of clothing belonging to the opposite sex. Upon their arrest and their trial in court, they were invasively investigated, and I would argue sexually assaulted by the local authorities. and it was ruled that they were both male and female. And as a result, they were sentenced by the courts to wearing at all times partially female and partially male clothing. This, of course, made them the target of an incredible amount of hatred, and also the target of public mockery. Yes, oh yes, that actually happened. Now keep in mind, at the time, that was considered a light sentence, because technically, most of the colonies had laws that allowed you to either be castrated or killed for the act of homosexuality, which often included, because of the conflation of homosexuality with things like gender nonconformance and transsexuality, that often included things like cross-dressing. And in fact, as time went on into the 1700s and then into the 1800s, there were all kinds of changes to this law, but the laws remained nonetheless. In the 1800s, the law in America, in many, many states, was modified to specifically target cross-dressing. Nobody knows, Leica Faye. Nobody knows for sure. So, yeah, cross-dressing was literally made illegal in many places all across the U.S. throughout the 1800s, and that's not that long ago. Can you imagine? I mean, in fact, it's really funny. There were laws that stated things like it was illegal to wear more than 3 pieces of gender-inappropriate clothing. Can you imagine going outside with a ring and a necklace on and maybe a shirt that was like pink, and then that literally being considered illegal, that you have violated because you are wearing 3 pieces of clothing in public that are gender inappropriate? Wild, isn't it? And it's very hard to determine, right? Because there's no objective women's clothing, there's no objective male's clothing. So it's interesting how this type of law can be used to basically target anybody who is deemed too queer, too weird, too deviant. And this is something we're going to be talking about a lot, is this constant obsession over deviance, this persecution of simple deviance, not harming anybody, but deviance, and the equation of deviance with aggressive sex acts like rape, like child molestation, like pedophilia. And of course, yes, chat, of course, is bringing up that, yes, at various times in history, high heels were considered men's clothing. But we recognize that there is such a level of subjectivity to these things that these laws are nonsensical. And of course, there are all kinds of parallels now, right? We see attempts to control people's clothing all over the place. Modesty laws, people advocating for modesty, people saying that if you express yourself in a certain way, you're inherently sexualizing people. There's all kinds of things like this, of course. Oh yeah, wigs. Yep, there's another example. Yeah, that's another great example. Yeah, as an excuse for churches to suppress people, that's another way of considering it as well. But unfortunately, the sort of legality of queer expression and the legality of homosexual relationships it remains complicated to this day. I know that some of you who are watching now live will be familiar with the fact that just the other day I talked about a law that was upheld in Pennsylvania by the Republican state legislature that maintains an obscenity law that explicitly states that according to the according to the Criminal Code of Pennsylvania, the state of Pennsylvania, being gay at all is considered obscene. And if you sell a comic. It's technically illegal to sell a comic that depicts a gay relationship. It is technically illegal to play a cartoon in public that depicts a gay relationship. Your Adventure Time, you can't watch that, technically. Now, you might go, well, is that even being enforced? Well, it doesn't have to be enforced in order to be bad. This states a societal precedent for how we view queer people and how we treat gay and queer people, such as myself, as less than. And I'll remind you, all it takes is one bad individual to start enforcing that law, and there is nothing in the law that can stop them. Nothing. Except for perhaps some sort of Supreme Court case, which would be incredibly expensive and very, very painful for the person involved. I want you to take a second and just do a mental exercise with me. Can you imagine if you kissed the person you love, your wife, your boyfriend, your girlfriend, whoever it is? You could be straight. You don't have to be gay to imagine this. And that got you arrested. And the only path to recourse was to devote all of your time and money, your entire life, to fighting in the court system so that you don't go to prison for kissing the person that you love. That is really, really hard to think about. But not only was that a reality for the majority of American history, it is a technical possibility right now. Right now, in America, in 2021, as of the creation of this video. A lot of people rightfully celebrated the legalization of gay marriage in America. But unfortunately, the legalization of gay marriage in America didn't actually fix everything. Not even close. It didn't even begin to fix it. And we have a long way to go. And in order to see where we need to go, we have to pay attention to this sort of stuff. Bone Druid Best Dad from YouTube chat brings up, according to Texas law, in school, you are legally required to treat homosexual conduct as unacceptable and a criminal offense, according to Texas Code 85007. That does not surprise me. There are many states that still outlaw sodomy. Did you know that right now in America, there are multiple states that outlaw the sale of sex toys? Yeah, sex toys, as in a vibrator. You cannot buy legally a vibrator for the purposes of sexual use in multiple United States states. Yeah. In fact, you will discover that there are some states that do sell vibrators, but they are not sold for sexual purposes. They are sold specifically in pharmacies as a massage tool. That's where the massage wand came from. Correct. That's why when people talk about the Hitachi, and you might look at Hitachi's public statements and they go, this is not for sexual use. This is not, they have to do that because otherwise they can't sell it. That's why the Hitachi magic wand, an effective sex toy, is sold as a massager, a personal massager. No, they're not being coy. They have to do that for legal reasons. Gayfesh says, my grandma once ordered a bunch of back massagers for the pharmacy she and her husband ran, not realizing that they were dildos. Yep. Correct. That's also, yes, correct. Also, Ada Stardust brings up, that's why so many vibrators are labeled as for novelty use only. Correct. That is correct. So as you can see, this is not a problem that has disappeared. This is something that is still going on now and could very, very, very easily snap back to a much worse time. And the thing is, this is not the first time in history that we have had severe resurgences in homophobia. And we are having a resurgence in not just homophobia, but in transphobia. Obviously, trans people are a bit in the spotlight right now. That is the focus here in the year of 2021 when this video is being made. The focus tends to be centered on trans people. But they haven't forgotten, you know, the people who don't like trans people, they also don't like gay people. They're not okay with gay people either. And it only takes a few steps for these laws to start being enforced again. And by the way, one other little interesting bit, which is that under many sodomy laws, oral sex between straight couples is considered sodomy. Yeah, I bet you didn't think that would affect you, would it? But there it is. Now, I think we can all admit that we're a long way away from anybody policing that. People don't tend to care when straight couples do oral sex, and there's not many straight couples who've been charged under sodomy laws, but they could be. If there was ever a Handmaid's Tale style world, these are the type of laws that would be used. These laws are already in place. Many of the Republican parties here in the United States are currently against gay marriage. Let me talk about some of the other things that have been banned in the history of the United States. And some of the things that were used as evidence for arrests. Did you know that at various points in history, literally all the way up into the mid-1900s, we're talking the 50s, the 60s, the 70s, some of these things were still enforced. For example, did you know that a man offering to buy another man a drink could be cited to prove homosexual intent and therefore indecency and therefore justify an arrest by the police? Did you know that? I bet you didn't know that. Did you know that same-sex kissing for much of the 1900s was banned even in private and is still technically banned in public? In many places, as we discussed, there were bans of gender inappropriate clothing. Oh, you can crack a cold one with the guys, but don't you dare offer to buy one of your guys a drink. Don't you dare do that. And the interesting thing about this is that by using a morally charged angle to all of this, which I mean is frequent with the law, but not always. I mean, I don't think that in our society, we don't really morally judge somebody for going 5 miles an hour over the speed limit. We don't really judge people particularly hard for, I don't know, doing minor harmless crimes. We don't really morally judge them. But by using things like indecency, deviancy, perversion, ties to pedophilia, a moral angle has been enforced and created all across the United States for most of the history. And the result of this is that even if you are not convicted of a crime, when you're arrested and your name is put out publicly in the arrest records, in the newspaper, everybody would know that you were a homosexual, that you were a queer. And as a result, tons and tons and tons of people who were essentially minding their own business were arrested and then publicly shamed, fired from their jobs, ostracized from their families, cut out of being able to engage in business, and losing friends. Like, this was a common thing. You get arrested, your name is published in the newspaper, and it's published under violation of obscenity laws, under public perversion, under all these sort of things. You become labeled just for being gay as a sexual predator. That is kind of fucked, isn't it? And I really want to bring attention to this and spend a lot of time on this and wax lyrical on it a little bit because, there seems to be a lot of discussion in America, especially right now, especially this year, about, it's not technically legal to be, illegal to be gay anymore because there aren't any laws that say you will die if you are found to be gay. But I want to remind you that we just literally recently, It just got undone this year. Within the last few months, a ban on trans people serving in the military was undone, which was done by executive order. So we are not, this history is still here with us right now. The idea that it is okay because of how you express yourself, you know, with your gender, or how you decide to take care of your body, or who you decide to love, to lose your job, to be shamed from society. And in America, a capitalist country, losing your job is so close to death. It is so close to homelessness. And we see these statistics reflected now. And I think it's important to point out and bring special attention to the way that obscenity, indecency, perversion, accusations of pedophilia, accusations of degeneracy are used not just legally, but also socially to try and control, shame, ostracize, and isolate queer people. This is something we've talked about on this channel a lot, and we will inevitably, of course, probably be talking about it for the rest of my goddamn life. So let me talk about the prohibition, because I want to touch on the prohibition a little bit, and then we're going to talk about some specific laws that happened within the last century, you know, within the last 100 years. So during the prohibition, of course, you know, the sale of alcohol was banned, and all kinds of black markets popped up for this. Not only because like a lot of people were like unironically addicted to alcohol, just as they are today, but even more so at the turn of the century and at the early 1900s. But also because people just like alcohol. People like being able to live a life where they can indulge in some earthly pleasures. Earthly pleasures are good. We like them. We like comfortable blankets. We like alcohol. We like weed. We like things that make us feel good. And taken in moderation, that's great. Fantastic. Yeah, we like video games. We like all kinds of things. And as a result, there was a huge black market. And this is where the mafia comes in. The mafia. Yeah, that's right. You know the mafia. The Italian mob. The families of New York. You know, the Godfather. You know, that stuff. Well, the mafia realized they could make a lot of money selling alcohol illegally. And they had the manpower to check the power of the police. And they also found out that there were a lot of gay people. A lot of gay people. And if they said, hey, wait a minute, maybe since we're selling this illegal alcohol anyway, maybe we can just let the gay people be gay. Maybe they'll, oh, look, we let the gay people be gay in our bars, and all of a sudden we got a lot of gay people here buying our cigarettes and buying our alcohol. We're making bank. And so they did, and they kept doing that. And during the prohibition, the tension between the mafia and the police, and therefore gay people and the police, was unbelievable. I'm talking that like raids were common. If there was a known gay nightclub, and they were known, there were many of them. They were known. The police would aim to try and catch patrons in the act. So they would wait until people were dancing, until people were drinking, until people were buying each other drinks and asking each other on to dates. And then they would raid the bars. They would go in and they would arrest patrons who are in the act of doing one thing or another. Sometimes something as little as buying a drink, like we mentioned before. Other times for slow dancing. And you're going to hear the mention of slow dancing a lot. It's very odd almost, like how much this comes up in the history. But there was an obsession in America with the idea of slow dancing being like very bad. Like, you know, you're only supposed to slow dance if you're like with the person you're going to marry. And it was literally, in many places, it was literally banned to have slow dancing allowed on your premises. You could not allow it. You had to have a premises that would explicitly say, sorry, we don't allow slow dancing. Like, you're not allowed to. And even more so, there was rules put into place that banned slow dancing of gay people entirely. So like if there were gay people slow dancing, that was considered an act of public indecency, even if it was on private property, which is like hard for us to imagine these days. Yeah. And so during the Prohibition, there were all kinds of these ballrooms and speakeasies, tea rooms, etc., that sprung up, largely serving queer clientele. One of these was called the Stonewall Inn. It was in Greenwich Village in New York. Sounds familiar, doesn't it? Sounds like an interesting name, right? And at the time, during the Prohibition, Stonewall, the Stonewall Inn, was a small tea room that secretly sold alcoholic beverages under the table. And as a result, a lot of gay people would go there to meet other gay people, to get drunk, and to enjoy themselves. And of course, they were raided all the time. And of course, there was mafia involvement. But finally, the Prohibition ended. And when the Prohibition ended, the Stonewall Inn became a everyday, totally unremarkable, heterosexual bar and restaurant. And we'll come back to that, because the story of the Stonewall Inn is not yet over. It's not yet over, okay? So let's talk real quick about the 1940s, the 1950s, and the 1960s. Because this time was a very bad stretch of history for queer people in America. Not only was there all kinds of moral paranoia during these times, but there was severe cultural reaction. There was, Jesus, we had like, there's so much. I mean, there was labor tensions. It was a very tumultuous set of decades for America. And it got really bad under particularly Truman and Eisenhower. For example, President Truman created a thing called a loyalty security program, which was specifically designed to find LGBT people who were in positions of government and remove them from those positions in government because they had questionable loyalty to the United States. Yikes. During this time, there were executive orders passed on immigration that had restrictions for psychopathic personality and crimes of moral turpitude, which at the time, what homosexuality and gender nonconformance was considered that. There are stories all throughout history of queer people being locked in insane asylums and prisons because of psychopathic sexual issues or sexual psychopathy. And interestingly, in 1953, sexual perversion was formally introduced via an executive order from Eisenhower as grounds of dismissal from the federal government. During Eisenhower's time as president, approximately somewhere in the ballpark of 5,000 employees were fired on the grounds of sexual perversion. Yeah. Wild, isn't it? 5,000 government employees who were fired for sexual perversion, meaning they were gay. A lot of gay people. And it goes up from here. Throughout, in fact, it is. I've gotten figures here that throughout the decades of the 40s, 50s, and 60s, so across that 30-year period, that 3-decade period of the 40s, 50s, and 60s, the estimates for arrests based on violations of anti-LGBTQ laws land around 300,000. 300,000 people arrested for violating anti-LGBTQ laws between the 40s, 50s, and 60s. Many of our parents were alive during that period. Our grandparents were in their prime during that period. 300,000 people arrested in America for that. And in fact, by 1961, 29 states and Washington, D.C., a majority of states in the United States, including Washington, D.C., the capital of the United States, had passed laws specifically targeting sexual psychopaths, which, of course, being gay was considered being a sexual psychopath. And these laws, get this, these laws carried punishments of indefinite detention in prison or mental facilities, regardless of your otherwise mental or physical or moral well-being. Just for being gay, you could be locked indefinitely in an insane asylum. And this was during the period when they did lobotomies for problematic patients. So imagine yourself, one day, you go out to the bar for your birthday, and you got a crush, and you buy a drink for that crush. And the next thing you know, the police are busting down the door, and a week later, you're locked for the rest of your life in an insane asylum where you're treated as, regardless of how salient you are, completely insane. Shocking. Unsettling. Right? Yeah. But let's continue. So we're now in the 60s. And the 60s was a big time. We had the civil rights movement. We had a whole lot of civil rights uprisings of various types, a lot of them racial. Of course, we all know this. But I want to focus on a specific date near the end of the 60s. June 28th. We're getting there soon, aren't we? June 28th, 1969. And once again, the story brings us back around to the Stonewall Inn in Greenwich Village in the neighborhood of Manhattan in New York City. Yeah. Now, it's interesting. Once again, this was the Stonewall Inn had been a secret speakeasy back in the 1930s. And then it had become a very, very quiet, clean, casual, heterosexual, not queer, not degenerate restaurant for some time. Until about 1964. In 1964, for an unknown reason, there was a fire inside of the Stonewall Inn, and the Stonewall Inn closed because obviously the interior had been burned. And at this point, 3 mafia investors said, hey, wait a minute. What if we buy this toasted inn and we kind of do a thing like we did back in the 30s? Remember back in the Prohibition? They're like, what if we turned it into a gay bar? And then all the gay people would come and we could sell them shitty, watered down beverages. And they did it. They bought it. They gutted out the inside. They rebuilt the inside of the inn and they reopened it as a gay bar. Not officially. It was a bar and restaurant, but they set out to everybody tell each other, hey, this is a gay bar. If you come here, we won't call the cops on you for being gay as long as you pay and as long as you buy alcohol while you're here. And they did water down the alcohol. They were actually like that was record. They watered it down like crazy. And they made fuckloads of money, by the way. Like, they were making a lot of money, such that so much money was the mafia making off of this bar that they were willing to not only did they get informants in the police, but they were actively bribing the NYPD to prevent raids or give them forewarning of raids. Now, I want to show you something that was common at the time. This one was a sign that was actually at the Stonewall Inn. I want to show you this. This is super, super interesting. Are you ready? I'm going to just show you this. Here, let's zoom this in. Take a look at this. Did it work? Hold on. Small technical issue. There we go. This is a raided premises. Police Department, City of New York, Howard R. Lear, Police Commissioner. This was a sign that originally hung at Stonewall. And this was put up by the owners of the bar to let people know that they would get raided. It is inevitable. If you are here, this would get raided. Basically, come here at your own risk. That was what was posted. Of course, there was a lot of this was not an act of charity by the mafia. Yeah, I don't know what's going on with it. I'll have to fix that. I'll figure it out. Thank you, Samosky. I apologize about that. I'll try to avoid making it small for now, and we'll try and fix it afterwards. But yes, it was. This was not done out of charity by the mafia. It was more out of opportunistic, shared interest. Gay people wanted a place to be safe. Mafia people wanted to make money. So Stonewall was started because of rainbow capitalism, kind of, a little bit. Keep in mind that, of course, in addition to overpriced, watered-down alcohol, the clientele was regularly propositioned by the owners for protection money. Hey, it'd be a shame if the police came here more frequently. You better toss us some bucks, or else you never know what might happen. We might not be able to warn you when the cops came. And it got even worse. They would blackmail wealthy and well-known homosexual clients. So if you showed up, if you were a politician or a business person or a socialite or whatever, or a newspaper person or anything, any sort of public figure, the mob would get your name and they would blackmail you. So you could go and meet other gay people, but the risk was you could get raided. And if you didn't pay the mob and you pissed off the mob, they could out you. Yikes. So yeah. But despite all of that, the Stonewall Inn was one of a very few havens from public judgment that queer New Yorkers were able to attend. I mean, these were not common at the time. There were gay bars, but none of them were as safe or as popular and as guaranteed to find other gay people as the Stonewall Inn. And something I want people to think about, if you're not gay, I want you to imagine yourself in the position of people like that. What if the shoe was on the other foot and you could only find people, like girls if you're a guy, guys if you're a girl, a straight girl, you could only find them at a specific bar in one specific neighborhood in your entire city of millions of people? How desperate would you be to get to that bar? And there's no dating apps, there's no dating services or anything like that. You want to meet somebody? You want to meet somebody to get in a relationship with, to get some fucking pussy? You got to go to this bar. That's the only place you can go to. Yeah. You can imagine how hard that would be for people, and also how much people would be willing to pay to do that. It's like everything, but there's more too. Because Stonewall, not only was it one of the only gay bars in the city, it was one of the only gay bars in the city that had a dance floor that also allowed for slow dancing. So in most of the gay bars, they either didn't have a dance floor at all, so it was just sitting space and not really much, it was hanging out as opposed to dancing and being together with each other in that way. But also, they would not, even though they were a gay bar, they wouldn't allow you to do slow dancing because they didn't want to get in trouble for it. So if you wanted to be able to dance to lovely romantic music with your partner, you had to go to Stonewall. You had to get to Stonewall. Which makes it a pretty major spot, yeah? And the cops knew that. So for a long time, the mob was paying off the cops, like literally weekly. Every single week, the police would arrive and the mafia owners would fork over a stack of cash directly into the hands of the cops. And if they didn't, they would be shut down permanently. They would have everything confiscated. They would, the cops would be like, oh, you're selling watered down alcohol? Shame. Looks like you're all going to prison. Oh, you're allowing homosexuality to foster on your premises? Looks like you're going to prison. Gayola. Exactly. There you go. And it was, again, the raids still happened even when they were being paid. So they would raid, but they would just do it a little bit less frequently. They would raid, but they would do it in the evening before things got full into swing. Yeah? And in fact, it was so common, raids were so common at the time that it had become regular, like normal, for the raids to occur early in the evening. The police would come, everybody would pretend that they were hanging out and eating food and just having their wine and whatever. And then the police would come in and arrest anybody who was being particularly stupid, and then they would leave, and then everything would go back to normal. But something happened leading up to June 28th, 1969. And that was that the mafia got tired of paying the cops. They got really tired of paying the cops because they'd been paying a lot of money to the cops. And they said, this is fucked. This is fucked. And so they didn't pay. And on June 28th, 1969, at 1:20 a.m., that's no evening raid, the police arrived. A squad of police officers met up with 4 undercover police officers who had been hiding in Stonewall as spies, literally undercover cops hanging out in Stonewall, disguised as gay people. And they raided Stonewall. But there were some problems. You see, they didn't really have a great plan going into it. There was a lot of illegal alcohol on the premises. There were a lot of people on the premises. And as it turns out, their raid, they didn't really have enough people to get everything. And while they were trying to make arrests and they were trying to haul out all of the alcohol, because again, that's certainly possible. I mean, there's all kinds of details that might be slightly different, but none of these are for sure. They made a scene. See, as all this was happening, people started to gather because people were like, what the hell's going on? Why is Stonewall getting raided at 1:30 in the morning? Normally, Stonewall gets raided in the evening. Why are they arresting all these people? You're supposed to, you cops we pay our protection money and you people are supposed to stay away. And then more people showed up and more people showed up. And there were so many people showing up that the cops got scared. The cops got scared and they locked themselves into the bar with a bunch of the patrons. And while they were standing there, they finally worked up their courage, apparently, and they tried to arrest a woman who was most likely, and there's some, there's some of this has been lost to history, but most people seem to agree that the person they tried to arrest was Stormy Stormy DeLarverie, who resisted. She did not believe that she was being rightfully arrested. She did not want to be thrown into the car, and she was treated brutally by the police. In fact, when the police, people were so frustrated by how harsh they were being to Stormy. There are reports that random citizens who were out watching this thing happen formed a human wall by literally interlocking their arms over the door of the bar, which the police had to fight through in order to then throw Stormy into the back of the paddy wagon. And when they did that, according to the police, the crowd went berserk. Fists were thrown, rocks were thrown, bottles were thrown, billy clubs were broken out. Numerous members of the crowd were beaten by the police. The police were pelted and bombarded and hit, and bricks were thrown at the cops. And keep in mind, this was the population of a neighborhood saying that they've had enough, that they don't think this was right, that these people were being persecuted and arrested. All of the patrons of this bar had done their part. They were just trying to live their lives. And a massive brawl broke out. And this is what we generally refer to as the Stonewall Rebellion, also known as the Stonewall Riot, sometimes colloquially just referred to as Stonewall. Of course, Stonewall was the bar, but some people refer to the rebellion as Stonewall. And the rebellion did not actually go on for all that long. The riot, as it was declared by the police, well, we'll talk about that. Yes, because there was another person there who I want to talk about, Marsha P. Johnson. Some of you may already know about Marsha P. Johnson. Some people have credited Marsha P. Johnson with being the first person to throw a brick at Pride. The person who started Pride Marsha P. Johnson is often credited with starting Pride. Now, that's not, there is some question to that. In Marsha's own words, Marsha P. Johnson claimed that that they didn't throw any bricks ever. They were involved, for sure. They were involved in the brawl, but they said they never threw a brick or anything like that. And that when Marsha arrived, because keep in mind, Marsha P. Johnson was a self-identified drag queen, a local activist who was super involved with the local gay community, was super like Marsha P. Johnson was like really involved. Like, we're talking like a champion. You know what I mean? Like, Marsha was fighting constantly for gay rights in America at a time when this is what was going on. Marsha was well recognized, was sort of seen as like a pillar of the community. And according to Marsha, when they arrived, and I'm using they because there is some indiscrepancy about what pronouns and whatever Marsha P. Johnson liked to use, and it's not really important, so I'm just going to use they for now. Marsha claimed that when they arrived, there was already fighting happening. So whether Marsha threw the first brick or not, regardless, Marsha's arrival was seen as a major moment in this, because of course Marsha had been fighting all this whole time, and also we'll get into that. Anyway, so Marsha's arrival was sort of seen as a major point of this, and as when Marsha had arrived, the fights had already begun. The police were bashing people. The queers were bashing back, so to say, and a number of people had already been handcuffed and arrested and thrown into the paddy wagon. And then it got worse, okay? Because as things went on and as things raged onward, the NYPD got really mad, as they are wont to do, and they called in the NYPD Tactical Police, which we would understand nowadays to be the SWAT team. Heavily armed, heavily armored, special unit of police designed to put down riots. Riot police. We're talking the real thugs. Yeah, the bad motherfuckers. And not in the fun way. And that was when it really went hog wild. When they arrived, it spread out beyond the area. There wasn't just fighting and windows being smashed in the area of the bar. It spread out all across the village. Silent says, everything I found suggested that the first act of resistance was more likely from the homeless young gay men who slept in a nearby park and would try to get into Stonewall but couldn't always. Yes, there were a lot of bystanders. Everything that I've seen also indicates that there were a lot of bystanders who were there long before Marsha P. Johnson arrived. But the reason why Marsha's presence is important is because of Marsha's involvement in activism before, during, and after Stonewall. Marsha was a well-known person who was actually able to get the eyes of the general populace onto this event, and that's really important. So yeah, that's why there's a lot of attention given to that. And of course, there is some you know, history can sometimes become obfuscated when there's crowds involved. We look for somebody that we can latch onto as an individual. But yes, Marsha was one of the first 3 drag queens allowed in Stonewall. Correct. Yep, that's correct. Yep. Thank you. You were the one who taught me that. I didn't know that, but that's super, super cool. And again, the riot had already started within like 30 minutes of this raid occurring, but it got really bad when the tactical police came in. Yeah. But when the tactical police arrived, of course there was mass beatings that were that came out. There was, you know, weaponry used. There was, people were destroying things at this point. There was a proper riot had been declared, and the police decided to burn down the Stonewall Inn. Yeah, that's right. And in the words of the police, it was to smoke out the rioters. And they did. They burnt it. And it didn't reopen until way, way later. That just ended it. When they burnt the Stonewall Inn down, that was the end of that particular center of queer life. Because the cops decided that they had the right to burn it down. Yes, the police burnt it down. Yes, they did. Were there people inside? Yes, there was. There were people inside when they set the building on fire. Is it clear who started the fire? Now, fires are like this, but every source I can find, every single source I found, stated that due to statements by the police, because they said they wanted to smoke out the rioters, there is reason to believe that it was the police who started the fire. By all accounts I've seen. And, of course, after that happened, the riot was sort of dissipated. Yeah? So by 4 a.m., the riot had been dissipated. But that wasn't the end of the rebellion, because over the following nights, there were numerous demonstrations. Numerous. And in fact, after Stonewall, demonstrations by queer people whose spaces had been systematically destroyed by the U.S. government, by the state government, began to demonstrate. And this is why we generally look at Stonewall as the start of Pride, as the first Pride event. It was a massive uprising that sparked a whole bunch of other ones. There were riots all over the country following Stonewall, and there were riots all over the village, all over Greenwich Village in New York, in Manhattan, in the following nights, which people like Marsha P. Johnson and Sylvia Rivera were involved in. Many, many, many people of the time. Yeah, and of course, some of the other nights were actually more deadly than the initial one, but the initial one was what sparked it all. And this is where we got Pride Month from. Pride Month is June, because on the 28th, this event happened. And for the rest of June, there were gay riots all over the village. And I want to read you something that I found. This is so absurd, but I want to read you something that was written about it at the time by a journalist, okay? Yeah, maybe we'll watch that. That sounds really interesting. Let me read you this. So, does anybody know who Judy Garland is? Judy Garland? Judy Garland was a very famous actress who was in The Wizard of Oz. Very, very famous. Yeah, Dorothy. Yep, exactly. Now, Judy Garland died shortly before the event, and many people in the country considered Judy Garland to be a bit of a gay icon, you know? And for some good reason and others. But of course, the straight people being fucking totally judgmental and horrible, I'm going to read you something, and this will mean that we'll have to take the Twitch VOD down, but that's okay. Just listen to this, okay? The village newspaper reported that the death of Judy Garland, which coincided with a full moon, had provoked the queer people of Greenwich Village into a great faggot rebellion. That was what was written about Stonewall at the time. That the gays went crazy because Judy Garland died. That's what they thought. And of course, this flies in the face of what everybody who was there said. Yeah, maybe we'll watch that right afterwards. That sounds really cool. There we go. Here, I'll put this in here. I wish I was kidding, but that's what was said. And of course, there's, you know, the actual people on the ground obviously said, what the fuck? Like, we don't care. Like, yeah, friend of Dorothy was slang for being gay. Of course. Yep. Yeah, I know. Oh, I love it. I love it. I'd say it more frequently. I'd say it 10 more times. But I mean, come on. I mean, does this not, like, remind you of, like, the way that trans people are talked about right now? Yes, yeah. That's what I said. Time magazine, in reviewing Garland's 1967 Palace Theater engagement, disparagingly noticed that a disproportionate part of her nightly clack seems to be homosexual. Goes on to say the boys in the light trousers, a phrase Time repeatedly used to describe gay men. Oh my God. Yup. No, it's laughable. That's what a conservative paper wrote about this at the time. The queer werewolf, Striped Kidder says that the queer werewolf sentiment feels like it beautifully translates into the idea that a lot of queer people love Disney villains, demonic imagery, and magic because of the associations with being monsters. Yes, of course. Absolutely, of course. Who all's a boy in light trousers here? Mm-hmm. Did I say light or tight? Tight trousers. Sorry, tight trousers. My bad. Not light trousers. Tight trousers. My bad. But yes, there is, we'll talk about this a little more once I'm out of the main segment, about the monster thing. But, I wanted to wrap up this little segment. Now you know the story of Stonewall. You know what happened. The gay people were trying to live their lives, were getting constantly raided, and because of some conflict that had nothing to do with the gay people themselves, absolutely nothing, the police just decided to fuck them all up. Set a building on fire while they were still in it. arrest a whole bunch of people, beat them. And at the time, the queer people who fought back, because they were fighting back against the police, were framed as evil. Yes, Jessica Metal, this is why people say no cops at Pride. This is why people say no cops at Pride. Which, regardless of where you stand on that particular issue, I hope that this story will help you understand why people say that. It is seen as the ultimate co-option of the Pride movement, a movement that started because of police raids that were so brutal and so common that they would have a sign, a courtesy sign. This premises is constantly raided. You might be arrested for being gay. No, that was real. Canadian Brunch, that was real. That was actually published. I'm not kidding you, Canadian Brunch. That phrase was actually used. Well, thank you, Android Covenant. I appreciate that. And again, I understand that there are people who fall on all different positions on all kinds of matters related to Pride. But I think you should be able to understand why there are some of us who say that cops don't belong at Pride because the cops were the reason we needed Pride. The cops, the state constantly banning and criminalizing our existence, the existence of trans people, the existence of queer people, the existence of gay people in general. That criminalization has been going on for centuries. And it has been ruining the lives of people. And I think it also might help people understand why a lot of people adhere to the born this way idea. Even though I don't generally argue that position. You can understand why people appeal to it, right? Because, hey, we can't help this. I argue one step further that we should not criminalize harmless activities, that we should not subject people to horrific treatment, to imprisonment, to beatings, just because it's not normal, just because it's not so-called natural, not because just because it's different than the norm. But you can see why people used it like that, why they were so desperate to please let it stop. Please. Judy Garland performed at gay bars in the 1950s, long before it was fashionable. Yep, correct. That is correct. I wish I was taught this in school. Me too. I really wish I was too. But I wasn't. Nuts asks, I don't mean to stunlock, but don't queer and trans cops deserve to celebrate their existence as well? What? If you put being a cop on the same level as being trans or being queer, then that's literally exactly the problem that we're talking about. Yeah, Born This Way appeared out of necessity. And guess what? Remember what I said about you don't have to use the choosing thing? People choose to be cops, and cops are violent. Cops do raids on gay people. Cops participate in enforcing laws blind to the justification of that law. So no. Yeah, and let's think. It's funny that you should ask that when we literally just talked about how the Stonewall raid, the raid on Stonewall that started Pride, was because of undercover cops. There were 4 undercover cops hiding, lying among the gay people in the Stonewall Inn. Somewhere over the rainbow. What a beautiful song. Sorry, somebody just brought up that song and I couldn't help but break into song. It's such a beautiful song. I believe what Nuts said was cops who are queer deserve to be at Pride because they are queer too. Look, no comment. You all can sort that between yourselves. No comment during the segment. I'm sorry, trans girl Lily. I'm sorry. Sorry to do that to you. But you deserved it. Anyway, yes. I fucked up my thing. It's okay. You'll be back soon, trans girl Lily. I know it was a joke. Okay, look. Oh my god. I was just trying to make a joke. Oh my god. There, you're free. You're free. I was just joking. I was just joking. My god. Okay, everybody. That's the segment. There you have it. Segment done. Bam. We did it. The first History Mama in months. Congratulations, everybody. You made it to the end. Was that... What did you think? Was it good? Was it good? Oh, I can tell you the next one. The next one is going to be about ballrooms and drag. That's going to be next Wednesday. You'd love to learn about how Stonewall morphed into pride parades? Oh, I can tell you. Stonewall morphed into pride parades because basically, yeah, we're doing ballrooms and drag next. Stonewall morphed into pride parades because basically there were so many demonstrations in the following weeks and in the following days that it became normal for gay people to protest constantly. Drexelian says, if I had learned anything about trans people in school, it would have saved years of my life I'll never get back. Me too. Yeah, don't worry. There's more content coming. Don't worry. We're going to talk about more things too. We got more shit to talk about. We're not even close to done with the stream. That was just, wow. Holy moly. I need a smoke. That was a lot. Just so you know, I did a lot of work to get that together. Yes, we are going to talk about the Compton cafeteria riots. That's another one of ours. Don't you worry. Don't you worry. We got more. Yeah. Wow. Okay. So, wow. Listen, all I'm saying is, whew, this took a lot of work and I was very, very nervous today. I was very nervous for this. Hope I didn't come off as defending cops' actions towards queer and trans community. Just to remind you that I don't care how disgusting one action. I refuse to dehumanize them, and so them as literally a villain, but a really misguided person, or some that was brainwashed to believing horrible shit. Okay, listen. Let me explain something. Painful Possum, thank you so much for the $5. It warms my heart to see a queer content creator teaching our history. Knowledge is power, people. Never forget the context behind current events. You know it. And this is going to be recorded. This video will be backed up in multiple locations. People will be able to revisit this video in the future. That's why I'm doing this. That's why I'm doing this. No, Destrohead. The cops had already left the bar at the time it was set on fire. Okay, let me explain something real quick. Hey, thank you very much, Choking on Ashes, for the 100 bits. Thank you so very much. Really appreciate that. I have shoe brain. I'm too sympathetic towards rightoids. Okay. Oh. No, I only have... No, wait. Tastiest Pizza. I only have to delete the Twitch VOD. I don't have to delete anything else. Net, I missed your sub. Let me grab it. Let me get it. Let me get it, Net. Hold on. Give me 1 second. Let me get it for you. It warms my heart. Oh, wait, hold on. Net, thank you for being you. Strong, kick-ass, awesome, honest, on and on and on. And in general, an amazing role model for the left. I'll do my best. I will do my very best. And Ellisum with the 5 tier 1 subs, thank you so very much. Thank you so very much. I really appreciate all of your generosity. Will I put sources in the video description? Yes, I will put my sources. I will link my document. It will be very good. Honestly, most of these sources, I was able to get most of them from the Wikipedia article with some help in pointing where to find them. Believe it or not, Wikipedia actually has really good citations. It's just finding the actual citations you want that can be difficult. Okay, so 2 things. First of all, let me explain something. We're going to have a quick talk, okay? Are you prepared? Are you ready? Are you ready to have a quick talk? Wikipedia is the world's most unreliable source? No, it isn't. It's actually one of the most reliable sources in the world. What are you talking about, Sindrake? Wikipedia literally rates higher in... Wikipedia has less errors by third-party fact-checkers than the literal encyclopedias. What are you fucking talking about? Wikipedia is a work of human majesty. I literally pay every single month to Wikipedia. Yes, I subscribe to Wikipedia. It's that good. Silent says, tell me if this sounds familiar. The Gay Liberation Front was established shortly after the Stonewall riots. Members of the Mattachine Society and Daughters of Bilitis who attended meetings found them to be notably chaotic. Observing the discussions about how to organize would regularly lead to arguments about how to overthrow capitalism. I posit PITP. Listen, let me explain ACAB, okay? Listen. The reason why people say ACAB and the reason why people say no cops at Pride, even if you're a gay cop, is because when you put on the badge, you are a cop first. Cops, by the way that the police is structured, look out for cops first. It is literally in their job to protect one another and to protect the upholding of the law before anything else. Okay? Okay? And the reason why people say that is because you will not be allowed to be a good cop. You can't be a good cop. The system does not allow it. And the story I always tell is one from the George Floyd protests in Minneapolis. I was watching a live stream of the George Floyd protests in Minneapolis, and a very, very well-spoken black woman activist, young black woman activist, was confronting a cop, okay? And the cop started to cry because the words that this activist was saying, talking about her dead family members who died to the police, the cop started to cry. The cop next to the cop that was crying picked up their radio, spoke into it, and the supervisor came out and took that cop off the line. And a cop who wasn't crying was replaced. That is why we say ACAB. Because if you are a good cop, you will not be a cop anymore. They will push you out. You will not be allowed to be there for very long. And you know that even Counterpoints talked about this, you know? Remember Counterpoints, the ex-cop right-winger, how he talked about how bad cops all protect each other and they slowly change the organization of police departments to favor them. They turn them into gangs. Counterpoints. He goes by Counterpoints now, doesn't he? Doesn't he go by Counterpoints? Trans Girl Lily says, my dad used to be a cop before he died, and he got fired from a job at a prison because he wouldn't clear another officer of misdoing. Yes, that happens all the time. That happens constantly. It's well documented in the United States. Please read up on this. Not to mention the fact that cops institutionally, literally protect capital. Let me explain something. Have you ever gone to like a Best Buy or a Fry's Electronics when those existed? Any of those? And you've seen a cop car out front? Do you want to know why that is? Do you want to know why there'll be a cop car in front of a big box store? It's because the big box store will say, hey, there's a lot of crime at our place. Can you make sure that a cop stays here to prevent the crime at our place? And the cops will go, yeah, sure. Because they need to catch crime to fit their quotas, to, have something to do. And it's pretty easy to just park your car in a parking lot and sit there all day and arrest anybody who you think is shoplifting or whatever. That's why all over the country, there are cops at every big box store. They literally serve corporations. Silent says, I remember Robert Evans talked about this. Robert Evans is a great journalist, by the way. One of the worst parts of cop training is that once you're out of academy, you get assigned to a cop in a precinct. And that cop trains every new cop at that precinct. So you have to do everything they say and everything they want you to do, or you're not going to become a cop. There's not really an oversight. You just get told how things are done. And if you don't fall in line, you don't get the job. Yep. Jade the Unicorn, why? I highly recommend being careful about that. Please, please. Being a cop is one of the things that I would say, literally, I think it might be worse. I actually think it's worse than being a soldier. The Walmart by me has armed cops walking around the store constantly. I can't even go there if I wanted to because of my fear and hatred of cops. I feel you on that. Oh my God, it took me 3 times to make this donation. Lol, love you, DM. Aqua, thank you so much for the $5. Destrohead 15, hi DM. After the stream, I'll try to study Quebecois and Canadian queer history to learn more about my history. Please do. Even if you just read Wikipedia articles, you will be more powerful than you can imagine. I'm serious. This shit will empower you. This shit will so empower you. You want to be the good cop? You won't be. You will be tortured. You will either not get the job and waste your time, or your life will be horrible until you fall in line. This is how these organizations go. You won't be a good cop. Good cops get fired, or good cops get reassigned. Do run for sheriff. Yes, there you go. Run for sheriff. That's a great idea. The sheriff is actually accountable to the people. You're not a hero. You're one person. Don't be a dupe. You will not change one of the most corrupt institutions in our country from the bottom up. It just will not happen. Hey mama, I got into the history career. This makes me want to really think to search more of Mexican queer history. Please do. Don't be a dupe might be the second, yeah, exactly. The second part of the IMPS code, I know. Maybe in a minute. Let's see. I want to take a second and enjoy my smoke and answer questions and chill for a second because, like, that was an intense segment for all of us, especially for me. That was really that was a lot. That was a lot, y'all. Just so you know. Gutter Snipe Hunt with the 666. Thank you so very much for the incredibly generous donation. Love the queer history, mama. Keep up the good work. You know it. You know I'm gonna. You know I'm gonna. This month is gonna be. We're making channel history. We're making queer channel history. Oh, Categoril, please ask on the Discord Categoril. Categoril, ask for that on the Discord. I don't have it on hand. Mama, could you explain why it's incorrect to say a person is born gay? Phantom Pirate with the 5 gifted tier 1 subs on Twitch. Thank you so very much, Phantom Pirate. I really appreciate that. Thank you so very much. Thank you so much. Yes, I can explain that. It's not necessary. Okay, listen. We don't know what makes anybody anything, okay? We don't know what makes somebody gay. We don't know what makes somebody straight. We might never know. And even if we did know, what would that tell us? What would that tell us? What would we know if we knew that, like, oh, being gay is not a choice? There's something in your brain that clicks over and makes you gay. Well, I mean, how is that any different from something that clicks over in your brain that makes you something else? How is that any different from something that makes you a writer, that makes you love writing, that makes you love music? I talked about this a couple of days ago. Imagine if it had been decided in our society that being a musician was bad, and you would be shamed and made fun of and not allowed to make music. Many of you are musicians and artists in my audience. Many of you understand how strong the urge to create something, to create art is, right? If you couldn't do that, or if you were punished for doing that, that would be a bad thing. But as far as we know, people aren't born writers. You're not essentially a writer. You know what I mean? Maybe you are. Maybe it's your destiny to be a writer, or maybe you choose to be a writer. For many people, they view that as a choice. You train yourself up, you pursue it, you learn how to write very well, and you create wonderful, wonderful art. How is that any different than being gay? Maybe we do make choices. Maybe there are choices that affect our sexuality. Inevitably, there are some, right? For example, you choose to engage in homosexuality, right? I mean, this is the problem, right? If it's just about being born this way, well, then you end up with a Catholic Church situation. For those who don't know, the Catholic Church has ruled that God does not make mistakes in creation. So if you are gay, God created you that way, and there's nothing wrong with what God created you as. However, it is wrong, according to the Catholic Church, to choose to engage in homosexuality. You can be gay by birth, but if you choose to engage in it, you are going to hell. You have committed a mortal sin. So I would argue that, well, maybe, but is there really that much of a difference, Android Covenant? Is there really that much of a functional difference? I would argue that we don't know what makes us gay, trans, musicians, whatever. Oh, thank you very much, Nuts. Nuts says, the Stonewall Riot history segment is easily one of your best. It's clear you put in a ton of effort for this. I did. Thank you. I've been thinking about this for a long time, and I crunched really hard today to make sure that it would happen. But anyway, whatever you are, if you are not harming people, if you are not doing anything that is bad, that is demonstrably bad, why should we punish it? Why should we make it illegal? Why should we look at it as bad? It's like the born this way argument basically says that it's okay for our society to function on the naturalistic fallacy. Are you familiar with the naturalistic fallacy? I hate to be a fallacy quoter, but the naturalistic fallacy is basically when you claim that something is wrong because it's not natural. But everything is not natural. Glasses are not natural. My clothes are not natural. And nothing is natural. So I would argue that this is a bad framework, a bad moral framework. And I would say that we should try and think about things as to the outcomes of those actions, as opposed to whether or not they're intrinsically bad or incapable. Why should being gay be a matter of, oh, I'm so sorry that I'm stuck this way? We should be proud of being gay. I am gay. For whatever reason, whether I chose it or not, I am gay. And that is okay. It is good. It is beautiful. It is not harmful. It brings good things into the world. I would be okay. Yes, I argue that it would be okay to be queer even if it was a choice. Even if it was a choice to be trans you just wanted to do it just for fun. It would still be reasonable. And something that I would hope that all of you would take away from all of this, that all of you would take away from all of this, is that the law is often unjust. The laws that are written in are not the decider of everything. For most of American history, it was okay for the state to kill you for being gay. I think that is a disgusting, disgusting precedent. And now you understand why I'm so critical of state power and why I believe it is incredibly important to check state power. Talon RK1 says, do you think the reason that a big majority of people are cis and straight is because our society pushes people towards the norm? Yes. There's an abundance of data that shows that there are way more gay people than we think, that there are way more bisexual people, that a lot of people have homosexual attraction, even if they don't identify as gay, because the punishment is so high in our society. There are so many closeted people. Also, oh, thank you, Ash KLW. Much love to you as well. Fawn says, my mom is bi and didn't come out until she was in her 40s. Yeah, for her entire life, everyone assumed that your mom was straight. But she wasn't. She wasn't straight the entire time. Yes. Yes. There was another question I was supposed to answer, but I forgot it now. If somebody who I didn't answer your question remembers it, repost it, and I'll try to answer. Certain institutions are better than others, Demon Mama. I know ballet is way worse than other dance forms, for example, when it comes to pride. Yeah, of course, absolutely. There's all kinds of variance and complexity in this. All kinds of variance and complexity. Dango Bangle with the $5. Breaking news, I have been suspended from Reddit. Our tanky jerk was taken over by tankies calling for explicit violence against people unprovoked, and they mass reported my account. I'm really sorry to hear that, Dango Bangle. Wow, that is really rough. VPN might help. I hear VPNs make Reddit mods reconsider their behaviors. The other annoying thing is that the assumption that sexuality is binary. For the longest time, I thought I was gay, but I struggled because I was also attracted to girls and couldn't understand it. Yeah, listen, like I say this all the time that I'm a reluctant bi or a reluctant pan. The truth is that there are men that I find attractive. I just predominantly find femmes attractive. And that makes me gay most of the time. But if we're being completely honest here, there's more to it than that. Anyway, we'll not get into that. Do you have any recommended resources for learning more about LGBTQ history? Not offhand, but I want to make a document about that. What about the idea that if queerness was accepted as the norm, the majority of people would be bi-pan? I unironically believe that. I actually think that's true. Yeah. I do believe that's true, by the way. Lady Kelgana says, I'm a bi-trans woman, but when I was an egg, I was identifying as heteroflexible. There you go. There's a prevalent myth that pansexual people don't have preferences. Yes, that's very silly. Republicans do that, but pan people still have preferences. They just don't care as much about gender. Angel Dust says, I don't enjoy having to talk about religion because even in queer communities, there are a lot of different takes, but for someone who was raised Christian, I battled my faith most of my childhood. I settled on believing there are many different interpretations of the Bible and that regardless of what the Bible said and who wrote it, one thing was consistent. in your according to this belief, Jesus died for our sins, and if being gay or trans was a sin, Jesus died for our acceptance. That is what we call liberation Christianity, or Christian liberation. I think that's a good one. Oh, I'm so sorry, Dango Bangle. Just make an alt. Why shouldn't left-leaning people join the police? Even if it results in us being fired or denied, it's still worth pushing the political norm that cops are conservatives. They are conservatives, and they will continue to be conservatives. You're hurting yourself. The reason why I don't advocate left-leaning people joining the police is because I don't think that I think they're going to waste their own time. They won't get in, and I mean, if you have all the money in the world to spare and you want to try and do it, go for it, please. Please go for it. I just don't advise it personally. I'm bisexual and bigender, so I'm a Canadian double-double. Yeah, some crows. We have a lot of crows in my neighborhood. Sorry, liberation theology. Yes, thank you. No, the crows are happy. They're saying pride, 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 pride. I am blessed with the crows. Indeed, I am. I think it is, but listen. What's a crow? A bird. Like a bird. They're really cool birds. They're my friends there, Silax. They're my friends. A corvid. A burb. A corvid. A raven. Well, they're different. Crows have fat heads and ravens have smooth heads. You prefer ravens? Well, ravens have smooth heads. Are ravens usually bigger? Well, it's their feathers, not their skulls, I think, Jazz Dog. Why are we talking about crows? Because there was one out the window that was crowing at me. There was one standing on the rail outside my window. There's like a pathway. There's like a walking path outside my window, like a I don't even know how to describe it. Like a balcony, I guess. Like that. There's a crow out there. Okay, there's a crow out there. All right, Jesus Christ. Y'all. Inhale, please. You're wasting the joint. It's not a joint. Don't worry, Rainborough. It's a clove. It's fine. I'm not wasting it. Don't worry. I would never waste a joint. Are you fucking kidding me? Never waste it. But I don't smoke joints on stream. I don't like to. Ever. Rainborough. I'm not smoking a joint. It's not a joint. I know. It's not a joint. I gotcha. I promise. Artemis with the tier 2 sub, thank you so very much. Gay thriving, trans thriving, NB thriving, lesbian thriving, gay thriving, bi thriving, pan thriving, queer thriving, ace thriving. Happy Pride, y'all. Indeed. Indeed. I know, backseat smokers. Holy shit, you people. Holy shit, you people. Okay. Did you know if you feed a flock of crows, they will protect you and it will be passed down generations? If you anger them, they will seek out and harass you, also through generations. In short, they remember. Yes, they do. Oh, fucking yes, they do. Lonnie says, hi, I haven't made it to many streams lately since Zan's parents have been visiting. Hey, great to see you, Lonnie. So happy. They smoke so much weed. Of course they do. Of course they do. Yep, I know how smart corvids are. I know. They know faces. I know. I know. That's not the worst problem, Lonnie. That's not the worst problem. Not the worst problem to have. You want to watch this speech? Let's watch this speech together. Somebody sent me a really cool speech and recommended it. Let's watch a speech together. Let's be moved by a speech, shall we? Here we go. This is Sylvia Rivera. Y'all better quiet down. from the 1973 Gay Pride Rally in New York City. Let's watch it. Here we go. Let's watch it. Wait a second. There's a problem. There's a problem. Yes, there's a problem. Which is as follows. There we go. No. Uh-oh. Hold on a second. We got a problem. We got an audio problem. Okay, speakers, USB audio, codec. Why? What is happening here? Apologies. Give me a second here. What am I doing wrong? So this, oh, here we go. I've discovered it. I know what's going wrong. I figured it out. Yes. There we go. Okay. So here we go. Hold on. I got it. This has to come in from... Hold on. No. What? Test. Okay, hold on. What is going on here? Okay, hold on a second. Sorry, I'm having some issues. My audio is such a mess. I'm so frustrated with this. I need to figure out what the hell's going on. So that part is correct. That part, the output is the correct part. But where is the input having the issue? It's here, right? Wow, what is going on? Why is it like this? This should be this one. Let's try and do this. And then we should have the cable output. This audio should be coming through the cable output. Oh my God, this is so frustrating. I'm so sad. I'm very sorry that this is a little bit messy. I don't know what the hell's going on with it. It doesn't seem to be going in at all, which is very odd. Okay, no, that's correct. There we go. I got it. Okay, let's try it again. For real? All right. Well, I'm struggling with this, so I guess we're not... I mean, I need this to continue, but I don't know what's going wrong with it. I don't know what's happening with my audio setup right now. VB audio virtual cable. Okay. Is that not the right one? VB audio virtual cable. That should be bringing that in. So this should be the one, right? God, this is so... I'm so sorry. This is a computer problem. Yeah, tech support stream, apparently. I don't know what I've done wrong. I've been having like a hell of an issue with my audio setup lately. Very, very frustrating and extremely disappointing. So the output device should go to this, which then will route into one of these. So we want, here we go, desktop audio. Let's grab this one. And it's not working. God, I am so... No, I already did that. I've already reset everything. I just don't know why it's not actually going through. It doesn't seem to be picking up anything, and I don't really know why. I'm guessing that something must have fucked up earlier today when I was trying to set up everything for today. Let's take a look. Ah, here we go. Hold on a second. Hold on a second. Hold on a second. I might have figured it out. Oh no. Oh no, it's totally busted. Okay. What did I do? We're losing viewers now. Fuck me. What an unfortunate chain of events. So that should be going into there. This should be coming in from USB. Is this the problem? Is it? It's just not even pulling it in at all. Okay, well, I guess it's broken. Could I start streaming from my main PC? No, not during the middle of one. Yeah, I'll try and do. Well, the problem is that if I don't fix this, we can't really watch anything on stream. I won't be able to show anything. And I don't know how I'm gonna get audio so I can do the interview, unless maybe Discord is working. Let me test something. Hey, BearScare, can you hear me? If you're able to hear me, let me know.
Can you hear me?
Yes, I can. And now, okay, so I'm able to get Discord audio from you. Can you talk again one more time?
Yeah, it looks like I'm not on push to talk. I'm just on free speech. Yeah.
Okay, excellent. Oh, okay, so this is working for Discord. Okay, so we're going to be able to do Discord then. We won't be able to do videos yet. I will have to figure out what is going wrong with my setup that is allowing Discord to work, but not anything else, which is very confusing, and I wish I understood it, but I don't. So
it's an issue for another time.
The default, okay, so that should be going that way. I can't change. Oh my god, it's totally busted. This is so frustrating. Okay, well, at least I can do this. We can talk, though. We can talk, okay? So that's good. Let me pull you into the official stream call-in, and let's do this segment, because I think we got all of the... I don't think it's a browser issue, unfortunately. We'll solve this.
Yeah, it sounds like a whatever streaming platform you're using. Not stream, but the system. You know
Let me pull you into stream call-in real quick. 1 second. Sorry about all of the back and forth. Let me just get your... let me get this up real quick, and I'm going to get the guest text. Do you want me to put you up as BearScareBeauty?
Yeah, for sure. And then I'll introduce... Is it cool if I just plug my stuff a little bit?
Of course it is. Absolutely. Pronouns?
He, him.
All right, excellent.
I know,
okay,
boring.
No. Those are the classics. That's what we call them here. We
yeah,
call them we call them the classics. Yeah, the classics, exactly. He him is a classic. It's old school. We appreciate it. We love
it's
it.
real old guard.
Yeah, listen, look, as somebody who deeply appreciates very good, delicious vanilla ice cream, I can appreciate very delicious, and I know that's ironic given what we're about to talk about. But yeah, let's make this happen. We were gonna watch a speech before we did this, but I think it would actually be super cool for us to have our discussion now, and it seems very fitting following on the tails of our discussion about Stonewall, which you were very helpful in sending your input and your the information that I may have missed in my studies, and I ended up synthesizing research that was given to me from you, from Silent, and from Doe, and it really helped me make this something helpful and good. So I hope that. I hope that it came out well, but thank you very much for that.
Yeah.
And if you'd like to just introduce yourself, plug your stuff, give us an idea of who you are and, what you're here to talk about, and then we'll get right into it.
Oh yeah, for sure. So I am BearScareBeauty, spelled here same way on every platform: Twitch, Twitter, Instagram, YouTube. I am a special effects and beauty makeup artist, and I freelance in the kind of Oregon, Washington area. And then so if you go to twitch.tv/BearScareBeauty, you can see me. I am wearing a leather shirt, spiked harness, and then to the camera right of me, I have my adorable little dog mask.
Aww. See? Adorable little dog mask. Yes.
Exactly. There's nothing harmful about him.
I think it's safe to say that we're going to be talking about kink. Yes.
A little bit.
Yeah. So we're gonna get into kink a little bit. This has been a topic that has been basically raging on and on and on, to the degree that I have already been invited to another kink debate. I don't know if I'll go, but I have been invited. So I figured it would be very, very beneficial for us to have this conversation in the context of everything else that we've discussed today. If you could plug your stuff before we go any further, that'd be grand.
Yeah. Wait. Hold on. Did I not?
Oh, you already plugged your socials. Did you have like a website or anything like that you wanted to plug? Sorry.
No.
I realized you already did your socials, but
no
Okay.
website, just socials.
all right. Sick.
Okay. No, you're good. You're good.
Okay,
I was
cool.
like, wait a minute.
Yes, sorry about that. I always, I do my socials and then I do my website. Because the website is like the one that people, neither here nor there.
Yeah.
All right.
No. I totally understand. I was plugging your website too on every Discord I'm in. I'm like, watch her right now. She's doing a great educational history.
Yay!
So.
Well, I mean, I'm glad that that people seem to have enjoyed it. I hope that the video does well. I'm sure it will. My last HistoryMama did very well. That was a long time ago. What's that?
Oh, I'm sorry. Sorry, people are following me, so I just said thank you for joining this sleuth.
Yeah. Go ahead and give BearScareBeauty a follow. BearScare has been a part of our community for a while now and has been spending time on the Discord, all kinds of stuff, which is super pog. So yeah, all right. Well, hit us with what you want to talk about. Let's get right into it, because I'm super interested to talk with you about all this.
Oh yeah, for sure. Well, I'm glad that you had me on a little later in the discourse, because I was malding super hard. I was
Fair enough.
I'm glad that we had a little bit of cool down time. But
a little
yeah,
bit.
so,
I don't know if everybody's cooled down yet. Some people have, for sure. It's definitely not at the fever. I guess it has. It isn't quite at the fever pitch it was. It still seems pretty intense though.
People are not trolling as hard on Twitter as they were. So I am.
Oh, it was so bad, wasn't it? Jesus.
Holy shit. Okay, so let me collect myself for a minute. What we're going to be talking about for the most part here is going to be the history of kink, and I feel like I kind of want to nail this down a little bit before we start. What people are referring to as kink right now is largely just the greater leather community. But saying the phrase leather community is a lot more respectful sounding than kink shit.
Yeah. Oh, they love that. They love to put those two words together. Kink shit is like the two words that they love. Oh, they just fucking glue them together. It's like, oh yeah, it's kink shit. It's the kink shit. It's the kink shit.
Yeah.
I mean, hell, I even do that in a non like denigrating way. I'm like, oh yeah, we're all cool with kink shit here. But people love to put those two words together. But yeah, I mean, I think you bring up a good point, which is that there is a community. There is a legitimate community that has been going on for a long time around things like kink. And specific kinks.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
Oh yeah. And that's the thing. Like the broader term of kink in this regard, it's so vacuous, anomalous. It could mean everything, it could mean nothing. Right?
Yeah. Right.
So that's kind of hard to nail down. When you've been pressing these people on it though, they're very much they try to obfuscate what they're really talking about, right?
Right.
And I mean, we've been talking about. Sorry. Go on.
Oh, sorry. No. On that, I wanted to say that was one of my biggest frustrations about the initial wave of discourse. Some of the debate panels that I watched, a lot of them, I was, I am very plugged into this space. And one of the frustrations with it, nobody really seemed to know exactly what they were talking about. And as a result, the vagueness basically ended up we touched on some of that today, that the vagueness of the laws, the way that these words are chosen are they become incredibly detrimental, not just to the discourse, but to people's lives. So yeah,
absolutely. And then just to kind of press on that a little bit more, BDSM is actually illegal in some places.
Yes, it is.
Because they choose not to differentiate between spousal abuse and consensual sexual play, and it's an intentional separate or mis-separation of the two in attempt to really push these and push the rhetoric that we are degenerates. People love that word, degenerates. We're causing
deviants or any of those.
We're the degenerates destroying Western society.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. Correct.
Whew.
Yeah.
So, now that there's a little bit out of the way, I'll just kind of rifle off where I'm coming from. So, I've been involved in the leather and BDSM community since I was 18. I'm 28 now, bordering on 29, so almost 11 years. My partner is actually watching us, and I'm collared to him, and I'm really glad that on one of your last streams you brought up the wedding ring argument.
Yeah.
I tried to use that. Yeah. Fantastic argument. It makes so much sense, right?
Yeah, it does. I mean, there is especially in the modern context, a lot of people don't know that it was during the 50s that major differentiations were made in women's versus men's wedding rings. Previously it was a much more mutual, there's already all kinds of, I talked about this during my segment about this, about how it is literally the tradition that the wedding ring comes from is from the Bible of submitting to your husband. People will say, oh, but that's mutual ownership. Well, there are all types of mutual ownership. Many people who are collared would argue that that is a mutual ownership, that they have somebody who has collared them, and that the person who's collared them has somebody who they collared. Like that is just as much as a wedding ring. And especially now, we have gender-specific styles of rings that indicate, the delicate beauty of the woman's ring and the strong stoic masculinity of the simple wedding band that shows that like the man is the dominant one and the woman is the beautiful thing to be cherished and protected. That is, in my opinion, I see no difference between that and a leash and collar. There's, in my mind, no difference besides just the popularity of one versus the other.
And that's when I tried to because I made that argument on day fucking one. Onion, who's in your Discord, saw it. They saw it. No, but I made that argument, and the response I got back was, well, a wedding ring is socially acceptable now.
Okay. And,
I was like,
and I hate that argument. And the socially acceptable argument, like as this entire section that we just did on Pride shows, it has never been socially acceptable to be gay. It has never ever been socially acceptable to be gender non-conforming. So why would we ever use quote unquote social acceptability as the basis for our arguments on these things?
No, exactly. And we shouldn't, because that's like, we're counterculture. Being queer is kind of inherently a counterculture in a sense.
Yeah, I would argue in a
Like-
lot of ways, yes. I mean, that's sort of where the term comes
Yeah.
from, right? Is that you are
Yeah.
not normal, that you are very different from whatever the social consensus is on a particular issue.
Yeah, exactly. And so, like I said, where I'm coming from, and kind of what I was talking about in your Discord and everything like that, is I do have intergenerational knowledge of the kink and leather community.
fucking
My
awesome.
partner is almost twice my age, and then I'm actually friends with long-term survivors. My oldest friend is 86,
Oh my god.
and he's been in the leather community since he was anomalous age, 18 or
Yes.
younger, maybe. You know, we don't really know.
Yeah.
And I've heard horror stories, essentially.
Yeah, well, I mean, of course, there are all kinds of like things, and this is one of the problems of communities being pushed under the table, is that it makes when a community is forced into the shadows, it makes abuse that people are supposedly so worried about more likely, not less likely. It makes it more likely. Like people virtue signal over, oh, we don't want children to be exposed to this and children to be exposed to that. But if things are happening only in the shadows, then that is the worst place for things to happen. Like of any type. We had this conversation even the other day when I was watching this unbelievable right-wing rant against the concept of consent, and I'm just like, the worldview is just so distorted, and I hate to see lefties lean in on that. I hope that changes, but I think we have a long way to go still.
Yeah. I like the phrase that you used in the shadows, because one of my, once again, friends who I think he's bordering on 73 now, talked about the old phrase for what the kinky people did was what we do in the dark.
Yeah, of course. Yep.
That's
I've heard that. Yes.
Yeah, they would meet in like the basements of bars and shit like that, and play out all these scenes. And real quick, I want to address something that I just saw in your chat. Somebody said, I didn't know leather's been around that long. Fun fact, the leather subculture started in vast popularity after World War II, when people kind of fetishized coming back from the war, fetishized the biker culture and the biker leather that evolved in World War II. And a lot of the people that came back were kind of discovering their sexuality and didn't really understand what the quote-unquote modern queer sexuality was. And it was kind of an inherent rebel against it, because what became normalized, especially from the Matashin society at the time, was the kind of effeme, non-threatening queers. And the leather subculture was, and it was kind of toxic at the beginning, because it was supposed to be like manly men doing manly things.
Yeah. Mask for mask type stuff.
Yes, yeah. And so that's kind of one of those things, like it has definitely evolved since then, but it started with a bunch of shell-shocked, confused vets that wanted strict, rigorous, like, protocol within their sexual play, and that's what it was. It was protocol, develop, play. You are sir, I am sub or boy, or whatever you want to call them.
Yeah.
I make
That's sort
rules.
of like safe hierarchy, right? Like a hierarchy that can be that is consensual and can be done for benefit and not because of coercion.
Exactly. And that's what a lot of this hinges on, is called power exchange. So if you are the sub, you actually hold a great amount of power in the relationship, because you get to say no.
Correct.
You get to say stop. So in a lot of ways, you control the power in the relationship, but the exchange there is that you're giving it up to the dom. You're letting the dom take that power.
Symbolically, yes.
Yeah, exactly. So that's the power exchange is it's very consent driven. It's there's a lot of love involved too, which I think is really weird that people seem to have this idea that kink is just like disgusting self-gratification in perverse ways, right?
No, I mean, okay, when I first, now again, you know my past, I grew up super Christian, et cetera, so I didn't have much contact with any of this stuff. But when I went to college, the first contact I had with kink ever was a kink group that had a handbook. They had an entire handbook about all of the rules that they do to ensure that people's consent is protected and that people do not become the victim, even though the actions that they were describing are things like knives, ropes, locks, severe bondage, sensory deprivation, wax play, these things that are potentially very dangerous. And yet, despite all of that, the entire organization is set up around building mutual trust and mutual, what's the word? Like checks on one another's powers so that nobody gets hurt, so that nobody is exploited. It's actually wild. People have this idea of like, oh, these kink communities are just like, they're just like wild orgies. It's actually quite the opposite. They're quite orderly. They're very orderly.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. Well, and so a little more since we got to the wild orgy part. I actually help host quote unquote dungeon parties.
There you go.
Bi-monthly or monthly. And it is really funny because, I mean, it is a lot of people fucking there. But, I mean, I walk around and the hosts walk around and we are literally checking in on people. We're like,
yep.
Hey, everybody doing okay?
For a very like visual idea, the group that that group that I mentioned before, at one point they asked me to help edit their handbook, and one of the systems that they had developed, that this is not like they didn't invent it. Other groups have done this, but they helped, they implemented it, is this idea of wristbands. So when you go to the party, they have 3 different wristbands. They have green for go, which means unless I explicitly tell you to stop, I am okay with whatever. So somebody who's very open, and they would wear a green wristband. A yellow is always ask first, and a red is do not even approach me. I just want to vibe. Like, don't ask me anything, don't do anything to me, don't ask me anything. And so that was a system that they had in place that some people like don't even know exists, but this is literally commonplace among groups, something along those lines, whether it's a wristband rule system. And there are people who will, at these sort of events, whether it's a party like you mentioned, or whether it's a meetup for educational things like how to tie ropes and stuff, they will go out of their way to have people who are there whose only job is to make sure that everybody else is following the rules of consent and nobody is feeling uncomfortable. They will usually have rooms to the side where people can go and sit and catch their breath and whatever. There is an incredible amount of attention paid to the mental and psychological well-being of everyone involved. And and that is, to me, the way that people talk about BDSM specifically, but kink in general, is so at odds with the reality of it.
Yeah. No, absolutely true. And it's we provide snacks. We have a snack table. But it is really interesting though. It's just, and sorry if I feel like I'm rambling a little bit. I have a list of things, so I'm trying to like kind of hit my points, but I also just kind of wanted to talk about this.
Please.
But yeah, it's just it is very interesting that we have the public perception of kink and leather and everything like that, which is vastly derived from dishonest media, like old movies or like television shows and things like that.
Or jokes.
Yes, comedy.
Yes.
Yeah, exactly. Right. So it's, people have a very perverted view of what being a pervert is.
Of course.
But
yeah, I mean, it's funny how that word is used, right?
Oh yeah. Oh my God. Pervert, degenerate. I mean, Jesus Christ. My personal Discord is called the Degenerate Power Hour.
Yeah, but a lot of people reclaim it. I'm one of those people who believes in sort of reclaiming that carefully.
Yeah, yeah.
I
Oh,
know
yeah.
I know that by any standard that could be put on me by any of the right-wing people arrayed against us, that I would be considered a degenerate and have been called it many times.
Yeah, no, exactly. And that's the thing. That's the thing that really I found very bothersome. Not just, but whatever's beyond bothersome. It
Infuriating?
terrified me.
Yeah.
It terrified me to hear people start throwing around that kinky people are pedophiles fucking in front of children at Pride. They're degenerates. And that was just flippantly like, "Oh, you're a pedo. You're a pedophile. Oh my god." And it's like, "Whoa, whoa, whoa. Hold on. You're using the argument that has been classically used since like the goddamn 1800s and earlier,
Right.
that people that are quote unquote not normal in their sexuality are a danger to our children and society, and they were labeled degenerates and they
Right.
were labeled pedophiles as a way to scare the masses and pass things like sodomy law."
Yeah, or like we discussed today, the allowing for those laws to have such horrifying consequences as death, life imprisonment, castration,
God.
all kinds of
Yeah.
things.
Oh my god, chemical castration, yeah, life imprisonment in psych wards, literal torture, literal
Right.
electrodes, lobotomy. Sorry, there's going to be a lot of trigger warning on this. I'm sorry,
yeah.
I should have made that a little earlier. But yeah, like literal lobotomies.
Right.
Like,
Yeah.
it's and that was one of those things that the second I started hearing that, because I mean, the Kink of Pride Discord happens every year. It's happened since the 80s, right?
Yeah, yeah,
Like,
it has. Yeah, I've seen it. I mean, I've been out for 10 years, and well, more than 10 years now, but actually, yeah, 11 years now, and I've seen it 11 years in a row. Every single year it happens.
yeah.
Some years it's worse than others. This year is about the worst I've seen it recently, in recent memory at least.
Yeah.
But yeah.
No,
Did you want to
exactly.
talk a little bit about the sort of history of involvement in activism that kink communities have had, like the leather community has had? Because I think that a lot of people would be super, super interested in hearing that.
Yes. Yeah. Sorry. That's why it kind of came on and I rambled.
No. That's totally fine. That's my job, is to facilitate the direction of the conversation, etc. I ramble a lot myself, so don't worry about it, even in the slightest.
Thank you. So, yeah, I just got stun locked here. The history of the leather community and activism. So, the leather community have always been the leather and drag community have really always been the aggressors, because they're larger than life personalities, right? Like, are you
Right.
going to beat a drag queen that's meek and reserved and shy? Most likely not. I mean, in their personal life, maybe, but as their drag persona.
Right.
And
Yeah,
that's
not frequently. Yeah.
Yeah.
Tend to
And
be
that's
pretty
kind of what-
bombastic. Yep.
Exactly. Shocking. There's big personalities in drag, right?
It's very showy. Yeah.
Exactly. And that's partially what the leather community is too. Is it's a little bit for show. Obviously, that's something that people can live in their daily lives, just like drag queens can. But part of it is to have this kind of larger than life personality that you get to be. I am sorry. I did forget about drag kings. I should have just said the drag community. Sorry, you are right, because drag kings do exist and are
Yes, they do.
also larger than life.
Yeah. True.
Exactly. And sorry, I do say the leather community, so I should be more conscious about saying the drag community. That is correct. But yeah, so that is the larger than life persona that you get to display and you get to kind of live vicariously through. So they've always been kind of the battering ram, if you will, because they are generally considered the less acceptable people in activism. It kind of gives the like you're a little too much. We'll kind of type thing.
Yeah,
It makes people uncomfortable.
You'll agitate for our rights, and then we'll pretend, you get to take the fall when the repercussions come back.
A little bit, yeah, but
Yeah.
then these communities have always been the ones that show up. Yeah. Hold on. Did somebody just named Twunk join the sleuth? Did I just hear
Oh my
that?
god.
Okay.
Got a twunk?
Fabulous.
Oh my god.
Fabulous
How fitting.
twunk.
How fitting.
But yeah, so they've really been an aggressive force, which is great, which is fantastic because everybody needs the aggressors.
Aggressive?
So
Make-
aggressive?
what?
No.
Yeah.
Abrasive? No.
Here on the Demon Mama channel? No.
Oh no.
Yeah.
So I'm a bit of a himbo too, so I
There you go.
I'm all over the place.
There
But
you go. It's fine. It's all good. We love our himbos
my
here.
doc.
Don't you worry.
Himbo solidarity.
Yeah, himbo. Exactly. Exactly. Yeah.
So-
So, yeah. Go ahead, please.
Oh yeah, that's kind of one of the things is they've also been really prominent in like sex works and things like that. Please talk about how society still oppresses BDSM people, especially those who are outed. Oh my god. Yeah, we'll get to that.
Don't you worry.
Yeah.
Don't you worry.
Okay. So we're gonna move past Stonewall because you got it. You nailed it, right?
Thank you. Thank you.
So yeah, it's kind of the thing. We'll move into kind of the AIDS crisis. Excuse me. So
you.
within when AIDS started, nobody knew what it was, and in fact, I believe it was the first 2 deaths that got reported on were just called gay cancer.
Yep.
Because
then it
people
was
only thought it
GRID,
was
right?
for gay people. Yeah. Then it was GRID. So that was one of the things that it really was just, only gay people can catch the gay cancer or the GRID. And as it started to progress in society, the specifically gays obviously were blown to the wayside. They were the trash on the cyclone fence on the side of the highway, right?
Mm-hmm.
And that's kind of how they were treated. And there were a lot of activists that started working, like ACT UP. ACT UP was amazing. ACT UP, hold on, I have the acronym somewhere.
Yeah, I have it here too.
Yeah,
I always forget it. Yeah, it goes. Hold on a second. I got this here. Wait a minute. Where is
Please.
it? No, wait. Where did I put it? Hold on a second.
I know, I'm trying to control F.
Here we go. AIDS Coalition to Unleash Power.
Thank you. And their entire thing was literally just fight, aggress, throw paint on people, hang banners from fucking buildings, like break into buildings and hang banners from them. That was their whole thing. And there were a bunch of leather people in ACT UP, and there were a bunch of leather people literally taking to the streets, called bikeless gangs or bikerless gangs. And they were, because leather is obviously quote unquote kink, they were very kinky. They had the whole idea that sex is a hot commodity. Sex is always going to be a hot commodity. And we are not going to stop fucking. So do you know what we're going to do? We're going to try new ways. Try new things. We're going to get creative. We're going to lube up these hands and get to work, you know?
Yeah, exactly.
And that was the thing.
It's that it is the idea that like, I mean, first of all, there is, of course, when removed from the idea of like political struggle, there's a natural curiosity. It is a huge part of sex is a huge part of our lives. It is a huge part of our identities, whether we frequently think about it that way or not. It is a huge part of our society. So it seems not just natural, but rational to believe that we would pursue interesting ways to enjoy sex, interesting and safe ways to enjoy sex, interesting and creative ways to enjoy sex.
Yeah, no, fist bump for the fisties with you. But yeah, and that's like, and there was also a huge explosion of paraphilia during this time, because there were people that weren't only kind of pushing the limits of what the human body can do during non-genitalia penetrative organ sex and figuring out that Crisco wasn't just for pies, but also that people can be attracted to items, right? Like people boot worship, like things like that, and that was a form of sexual gratification that wasn't necessarily fluid transfer, because once people started figuring out that it was bodily fluid transfer, blood, sexual fluids,
Yeah.
things like that. That's when people started trying to figure out ways to combat this.
Yeah, some people talk about this. I think I find this to be a dreadfully sterilized term, but outer course, it's called. Things that don't, like, basically anything that falls out of penetrative sex, which is a huge amount of sex, by the way, falls outside of just penetrative sex. God, there's so much, and not even just for queer people, but especially, especially for queer people. I mean, after all, if there's a whole bunch of things I could talk about how, the queer community is, socially traumatized in a lot of ways. They're judged. There's complications.
Yeah.
Sometimes especially in the past, before medications were easily available, it could become very easy to unintentionally get like erectile dysfunction or something like that. Or if you have something like vaginismus, which is like the right? Did I say that right? Yeah.
Wait, hold on. I'm sorry. Vaginismus, that if I don't have sex once a year, it closes up?
What? No, I don't think so. I think I said the right term.
Sorry.
Right?
That was a term that a comedian used.
Oh, no. I think it's a real term, if I'm not mistaken.
Hold on.
And it refers to when you have involuntary muscle spasms that make sex painful.
Oh my God, no,
mistaken.
I'm sorry. You're totally right. I am so sorry, but a comedian did use that in that term. I am so sorry.
Yeah, no worries. But that's what I was talking about. Like, there's a lot of people, performance anxiety, trauma. Sometimes it's totally, it's not even trauma or anxiety related. It's just something that is completely physiological. And like those sorts of things can lead to you being more interested in quote unquote outer course, which again, I think that term is relatively sanitized, but whatever, it serves its purpose.
Oh yeah, well, so a hand job is considered sodomy too. So if you're gay, giving somebody a hand job, you can go to prison for sodomy. And I have a list here. I have a list here. As of 2018, girl, where'd you go? Hold on.
That's all right. Take your time.
Looking at a doc about gay sex and searching the word sodomy. Oof.
Well, see, real quick, while you look for that, let me just answer this question. Rioma, how do they prove that you gave somebody a hand job? Well, sometimes they might have a photo. Sometimes a cop might have seen you doing it, or something like that. If, like, I don't know, you went to Makeout Ridge or something like that, and you just happened to fucking get caught or something. Sometimes it could be something like they don't need to. We talked about this earlier on in the history of persecution, of like criminalization in the past. You don't even have to be convicted for it to ruin your life, and they know that. If you get arrested and you're arrested on a charge of homosexuality or perversion or whatever, that gets published in a newspaper in many places, and your life is ruined. So just wanted to answer that while you were finding your document.
Oh yeah. So sodomy is illegal in Alabama, Florida, Georgia, Idaho, Louisiana, Maryland, Massachusetts, Michigan, Minnesota, Mississippi, North Carolina, Oklahoma, South Carolina, and let's see, Kansas, Kentucky, and Texas. That is 16 states that sodomy is illegal in, and it varies from legality based on what you're doing and who you're fucking.
Correct.
Mostly if you're gay, you're gonna have some kind of sentence.
Yep.
But that's 16 states that giving somebody a hand job, anal sex, is illegal. Dildos, like you mentioned earlier, vibrators, illegal.
Yep. In many of those states. Yep.
Illegal.
Mr. Paul Bright from chat says the Supreme Court overruled that in 2003. It's legal everywhere in the U.S. now. That's not entirely true. Keep in mind that you will still have to appeal. You can still be arrested on state grounds, and you can appeal to the federal level to have it overturned. But that is still a costly and painful process, and you might get held in a jail in the meantime. So it's not so simple as saying that, oh, it was overturned, that means
Yeah.
that it's solved. I mean, this is the same issue that we have in the reverse with drug laws, where states have legality, but
Yeah,
technically
God.
the feds can still bust you.
That's actually my partner. Mr. Paul Bright is my partner.
Oh, cool.
Yeah. But so just to him as well, this is a list that I found stating that this was found in 2020, that it's illegal in those states still. So that's kind of weird, and I guess it's a gray area where it depends, but so that's worrisome.
Yeah.
So yeah, back onto leather and activism. Once again, in the AIDS crisis, they were kind of pivotal in that, especially because they were loud. They were quite literally the ones that always showed up. So this is a quote from one of my friends, MP, 86 years old. So he said, we didn't really get along with the queens, and by that he's meaning drag queens, but they sure as shit showed up, and we always showed up. And they're the ones that always showed up to protest in front of courthouses, be in meetings and things like that. They were the ones that would always show up.
Yeah.
Obviously, there were others, but they were the reliable ones because, I mean, are you shitting me? A drag queen? I'm going to wear some high heels and get arrested for it.
Yeah, exactly.
Like,
you have a lot to you have a lot to lose. There are, I mean, and this is something that we're seeing right now, right? Which is that, like,
Yes.
Trans people, for example, whether we like it or not, we have been made the forefront of the conversation, specifically trans women who have this unbelievable amount of visibility, which is, again, a great blessing in some ways and a great curse in others. But as a result, it means that trans women end up, especially people who are openly trans or visibly trans, you can't hide that. You cannot hide these things. And that is also true. I mean, you can kind of hide certain parts of being a drag queen, I guess, if you just say, I'm never going to do it. But it's very hard to, like, you can't, like, if your passion is drag, people will see you. That is part of the thing. You are dressing up and you are singing and dancing and meeting with other drag queens, and you are going to be targeted by that. So whether, so it makes sense that, like, in a certain way, the circumstances put drag queens and leather folks on the front lines, but also they recognize that and choose to fight the fight instead of running. And that's respectable.
Well, and that's also something that I need to bring up too, is trans people have always been in these communities.
Of course.
They're nothing new. They've been in the drag community, they've been in the leather community, they've been in the kink community, because they're just people
high priestess
that are there.
in Greece community.
Yeah, exactly. It's like, because they're just people,
Right.
and they're there. They gotta exist somewhere, It's like, So that's another thing, is they're the people that have always fought, especially because, like, we don't want to tone it down. We just want to be who we are,
Right.
It's like we want to present the way we want to present, and we don't want to hide ourselves. And that's something that the Matashin Society actually started off doing. They were a very, what I would call, amicable society at the beginning.
Yeah.
Their tenets were originally to unify homosexuals isolated from their own kind. These are direct quotes. Educate homosexuals and heterosexuals towards an ethical homosexual culture, parlaying that cultures of the marginalized groups. I'm not going to say the words that they used exactly,
Right.
but
I'm sure they weren't great. But
and lead more social conscious homosexuals into providing leadership into the mass of social variance, and assist gays who are victimized as a result of their own oppression. So I feel like those are fairly amicable. As time went on, they got more conservative, and that's kind of where they ended up falling off, is they really did turn into the pick me gays, no, we're not like them, we're just like you gays.
Yeah.
So they kind of they were the no kink at Pride crowd.
Yeah. And I mean,
queers.
there have been groups like that throughout time, right? These sort of like assimilationist type movements that try to clean up the image. And Well, I think that there are tactical moments for quote unquote cleaning up your image. Maybe. I think there's also a great trade-off, which is that it leads to it can lead to a further marginalization of people who are no longer acceptable within one group, and not based on, and by the way, I should distinguish, not based on any sort of harm, just based on general prejudice, right?
Yeah.
So like, I mean, we see an unfortunate part of this with stuff like Drop the T, right? There's no harm being done by trans people, but because out of a desire to assimilate, there are sections of gay and lesbian activists who have decided, well, we don't really need to be fighting for these trans people right now. You people go do your own thing. We'll leave you behind in the dust now that we got what we wanted. And again, it's not because trans people are any more harmful or less harmful than gay people. It's just because they're not convenient. They're not socially convenient.
Exactly. It's the social optics, I guess. However, however you want to frame it. Must be the log cabin peeps. Yeah, thank you, Varun. They're in my chat. Oh, log cabins. Oh God. But yeah, that's one of those things, and it's I hate the drop the T thing. It fucking kills me. It fucking kills me. It really does.
Yeah, me too.
Woo! But yeah, and that's the thing with the no kink at Pride is really wild, because we have always been there. We have always fought for our place at the table, and we have always fought for everybody's place at the table. Every aspect of queer history and community, unfortunately, is relatively anecdotal, because all we have is corroborating statements from people that get written down in books, right?
Yeah.
That's...
Yeah. I mean,
it's everybody's story, essentially, right?
I mean, that's the thing. Like, this video that I did, I realized that like doing a segment like this is basically going to serve as such a thing. It's an oral history of events that happened.
Exactly.
Giving people where you can find what we do have, but it's piecing together from scraps. We're doing like live archaeology constantly. We're constantly trying to find our own history, because so much of it was spent in the closet. So much of it was spent in the dark.
Yeah. Doing what we do in the dark. Exactly.
Yeah.
And that's... Whew. So another quote from one of my friends, the 76-year-old. I got my fucking teeth knocked out by cops at Pride. Do you think a bunch of teenagers calling us pedophiles online is going to stop us? That's kind of the thing, is A, no cops at Pride, but B, these are the arguments that have always been levied against drag queens and kings, trans people because they're the new degenerates, kinky people. It's always been the pedophile argument,
of course,
right? Because that's the easiest way to scare people.
It's a mental shortcut, and I talked about. It's funny that I it's almost like it's like my whole career was building up to hit the Kink at Pride discourse this month, because I have talked about this so much. I have done videos. You can go look it up. There's a video that I did that's on my channel from, I think it's called like Twitter is Hell, but it doesn't have to be. There's another one called like Malding Mama Loses Her Mind Over ContraPoints Drama. And this was, I talked about this exact same thing. I explained in great detail why it's almost always pedophilia that people target, because, well, children can't really, it's kind of like the abortion thing. Children can't really speak for themselves. And we all acknowledge that like hurting a child is fucking horrible, and it's shocking and it's terrifying. And it hits on a lot of emotional things. So, of course, they're going to use that one. Of course you pick that one. That becomes the thing that they weaponize. And that's why I hate this rhetoric so goddamn much. I hate it so much.
It's pathos. It's an appeal to emotion.
It is, yes.
Yeah, and that, what you're doing right now is an appeal to tradition. No, it's not, because we're still here. We're still doing the thing. Like, we didn't stop going to Pride meetings. We didn't stop hosting events to fundraise. That's woo.
Yeah.
So
it's a lot. Yeah.
yeah, to walk back a little bit, and this is we're progressing in history a little bit. This is something that my partner actually said. He grew up everywhere. He moved everywhere, all over the place. He has been a Leatherman for a very long time. So he was in Texas in the 90s during Pride, and he said they tried to kick us out in 90s in the Texas. They fought for their space and pride by being the ones that always showed up and always helped. I might be paraphrasing a little bit. If he's in chat, he can clarify, but that's the thing, is they're the ones that showed up to do the shit, to make sure that they had the representation that they wanted. Because they've been
it's
a
that
part
mentality
of
of like, if you want something done right, you do it yourself kind of thing. But in this case, it's if you want something done at all, you have to do it yourself, because no one's going to speak for you. And it sucks. Yeah.
Yeah. And that's so I do want to talk a little bit about what's the leather pride. So the leather pride is a black, blue, and white striped flag with a red heart, and it was created by somebody named Tony DeBlas in 1989. First presented at the International Leather Competition in Chicago in 1989, and first displayed by Portland Pride in 1989. Woo!
Yeah, represent.
Horn. Right? Yeah, I'm in the Portland Metro. So yeah, the leather pride flag is obviously a symbol of pride in the leather and kind of kink community, which encompasses those who are in the leather, Levi, quote unquote, jeans, sadomasochism, bondage, domination, uniform, cowboy, rubber, and other fetishes. Kind of an umbrella flag, right? There are other flags, of course, but kind of yeah. So he never actually gave the color composition an actual meaning, but he wanted people to create their own meaning. And it's kind of come to pass that it's generally the red heart is for kind of love and compassion. The white stripe is purity, spirit, so you can express yourself in an open and honest manner in the relationship. Black is for leather, blue is for denim or jean fabric, but those are kind of up in the air. As well as kind of meaning, love, solidarity, respect, compassion, understanding, and then of course like kink, which is the black usually. Right. So those are kind of what everybody has decided what it means, right? And that's kind of what the creator wanted it to mean. And it wasn't that it was assigned that meaning by one person. It is a communal meaning that everybody has kind of unanimously agreed on. Something beautiful about that. And that's the thing. It's like, we're not out here trying to be fucking gross in front of people in public. That's not what we're about. And so people ascribing that to us is a little ridiculous.
It is. Crazy. I mean, and it's cheap and it's lazy and it's small-minded, and it also doesn't make any sense. Like first of all, I mean, we've heard some of the arguments, but I mean, the idea that like the simple act, and in my video on this, I pointed out that okay, so wait a second, we recognize that war and death is bad for children. It's bad for children to be exposed to war and death, correct? Well, we regularly have military parades. These are completely accepted parts of our society where people, and I would even argue that they're not even the biggest problem. I mean, I have criticisms of the fascistic implications, but outside of that, we recognize that it's not you're not seeing a soldier holding a gun is not the same thing as seeing a soldier killing somebody with a gun. Even though a gun is a weapon of violence, this is a representation. Something can refer to something else that might not be appropriate, and then people just turn this off when they start talking about kink. It's like a leather daddy walks out with a shirt with a leather shirt or whatever, and a hat and maybe holding a whip or whatever, and it's like, oh god, this is violating children by them seeing this. Well, no, it's not. This is referring to something that is very important to them that they do elsewhere. This is just saying we should not be persecuted because we do this thing elsewhere.
Yeah, no, exactly. And that's kind of the, I guess, argument that I've been trying to make. I may not be super eloquent all the time. I definitely try to be.
You've been wonderful.
I'm a well-spoken himbo, but I am still a bit of a himbo.
That's all right. Again, we love our himbos here.
Thank you. But yeah, and that's part of the point that I've been trying to make, as well as kind of how we've moved forward. if you're familiar with title houses, I am a wuzzy, which means that I have been a title holder. I was a public figure in the Oregon title community. And what that means is I was a public figure, wow, responsible for creating fundraising events and, of course, advertising them and everything like that. That started with the leather community in 1989 at International Leather. So
Incredible.
then I was part of the Oregon Bears, unfortunately a now defunct group, but they were nonetheless still an important part in queer Oregon history, Portland specifically. We also have BLP, which I believe is on hiatus due to the pandemic, of course, Blackout Leather Productions. And then the Imperial Rose Court, which is the drag court. They are all massive fundraising organizations that donate money to, holy shit, AIDS events, pride events, queer youth events, and like homeless shelters, dishoused shelters, things of that nature, especially things like sex ed education in our schools, funding specific projects revolving around sexual education within the community. That's massive, and we are the people that want to do that because sex is important to us. Sex is important, or rather should be important to a lot of people, because it's an aspect of life. It's how we procreate, or whatever. But it's also just real fun.
Yeah, it's
great.
Yeah, it's fun, and it's healthy, and it can be fulfilling and enlightening. Like, why?
Exactly.
There is an undercurrent of this drives me wild. There's an undercurrent of constant Puritanism in America with regard to sex, and it is not only is it out of step with most of the world, but it is so irrational and unhealthy, and it leads to people being really, really fucked up about sex. And I know this firsthand, growing up in a fucking cult. So like, of all the people, hear me out. It's a little wild when you walk out of a cult and then you go, wow, life is pretty good out here, except why do you guys do this thing the same way the cult did?
Yeah. Oh yeah. Oh yeah. No, and that's so. I also grew up in a religious fundamentalist cult called the Foursquare Church. Look them up. It's fucking wild.
Wow.
Yeah. And then this happened. You can't stop a runaway train. So, kind of moving on to further into the progression of AIDS and HIV history. This is Martel Brown, who was Mr. Mid-Atlantic Leather in 2017, had an interview, was just once again saying that the leather and drag communities are, or rather have been, the #1 contributor to the HIV and AIDS research funding, and that we are partially responsible for the reason why Truvada and PrEP exist. Truvada is a 1 pill a day version of PrEP, which can be used to prevent HIV transmission and is 99% effective. Fuck Gilead, by the way, for their whole price hiking thing. But like, look, I'm going to show it on stream. This tiny 1 a day blue pill, everybody, cis, het, non-cis, trans, queer, everybody should be taking this if you have insurance, because otherwise it's ungodly expensive. Get on it. It's done. That's how easy it is. And you can essentially not live in fear and pursue more adventurous sex, let's say. But even not have the fear that, like, because condoms break, sometimes people are horrible too. That's one of my friends got stealth by his ex-husband.
Jesus.
Yeah, like, people are fucking awful sometimes. So that's that's it. It's a precautionary measure that I believe everybody should do. And then so this is another anecdotal evidence. Through the AIDS crisis, the leather community was both heavily personally affected, but they're also one of the orders that stepped up to say that they didn't want to stop having fun. Like, going back to what we talked about earlier, And so there was a famous bar in Portland called JR Cell. JR Cell was the nastiest, sleaziest, buck wildiest bar that, like, if you went in there, you were a social pariah.
Yeah.
Because you would go downstairs and then you would just be knee deep in somebody in a matter of seconds, right?
Fair enough. Yep. Yep.
They were the bar that was like, you want to come have an interesting experience and not put yourself at risk because they were open during the AIDS crisis. They were literally the one that was like, we want to make people safe, but still have fun.
Well,
and
I mean,
that's what
that's
they
why,
did.
I mean, and this is something that you've heard me say, I'm sure, countless times on my stream. When people say, I don't just do trans rights. I always say trans rights and trans thriving. And the reason why I say that is because I don't think that, like, trans people should just be allowed to exist. Like, you get to be trans, but don't you dare step out of line. I believe trans people should be able to live the fullest, most interesting, exciting lives that they desire. And I think that many of the frameworks with which we approach these issues simply do not address that. They basically say, oh, well, you should be thankful that we even let you live, that we aren't killing you.
Yeah.
And I don't think that should be what we're operating. I don't think that's what we should be fighting for.
Yes, that's an argument that I actually make quite frequently is we don't want your fucking scraps.
Right.
We want more. And that's when I heard you say trans thriving for the first time, it's like, fucking yes. We don't want gay rights. We want gay thriving. We don't want trans rights. We want trans thriving. Like, we as the queer, I'm just going to say queer community in place of LGBT. We as the queer community don't want your scraps. We want to fucking thrive.
Exactly. I want diamonds for my drag queens. I want the finest leathers for my leather daddies. I want the greatest sex toys that money can buy for all of you queerbies out there.
Redistribute the means of productions of my bad dragon dildos.
True though. But I mean, I'm not kidding though. Like, there is a reason why I say the thriving thing, because I don't think that we should just fight to be able to exist. I really don't think that is good enough. And I think that's especially visible these days, where we have gotten the scrap. We have gotten the okay, fine, you can get married, but don't think about anything else. You don't get to fucking anything else. You're gonna have a nice, clean, cop-filled pride. You're going poly relationships are still gonna be frowned upon. Trans people are still gonna be frowned upon. But guess what? You queerbies can get them married now. All right, is that enough? Will you shut up now? That's what it feels like to me. That's what it always feels like to me.
I actually just got I'm in an open relationship, poly-minded, have been poly in the past. Sorry, the saying the poly is frowned upon thing actually just made me get physically hot. Hearing polyamorous relationships be called a kink, I almost had a heart attack.
Yeah, I know. It's bad.
I'm trying to stay away from specific person, but
Discourse
I just want to touch that was just.
Yeah,
oh my God.
know. It's so frustrating. I mean, it's my life. I've said this in the past that I'm not poly because of any I have sex with my partners, but I'm not poly because of some sex thing. And even if I did, it wouldn't matter, of course. But I'm poly because I fucking love my partners. I fucking love them. Like, what the fuck are you talking about?
Yeah. And that's the part of my approach to life and sex is a large part of my life,
of course,
is literally just no one person will ever be able to satisfy all of your physical and emotional needs, and I think it's irresponsible to think they will. Now, whether or not you want to be monogamous, totally between you and your partner, but I think it's still important to set the understanding that you both may not be able to satisfy their needs, period, at all times, right?
Yeah. Sorry, I got a question here that I think would be somewhat interesting, but real quick.
Such as we need to normalize gay people.
Yeah, real quick, why don't you go ahead and answer that? I need to hit the restroom. I trust that you will be cool on stream
Yeah.
for a few minutes. I just need to
Yeah.
use the restroom real quick, and then I'll give my
No, for
answer,
sure.
and then you can give your answer. So I'll be right back in just 1 minute.
Yeah, for sure. Arguments such as, okay, so how would you respond to some of the kink at pride arguments, such as we need to normalize gay people because of the utility of it promotes more acceptance of the gay people in the wider public? That is an absolute bullshit argument, because that's the type of thing that the later Matashin society tried to push and promote, and they ended up falling apart and falling to the wayside because they were not making progress, and instead they were alienating the larger queer communities from them and just trying to blend in and homogenize into a heteronormative society. They weren't trying to carve out a space for themselves, they wanted the scraps. And that's kind of what I think would happen, is we need to normalize gay people. What does normalize gay people mean? That you wear chinos and a button up at all times? Like, what does normalizing gay people mean? So that question is a little hard to answer because it's open-ended and ambiguous, but part of this is also saying that the more provocative and abrasive sides of gay culture is quite literally that we have the right to exist, and leather was, in modern senses, because paraphilia has actually always existed in all of human history. Normalizing means we all have the same cultural values, right? Yeah, fuck values. Values are absolutely whatever. But the leather subculture as we know it now did originally evolve from queer spaces. So that's the thing, is that not only do we have a right to pride, but we helped facilitate pride, and quite frankly, everybody's rights. The queer community, like the drag community, the leather community, the trans community, were a large reason of why we're here right now. The Matashin Society was greatly ineffective in what they tried to do. Scooch over a little bit. Was greatly ineffective in what they tried to do simply because they weren't abrasive enough. They would literally dress up in their Sunday's best, one of those bad trans. But they would dress up in their Sunday best and just walk around holding picket signs, but not really doing anything. So, and let me also, sorry, I'm rambling again. Let me also be clear that kink at Pride is not open displays of sexual acts at Pride. I wore a full full rubber bodysuit, a vest, and shoes, because that's how I wanted to present. I don't think there's anything inherently deviant about that, right? So that's my take on it. And then real quick, what do you think about using the term GRSM instead of LGBTQ+? Can you enlighten me to what that is? Because I have not heard that term yet, or if I have, it's not clicking.
I think it's like gender and sexual minorities. I think it's GSM, not GRSM. Maybe it is GRSM, but I always heard GSM as in gender and sexual minorities. Romantic minorities. Oh, okay. I mean,
Gender,
maybe.
romantic,
I
and
mean,
sexual
I
minorities.
honestly, I'm a big supporter of the use of the word queer, and I get why a lot of people might not like that personally because they've probably had it used against them or whatever. But I think queer is fantastic personally. It is a reclamatory term that captures the core of why people don't like us, and it's because we're different, and that is what it boils down to at the end of the day.
Yeah, I feel like GRSM feels a little bit too much of the, like, we're just like you thing. It feels a little less abrasive than like queer or even LGBT+. I do prefer queer though, because I feel like it's kind of that all-inclusive umbrella. I feel like that's a little more aggressive. We're here, we're queer, get used to it. That type of thing.
Yeah. Yep.
Yeah.
I guess I didn't get to hear your take because I had to use the restroom, but I guess I'll give my quick take on the whole cleaning up cleaning up pride or whatever, or you know, trying to win over the approval and whatever. It's not going to happen. It hasn't happened, and it won't happen. People aren't going to be less homophobic because they think you're acceptable. What actually has changed things is that people have realized that there's no harm in any of the things. I mean, keep in mind, we got to this point not by making clean pride events, but by doing challenging pride events, by proving that, hey, you might feel icky about this, but it's not hurting you, and we're not hurting anyone, and you shouldn't hurt us. That's how we got to this point. Cleaning it up is, quote unquote, cleaning it up is not going to do that. Here's the thing. It is, you get put on a treadmill, right? Where it's just like, well, yeah, but can you just do this? Well, yeah, but can you just put that back in the closet? Well, yeah, can you put that back in the closet? They're asking you for concessions, and you're getting nothing in return. What do you get in return by cleaning up your message? Nothing. You get nothing. Maybe a handful of people who organize those events might get higher sponsorships, so those individuals self-enrich, but the community, the movement, does not gain anything from ceding ground in that way. There are times where concessions must be made, you know, or whatever, because you have no other option. But you shouldn't do it just for the sake of it, just because of fear. You shouldn't do it just because you think that it'll help you sell it and package it more, because what you're doing is you're compromising the message itself by saying, no, we need to put these parts back in the closet. We need to put these things out of the public eye so that the public eye will accept us. Well, they're not accepting you. They're accepting some of you. And I think that is flies in the face of what we're actually trying to accomplish. Yeah. So
I agree. We basically had the same take.
Yeah, and also keep in mind, somebody in chat just said, it targets the kicking out the most vulnerable people. Well, not just the most vulnerable people, but like we mentioned before, it's kicking out the people who've actually been showing up, the people who've actually been doing the thing that got us here in the first place. So yeah, I don't agree with this. I don't agree with this view. I don't agree with it at all. I think that it's a huge, it's a massive folly that actually undermines everything that we're trying to do. And yeah, I don't agree with it. And there was a thing that I wanted to share on this. That was something I read on Twitter the other day, which was the testimony of, again, an anecdote, but somebody said it was a lesbian, an older lesbian.
It's mostly anecdotal. Like we gotta kind of accept that's where we are in queer history. Is a lot of it. Newspapers didn't report on this shit. You know, there's no. Yeah.
The newspapers reported that, you know, Judy Garland and the full moon made queer people go into a GFR,
a fugue state.
Yeah,
exactly.
But yeah, there was this anecdote that I heard that was from an older lesbian, and she said, you know, the leather daddies, a lot of leather daddies showed up for members of their community who caught AIDS, and in the end, and then at first it was the leather daddies showing up for other leather daddies, and then it was the lesbians showing up for the leather daddies who finally got AIDS, and then there was nobody, and it was just lesbians, a bunch of lesbians taking care, who were at much lower risk of AIDS, obviously, and showing up to take care of the remaining leather daddies, and we lost a generation like that. And that right there is an image, a deeply sad image, but also an amazing image of what solidarity looks like. Just because, like, lesbians cannot be leather daddies by definition. I mean, you probably could. There's probably
they can be leather mommies, honey.
They can be leather mommies, yeah.
God,
but I mean,
one of my friends,
in general, and then I don't mean to be like, you know, I don't want to step on any like identity things, but you know, that was more meant to be a coy comment. Is that like, you know, the lesbians aren't leather daddies. Yeah. The leather daddies are their own thing, but the lesbians showed up for them, even though they aren't the same thing.
Yeah,
you know what I mean. They're not like the lesbians and the leather daddies exist in somewhat slightly different communities, but there is solidarity between them. They're united by the fact that they're both queer. They're both not normal.
Yeah.
Yeah.
No, exactly. And that's a so real quick, just part of the AIDS crisis that is vastly underrepresented is the bisexual people because they were like it was very a weird time for them because the original like oh it's grid or gay cancer some of them legitimately didn't believe they could catch it because they were
Yeah.
bisexual. It's fucking wild
Yeah.
that like that was where we were in history, and then they would kind of like go into hiding because being gay was a super awful pariah. It whew, so that was a lot, but they're really underrepresented in the AIDS crisis, which I just wanted to throw a spotlight on that. But yes, it was largely lesbians taking care of a lot of the gay men, not even
Yeah.
just leather daddies, but a lot of the gay men. One of my
Yeah,
one
the
of my
quote I was
friends,
quoting was just one specific example. Yeah.
yeah, oh yeah, well, and it's completely dead on, and that's one of my friends, and this is real it's hilarious but real fucked up, and he's like one of the younger generation. He was like I think 16 when the AIDS crisis started, and he got AIDS. um and it was really funny because I mean it progressed rapidly and awfully, but now he's treated thankfully. Undetectable equals untransmittable, by the way. Fuck y'all if you don't believe that. It's true. But he got to a point. He was like, yeah, so I had so few T cells I could name them. It was Andrew and Hansen.
Jesus.
Fuck. At
That
least
is
he had a good
fucked.
sense of humor about it.
Well, I mean, we could have a whole other conversation specifically about dark humor and coping
Oh,
humor
yeah.
and whatnot. But
Oh,
but
yeah,
that's neither
and
here
that's-
nor there. Yeah.
Yeah, but that's and then so I'll wrap up a little bit.
Okay.
I've got a couple things.
That's fine.
So
Please do.
just kind of wherever you stand on the issue, the fact that BDSM and subversive, quote unquote, subversive sexuality and leather culture have really had a huge and long history in the queer rights movements. They've been public displays of what is quote unquote sexuality and driven the idea that there's like some kind of public libido, right? That
Yeah.
you don't always have to have, like you talked about earlier, people can have like erectile dysfunction or performance anxiety.
Right.
If you're in the BDSM subculture, we don't gotta necessarily get off. We can do a lot of other things and have a very sexually gratifying experience.
Yeah.
Like they are an inherent expression of queer culture and sexuality. And isn't that what Pride is about? Is expressing queer culture and our sexuality? I had
I
somebody
mean, at
tell
least
me
a
that.
part of it for sure. Absolutely,
Well,
right? Like,
yeah.
I mean, that's part of that's part of the thing that I feel like it's like, wait, don't you remember that like, again, like this is sort of the problem with the born this way sort
Yeah.
of being a born this way purist. Like it is a little problematic because you get to a point where you realize that like, well, okay, like nobody can read your mind. And that doesn't mean that like these people who like the homophobic people and transphobic people aren't going to try to do so in a certain way or like divine your status or whatever. But like the act or the implication of the act is what's punished. That is what's punished in our society. It is oh yeah, we don't have a problem with you being gay, just never be visible, never be seen, never let a reference to your relationship be seen. And that's why, I mean, gay people weren't allowed to be married because marriage was seen as for many people, it is a sign that you're having sex together, that you've made a sexual commitment to one another, and that was, deemed to be unallowable in public. And so there is like, it is hard to disentangle the sexuality aspect of it. But again, sexuality, discussions of sexuality, references to sexuality itself does not mean doing a sex to somebody. That is not the same thing.
Yeah, no, exactly.
Yeah.
One second here. I'm
That's fine.
answering a question that popped up in my chat.
That's fine. That's fine.
So somebody said about the quote tame versus quote provocative issue. What has impacted me is the fact that I don't recognize myself through the more provocative displays. and have never really felt at ease in the LGBT community, there was sort of the expected performative defiance that meant you were in it if you complied, out of it if you didn't. You weren't gay enough if you weren't vindicated to a degree. Being 15 and confronted with that didn't feel inclusive. So I can absolutely understand that. Part of oh, thanks, Jazz Dog. Yeah, I really am a himbo. Part of the only way that I can really address that is, unfortunately, being so young in the community, you may not be able to recognize the facets of it that are trying to be intentionally aggressive. And I mean, I don't really have any way to address that other than, like, we do need to work on being more inclusive for people that don't identify with the inherently defiant queer culture. I do totally agree with that. But at the same time, you need to look a little more inwards, find out why you don't feel comfortable with that, but also understand that it is part of your history. And if you're not comfortable with it, that is fine. You don't necessarily have to interact with it. But I feel like if you're deeply uncomfortable with just seeing it, there might be. I mean, I don't really know how to address that. But if
I would have been significantly harsher. I would have said that to me is internalized homophobia, in my opinion.
A little bit, but
and
you know,
I understand that. Like, I mean, I talked about this. I talked about this myself with how I, like, when I was like a baby trans, when I first came out, like, I felt kind of uncomfortable with certain aspects of drag, and I had to confront that and recognize that, wait a minute, this is not, like, drag people are not my opponents. They're not hurting me. They're not anything. Like, I've been told that, like, these people are making me look bad by the same people who want to oppress me. Those are the people you cannot trust. The people who are telling you that, like, oh, these are bad and loud and annoying and whatever. If you don't personally like it, that's fine. You don't have to participate. Nobody is making you participate. And if they are, well, then you should probably bring that up with that individual or the people in your community who can help you deal with an individual that's trying to force you to do something, because that's bad no matter what. But but like the idea that, like, well, like, wait, you come into a space that is constantly targeted, where people are not allowed to have, you know, their privacy. They're not allowed to be anything but targeted by society. And then you're like, well, you're very problematic to me. Well, I mean, that sounds to me like you've absorbed some of the very homophobia that perpetuates our society, that you see them as somehow filthy or bad, even though they're just people living their lives.
Yeah, exactly. No, and I do agree with that. I generally try to approach those types of comments by not being necessarily harsh, because there was somebody that I talked to on Twitter. Yeah, but she was 17 and asexual, and she was just like, it creeps me out. I don't like it when I see it in public. So I was just legitimately just like, I think you need to look inwards and find out why it creeps you out, because it's not sexual in nature. It's just clothing. Whether or not it's a paraphilia or not, it is just clothing. If you're okay with somebody in a bikini, why aren't you okay with somebody in a full coverage suit?
Right. I mean,
like,
and there is no like rational answer for why you would be okay with one or another outside of outside of invoking some sort of moral claim of, like, oh, well, God said that one is better than the other. And that, I don't think that I think that leads us down a totally different moral path that I don't really subscribe to. But it's like, but yeah, I mean, I'm not trying to be mean. It's just I would have wanted somebody to tell me this at the time as well. That, like, hey, these people aren't your enemies. You don't need to be afraid of them. Maybe you don't like the thing. Maybe it's not to your taste, but there are tons and tons of good people, and these people aren't hurting anyone. You don't have to participate directly. If you don't like it, you don't need to go there. And there are, and I'm sorry, but this is something I just need to just say. Because this is the terminally online thing. I promise you, there are so many events There are so many queer groups out there. There are so goddamn many that aren't kink related that anybody who's trying to tell you otherwise is just has their head up their ass. It is not like, oh my God, the idea that like every single gay person that ever exists in public is like running around in a gimp suit is so stupid. It's so motherfucking stupid. Oh my God,
yeah.
Like we have Pepsi and Coke at the front of these goddamn pride parades these days. You are going to be fine, and you will not, if you can't handle going to a pride parade because you might see one leather daddy, like I think you might need to take some time and figure out like what you will do to go outside in general. And I'm willing to guess you probably don't go outside because there are all kinds of strange things that happen. I mean, when I go into my town, like I drive into town, there are all kinds of things that I don't necessarily like to see or smell or hear, but that is just a reality of life. Sometimes you go into the grocery store and there's somebody there who doesn't look appealing to you. Too bad.
Yep.
They have as much of a right to exist and to be there as you do. And if you don't like it, walk away. There you go. If they're fucking forcing themselves on you, well, then you have a claim to be like, get the fuck away. But if not, what the fuck? Like, there's all like we all have to share this world. You can't just say like, I don't want your people to like be around here because you bother me. It's not your right.
Yeah.
Like, what if I don't want you to be so sensitive in public? Like, what, should I just be able to like outlaw you from public? No, come on.
What if I don't want you to be such a snowflake in public, huh?
Right. I mean, there's ways to approach it like that, and I try not to be sarcastic, but like at the end of the day, like think about what you're saying. You're ultimately you're asking somebody to disappear from the public eye because you personally think that their dress style is too inappropriate for you. So, yeah.
No, exactly. And that's so part of to address the homophobia. This is fantastic. So this is a quote from June Amelia Rose. For activists and members of the leather community, the notion that kink should be discluded from pride is a symptom of a larger issue. And she is talking about internalized homophobia.
Right.
And then she is also a self-identified transsexual leather dyke. I love that phrase.
There you go. Hell yeah.
But yeah, and so she was replying to a tweet made by somebody, and she really just thought it was a regressive idea, and it's inherently damaging to essentially queer rights to imply that all quote unquote kink, which nobody is getting fisted at Pride. Nobody is really getting
that is a straw man of straw men.
Pride.
That is homophobia in action. That is homophobia in action.
All the pictures that people were posting. Yeah, I know I'm a himbo. That's why I said it. I said a himbo. But all the pictures people were posting were literally pictures from Folsom. One of them was from Folsom last year where I went. I was there, and I was just like, girl, that's Folsom. Like, what? No, this isn't Pride. This is a closed event.
Yeah.
Like, you can't do that there. But it is people implying that a certain type of dress is a sexual act.
Yeah.
And it isn't. Nobody is fucking at Pride. It really does feel like, and I mean, I know that this is anecdotal and kind of dumb, but it really does feel like a lot of these people have never been to Pride.
Or they don't care to know. Like, you don't have to, I'm not one of those people who's like, you don't have to go to every single Pride event in the United States to be able to talk about Pride, but you should at least inform yourself. And you can literally go and look up a pamphlet for Pride, and you'll see, oh, okay, this is like super tame, and 99% of this, it doesn't even have, like, outside of being gay people, like, doesn't have any reference to anything sexual, even in the slightest. So, again, it's an issue that doesn't exist. But yeah, I think we could talk about that forever, probably. So, Bear Scare, thank you
it's
so
almost
very
like
much.
2 hours. Yeah.
Yeah. I do want to do one more segment before I do my stream. But thank you so very much for coming on. Please, would you mind just shouting yourself out one more time?
Yeah.
We have a command going in chat so people can go and follow you over on Twitch. But it's been absolutely wonderful talking with you, and it's been such a wonderful breath of fresh air to talk to somebody who's been deeply involved in these communities and who knows the history of these communities, outside myself. So.
No, absolutely. Real quick, I do have a little closing statement, and I do want to address, Jessica Metal just said something, talk about kink people being fired for being outed as BDSM or kink in the workplace. That is absolutely true. It happens all the time, even to heterosexual people, because it's, oh, you're representing our company in a way that's unbecoming of us. You're representing our company in a way that if people found out, then that, oh, you're committing acts that aren't seen as wholesome, and that is legitimately an argument that people use pretty constantly, and that it happens. It really does, and that's real fucked up. Sorry that we didn't get to talk about that. And then the last closing statement. So the meaning of Americans, the meaning of the American celebration known as Pride has changed a lot since its advent in 1969. Even before the Stonewall riots, there were LGBTQ right movements that were more than just joining and appeasing the straight world. It was always about being open and proud and about resisting cis heteronormative culture, and it really did come to a head in the 60s and 70s, where there was a split between the quote-unquote homophile movement, which really sought to assimilate into cishet culture, and then the more aggressive radical resistant, which was led by drag queens, dykes, trans people, sex workers, especially sex workers, gay men, and the leather subculture. We're the reason why we have Pride, people.
Yes, we are.
Thank you so much for having me on. Once again, BearScareBeauty, Instagram, Twitter, Twitch, YouTube, BearScareBeauty, same way it's spelled here. For those, there were a couple people asking, I stream every Friday and Saturday from 8 p.m. to midnight, sometimes 10 p.m. to midnight. Variety streamer, makeup, and video games.
Hell yeah. Thank you so very much, BearScare, for coming on and discussing this. It was truly a gift. So,
hey,
as I always say,
so happy.
Trans thriving, gay thriving, leather thriving. Can we get all of it? Let's get the queer thriving.
Queer thriving.
Let's do it.
Thank you so much.
Thank you so much.
Mama.
And happy Pride.
I really appreciate the opportunity. Happy Pride. I love you. I hope you have a good rest of your stream.
Mwah. Bye-bye for now.
Kisses. Ta-ta.
What an absolutely wonderful, what a wonderful conversation. Was that not the poggest shit? Was that not the poggest shit? This is why I encourage everybody, please keep your minds open. Do not give in to reaction. You would miss out on learning so much. Just a real quick question, and nobody has to reveal themselves, but if you're in my audience and you took the opposite position than I did on Kink at Pride, do you not feel at least a little bit happy that you kept your mind open to hearing the other perspectives? Yeah? Yeah. You don't have to speak up. Just, I want you to think on that. If you were in the position of being in an opposite me, I think that you can understand why I made the argument that I did. Oh, I'm sorry about that, Comrade Macca. Welcome. Oh. Yeah, feel free. I'm going to have a smoke and we're going to chill, and then we're going to do some more content because I have a lot prepared for you today. Yeah, no problem, Polly. I had to think about it a lot. I kind of freaked out, and then I decided, nah, fuck it. I don't know why you disagree, but that's all right. Oh, well, thank you, Vamfrom. I appreciate that. And my goal is to help you come to your conclusions. Well, I think you'll learn a lot, Saberflate. Well, I mean, feel free to ask. This is the smoking sesh where you can ask questions. You all can pick my brain if you want to. Please. The return of History Mama. Indeed, Dadle Dan. We did it just a little bit earlier. Reverse Births, thank you so much for the tier 1 sub. Really appreciate that. Absolutely, Saberflote. Thank you. It's always LGBT night here. It's always LGBT night on the Demon Mama stream. You know it. You know it. Falgaia says, your community turned me around on the Kink at Pride discourse when it started to flare up, and this is the first time I've had my position swayed about a political issue and not just reaffirmed. That's what us queers are for. Neandroid, thank for the tier 1 sub. Here, have my first donation to a streamer because you're epic. Neandroid, thank you. Thank you. I'm honored to be your first dono. Thank you so much. Compliment Bot says, yes, you and your community have been very kind and challenging. I'm very conservative in this particular discourse, and figuring out why has been pretty eye-opening. Thank you, and thanks to everyone else who called me out on being dumb. Well, you weren't necessarily being dumb. I don't think you were being dumb. I don't think people who come to that position are dumb. Like, there's a lot of people who come to that position. I just think it needs to be challenged is all. I'm not doing call-ins right now. Bulblado, the 3D spinning models, those came from our friend of the show, Occam's Blazer. I commissioned a border, a Pride Month border from Occam's Blazer. Do you have a vid on my YouTube about the Born This Way discourse? No, but I would really like to talk about that. Joe, we could have a conversation about that if you want to. I don't know if you'd be interested in having a conversation together because I would love to talk to you about that. By the way, Joe, holy shit, you rocked it on that panel the other night. I know we don't agree 100% on everything, but oh my God. Like, I love hearing you talk. Like, you have a fucking brain that makes me go, wow, if that makes sense. This is the first time I ever experienced a History Mama. I'm glad I did, especially on Pride Month. Well, guess what? There's more History Mamas coming. There's 3 more History Mamas coming this month. Babinska says, hey, I've got a question, Demon Mama. A friend of mine said that they consider queer to be a much broader umbrella than I had previously thought, essentially to include neurodivergent and politically radical people as long as they support and defend the rights of other queer people. Well, the term queer is largely referred to people who are abnormal, people who don't who challenge the norm. Queer is supposed to be an umbrella term. Yeah. Jazz Dog, thank you so much. Yeah, that'd be cool as hell, Silly Serious. I think there's many arguments to be made. I am not particularly picky. I wouldn't say anyone politically radical should be queer. Well, I think it depends on the sphere. Usually when we're talking about queer, we're talking about gender and sex. So I would say that within that, that's probably pretty accurate. I mean, like, for example, I wouldn't necessarily say that, like, a radical monarchist is queer, because it doesn't really have anything to do with gender or sex. Ah, somebody found the sussy. Somebody found the sussy baka emote. I sneakily added that one on. Yeah, I sneakily added that one in. Like the imposter I am. Oh, do you all want... Hey, how would you all feel about an update on the vegan situation? How would you all feel on an update on the vegan situation? To take a break from gay stuff. By the way, today I have eaten no meat today. I've eaten all meat-free meals today, just so you all know. Oh, people are arguing about honey. Oh my God. People have been fighting back and forth. Okay, so let me tell you here. Let me give you the update, okay? So after my vegan segment, so the other day, real quick. The other day, I did a vegan segment where I talked about veganism, and for the first like 20 or 30 minutes of it, I talked specifically about the meat industry being fucking horrible and why people should consider vegan ethics. And then I talked about how veganism has a massive problem with moral elitism, okay? And I talked about how vegans are assholes. They have a reputation for being assholes. They don't even do a good job. And true to form, I had multiple essays sent to me by vegans, by angry vegans who thought that I was being horrible to vegans and that I was just a dirty carnist who was too afraid to confront my own meat eating. And not only that, but I also have had a three-day battle over the vegan nature of honey or the anti-vegan nature of honey that has been going on in my YouTube comments, literally proving my point. Literally. None of them listen to my argument. They never do. They never, ever do. I should get a honey sponsor, for real. And it's really funny because, are you ready? Are you all ready? Are you fucking ready? Because I got a gift for you. Today, Vegan Mama. Today, the vegan arc. Today, I do not have vegans to trash on anymore, but instead, I have to dunk on a filthy carnist. Are you ready? Are you ready? I'm about to spill some blood. I hope you all are ready. You thought you were coming here for a bunch of feel-good, feel-bad queer history. But I am going to go in on an anti-vegan. Dun 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 bum 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 bum. Shoe on head. Oh, Shoe. Now listen. On a personal level, I think Shoe is very, very nice. On a personal level, I have had nothing but positive experiences with Shoe on Head, except for the time when Shoe on Head was mauling at me in Vosh's chat, and I called her out after ignoring her for 15 to 20 minutes because Shoe would not stop pinging me. But I gotta talk about Shoe. And today, is the camera frozen? Oh my god, the camera's frozen. Oh my god, why? What is going on with this? What is happening? Okay. I don't know. I don't know what's going on. We'll go back, okay? Look, ignore me. I'm gonna hide my camera for just a second. Boom, disappears. Okay? I'm gonna hide myself for just a minute. And then we're gonna go back to the big mama. All right, let's start this. Okay, are you ready? I'm invisible. Hey, can I be a little bit of an asshole about something? Well, you're gonna do it anyway, aren't you, Pratt Strike? So just do it. All right, time to capitalize on the vegan discourse for engagement. Absent extenuating considerations, survival cost, health conditions, etc., is killing an animal for meat morally different than bestiality? Explain your reasoning below. And then Shoe responds, we are natural meat eaters. We are not natural animal fuckers. We bang our own species. There is no reason to bang animals except for being some kind of hedonistic freak. Oh, hey, look. Layman appeared. This is a naturalistic fallacy. Correct! But unfortunately, I don't think that fallacy mongering is the best way of going about these things. I just simply don't. But I will point out that is indeed a naturalistic fallacy. So why don't we talk about this, huh? Because I talked about this the other day, but we're going to go over it again. This is your log off siren? Mine? I don't know that this is really the best way to argue for veganism. Well, of course it isn't. This is never. But that's the thing. People don't engage in productive conversations about veganism, do they? It's okay. I will save you. Don't you worry. I will save you, okay, from the stupid takes. Do you want to know hold on a second here. Don't get canceled on this? Why what would I get canceled for? What am I going to get canceled for? Hold on a second. What are you going to cancel me for? Real quick, all of you motherfuckers in chat who are going, uh-oh, oh God, oh goodness, what are you panicking about, huh? Let me ask you, what are you fucking freaking out about? Uh-oh, oh no, uh-oh, is the nasty queer? Are you scared that the nasty queer is going to say something that doesn't sound good? True, Jazz Dog, I don't practice guitar enough. I will get better. Vegan is a trigger word. Look, I don't even want to get into that. Today, I am the vegan, okay? I have bad news for Shoeonhead. Shoe. Animal fucking on a massive level is already done. Every single day. It is the only way that you get cheese on your pizza. It is the only way that you are able to have the food that you eat every single day. All of those of us who consume meat or consume animal products of any type, unfortunately, whether we like to think about it or not, are simultaneously supporting an industry that not only kills animals, but also fucks them brutally, horrifically. So I really wish that people would think, okay, for just a second before they open their mouths. And I want to ask Shoeonhead a question. I don't want to be super mean to Shoeonhead, but I actually, you know, hold on a second. I'm going to be a little mean to Shoeonhead. I'm going to be a little bit mean to Shoeonhead, okay? We're natural meat eaters. We're not natural animal fuckers. We bang our own species. There is no reason to bang animals except for being some kind of hedonistic freak. Okay. Well, Shoeonhead, what does that make you? Does that make you a hedonistic freak? I would argue that it does. Because by this, have we forgotten how new animals are created? Have we forgotten how new animals are created to be ground up into meat? Have we forgotten the process by which we produce milk? You know that cows don't just magically produce milk, right? Like, cows aren't a milk tree. Cows, just like humans, produce milk when they have a baby. And what does that mean? Well, a small look, a small look into the meat and dairy industry will reveal that we have armies of workers who manually impregnate cows. Listen, I'm telling you, if you don't want to be disgusted, never look into the process of cow impregnation or horse impregnation or goat impregnation. Just don't do it. You are really going to regret it. Do you think that they just like let cows go out in a field? Do you think that they, no, they don't. There's a thing that farmers use that's a glove that goes all the way up your arm. Do you know what that's for? You don't want to know what that's for. You don't want to know what the glove that goes all the way up your arm is for. Okay? I can tell you, it's not for it's not for petting them. Some of you do, because some of you have worked in agriculture. Some of you lived on a farm. Some of you have gone with this. Yeah. Up to the shoulder. Yes, cows are ritualistically, almost. I keep saying ritualistically. I shouldn't say ritualistically. Systematically sexually abused to make your food possible. So when you say that we're natural meat eaters, well, that's not entirely true. Yeah, we naturally, I guess you could say, if we're going to put aside the naturalistic fallacy, you could say we do naturally hunt animals when we need them. But animal agriculture is anything but natural, especially in the modern era. Animal agriculture involves the unfathomable systemic rape of animals. Sorry, I hate to tell you this, but it's true. Have you ever seen what fish spawning involves? Do you know what they do, right? Like with fish spawning, like I had to learn this because I lived in a rural state and a lot of people worked in fisheries. I had to learn this. They squeeze the cum out of the fish. I'm not kidding you. When it's time, they squeeze the eggs and they squeeze the cum out of the fish. They just go, here, let me help you. And then they poke their dick and then they go, I don't know about you, but that sounds like animal sexual abuse. I don't know. Like, I that sounds like animal sexual abuse. So, yeah, there you go. Yes, correct, Gayfesh. In 4th grade, I literally saw someone cut open a female salmon to get all the eggs, and yeah, then they squeeze the male. They squeeze the male fish to squeeze out the cum. I'm so glad I'm going to be taking down this VOD later. Not on YouTube. It stays up on YouTube. It won't stay up on, yeah. Capo says, even meat aside, winning racehorses are JO'd, which is then sold for their jizz, which is sold for tens of thousands of dollars. Yes, no, that is true. And guess what? It's really funny even. You want to know what's really fucked? You want to know what's even more fucked? You want to know what's even more fucked? They do it that way because they think they should be nice to the racehorses. What they do to the non-racehorses is even worse. What they do to the non-racehorses is really bad. So remind me why I'm supposed to care, though. If it's essential for the production of animal products, then I don't care. Because I think animal products are unethical. I think animal products are, by and large, horrifically cruel to produce. Like, horrifically cruel to produce. And while I am not some sort of morally pure vegan, we all consume animal products every single day. It's almost impossible to avoid in our current society. No ethical consumption under carnism, as they say. Oh, wait, is that what they say? I think that we should fight against these things and try to make a better world. Sounds like you care about animals in the same way you care about people. Yes, more or less. I do, basically. Yes. Even if somebody doesn't care about an animal, we don't like someone being cruel to animals just for fun. Of course. I value eating animals and animal products more than I care about animals. Well, that's your opinion, BearScareBeauty. That's perfectly, you're welcome to have that opinion. I don't. I think that is not a good position personally, but that is where we are in disagreement. So my argument against Shoe is that this edgy rhetoric completely backfires. And actually, why should I value animals equal to humans? Wait a minute. Okay, MxVivianWulf. First of all, nobody says that animals are to be valued exactly equal to humans, just that they should be valued. Animals have memories. Animals feel pain. Animals can suffer. Animals have feelings. They are sentient creatures, with very few exceptions. I think you could make the argument that insects, because the insects don't actually have memory, they don't actually have, they have nerve clusters instead of brains. Well, I mean, okay, listen. Listen. I think that you can make the argument that animals are equal to humans. and they largely forget about it. No, that's not true. That's not true, MxVivianWulf. You're wrong about that. We know that many animals don't forget about it. We know that animals are traumatized. That is simply not true. You are straight up yeah, you're straight up just you're repeating meat industry talking points to sound like an insufferable vegan. Demon Mama, Jails Chicken says, good faith question here. What methods do we have to keep cows making milk without raping them? Will they do it as much as we require without all the raping? No. There is no current way that you can make cows produce the milk that we consume without raping them. I'm sorry, but that is true. That is absolutely true. A lot of carnivore propaganda in chat, everybody. I'm feeling pretty bad about this. So it's necessary. Glad we agree. Next topic. Oh, shit. Oh, shit. I didn't think that I was going to be going up against a bunch of fucking actual unironic carnists. Milk isn't a necessity. It's a luxury. We don't need milk. In fact, most of the world cannot even digest milk. Milk is actually kind of disgusting. I mean, I like milk and I like cheese, but listen, we'll talk, we'll get there, okay? So if a few hundred people stop consuming meat products, will the demand go down? No. I mean, the demand will go down a little bit, but I don't think that a consumptive approach is what matters here. I fucking love me some burgers. I ain't gonna hunt you down if you're being vegan, but you're coming at us now, weedy vegan. What? Can you tone down the Brit speak? I don't know what any of those words mean. Oh, Vivian. I can't tell if you're for real right now. Oh my god. Is this real? This has got to be fake. This has got to be fake. Yeah, okay. Yeah, I mean, you're unironically... Like, wait, MxVivianWulf, you do realize you're unironically being a carnist right now. Yeah, actually, every single... To be fair, in defense of the vegans, in defense of the obnoxious vegans, every single obnoxious vegan I've ever met was ripped, by the way. Yeah, you're unironically being a carnist. Hang on, what's the difference between a carnist and a carnivore? A carnist is somebody who's super attached to their meat eating as a part of an identity, as an identity. Yeah, I'm unironically being a vegan right now because vegans are correct. Even though they're stupid. And even though vegan activism is annoying as shit, they're correct. They are correct. They're right. Animals suffer. We are animals. Animals have memories. And every single piece of data that we get shows that animals are deeply capable of not only remembering, but being traumatized, etc., in the same ways that we are, maybe to slightly different degrees. You don't think they are correct, otherwise you would stop eating immediately. No. Are you fucking stupid? Jojo Killer, for God's sake, stop being so fucking stupid. Oh, I'm starting to get mad. Oh, you wanted to provoke blood. You're gonna get blood. You want blood? I'm gonna get... Oh, we're doing it again, but this time I'm the vegan. This time, I'm the vegan. You all wish for it. Look, you're giving the vegans... You fucking idiot carnists are giving the vegans what they wanted. Role reversal. Look at that. Episode 1 of Vegan Mama. We barely got into the topic. Oh, we haven't even started yet. Oh, this is going to be good. How the turntables indeed. Is this a bit? Who's a bit? Is what a bit? What the fuck are you all talking about? Are you people stupid? I'm sorry. I'm going to get mad at chat. Did I fry your brains? Did all of your brains get fried when I did the pride stuff? I'm actually, like, I know a lot of you were here yesterday. Did you just turn off your brains? Oh my God. Okay, I'm gonna need to take a breather. I made all of these arguments literally yesterday. Not yesterday, Monday. Okay, here we go. Ready? All right, give me a second. Yeah, Gayfesh. By Vivian's shit-ass argument, yes. By Vivian's argument, you should be able to fucking tie a rope around a cat and swing it around your head. You did indeed, Rivi. You did. Wise choice. Icolo, I thought our skulls actually grew because we started eating cooked food, so we didn't need as large jaws and teeth. Hey, Icolo, you can cook vegetables. Is this real? Is this fucking real? Think, imps! Think! Abusing a cat is bad because you might abuse humans too? Is that Vosh's like manners argument but repurposed for animals? Holy shit. This is gonna be really funny. Some vegetables have some level of intelligence though. No, they do not. Chat, I think my chat might be vegetables at this point. I argued in favor of veganism, but I didn't think that you would all literally turn into vegetables overnight. Mushrooms? What about mushrooms? I'm actually losing my mind right now. I don't believe that that's look, listen. This is so stupid. Okay. All right. You're not gonna turn me into I already am a carnivore. I'm just not a carnist like you. So I want to clarify that you're still fine with the consumption of meat, but only if it was produced ethically, only local animals? No. Do none of you people listen? Holy shit. I'm actually so disappointed. I'm actually so disappointed in my chat right now. I am actually so fucking disappointed. I know some of you were here yesterday. Am I a carnivore? Yes, I'm a carnivore. I don't want to be, but I am. Okay, hold on. We're going to take a... Shut the fuck up. Oh my God, I'm going to ban you if you go omnivore, omnivore, omnivore. Shut the fuck up, please. Please shut the fuck up. Please shut the fuck up. You people are insufferable. You're going to drive me insane. Okay, deep breaths. Deep breaths. Deep breaths. Deep breaths. Why is YouTube chat being troublesome? No, they're being fine. Oh, no, Vorbuddy. I do my show. All right, everybody. All fucking right. Okay. All right. Let me just remind you who is in charge here. I am. I prepared the segments. I turn the camera on. I clock in and I make the show. You don't tell me what we talk about on my show. You tune into me. I ensure that your day isn't boring as shit. And I spend my time repeating myself over and over again just so that idiots sitting on their ass at their computer cannot listen to a single word that I said and then antagonize me at a moment's notice. And today, I am going to own the carnists in chat. Because I thought that I had made it clear my position on this across the 15 videos that I've done about veganism. But apparently it's not been enough. Apparently I didn't ground it into your skulls hard enough. As an alien, I have the right to eat humans because I'm more evolved. Yes, it's just natural, right? No, Vivian is just an edgelord, who really likes to be a contrarian so that she can justify eating meat and not feel bad about it. That's what's actually happening right now. Like, unironically, the thing that the annoying vegans accuse everyone else of doing is unironically happening in chat right now from Vivian. And maybe Vivian is trolling, but if you're trolling, you're just making yourself look dumb. So, yeah. So let's own the carnists a little bit, okay? What the holy cow, what did I walk into? Good term. There you go. I don't feel bad for eating meat, but that's just me not thinking. Well, yeah, it's true. Look, I don't care if you personally feel bad about eating meat. There's a number of reasons why you should consider. Let's talk about this, okay? Let's take a second, and then maybe I'll do a debate with MxVivianWulf. No, a carnist is somebody who is a carnist is it is a slur. Yeah, obviously. It's an insult. A carnist is an insult for somebody who's so attached to the identity of being a meat eater that they can't acknowledge the ethical problems with meat eating. By the original definition, just trying your best as vegan. So if that's true, you're already vegan. Well, I don't like that. Okay, we'll talk about that later. Crabe with the gifted 4 tier 1 subs. Currently searching for my exit out of this hellscape of an industry, so I won't be able to donate as much. Wish me luck. You do what's good for you. You have supported the show, Crabe. Of course, I will miss your generosity, but what's good for you is good for everyone. So take care of yourself. Okay. Let's try this again. We love you, Crabe. Thank you so much. Okay. Yes, the tendency to view living beings as only worth what they can produce is deeply capitalist. Yes. Okay. Let's brain here for a second, okay? Meat eating is inefficient. It is literally destroying our planet. Meat eating is one of the biggest contributors to global warming. Animal agriculture is actively decimating natural populations. It's poisoning our water supply. It destroys entire ecological zones with the pollution, with the way that it's done. And on top of that, on top of all of that, it is a holocaust, an absolute holocaust of sentient beings. Let us choose just one real quick. Pigs. Pigs are incredibly smart creatures. There is extensive research that shows that not only are pigs able to hold memories, they have complex emotions, they are even able to be trained to do unbelievably complex tasks for an animal. They play video games. Yes, they do. Pigs are factory farmed in some of the most disgusting manners you can imagine. And carnists, yes, people don't know. People don't know how smart pigs are. Pigs are one of the smartest animals on the planet. They are incredibly smart. Do you want to know where the idea that pigs are like wasteful came from? Meat industry propaganda. I'm not kidding you. That is where the idea that pigs are stupid came from. And yet I enjoy eating them. I actually don't enjoy eating them anymore. I don't like eating pig products. I actually very much avoid it. That is one of the ones that emotionally bothers me. to a great degree. Pigs are smarter than dogs. You can actually go, there's a website, a pig enthusiast forum. There's a pig enthusiast forum that talks about just how smart pigs are. They're one of the easiest animals in the world to train. They're like just behind dolphins. They're actually great pets. They can be trained at an incredibly young age to go to the bathroom in a designated location earlier than dogs can. I think chat is mostly trolling you. Please don't be mad. Oh, I will be mad. I will be as mad as I want to, but thank you for the $10 anyway. Thank you. I'm actually getting really mad. Okay. So, meat eating is bad on about 5 different fronts, but let's handle. I don't always love getting mad, but I do like getting mad a little bit. I like decking dumb fucks. So do you admit that you're a speciesist? I have no idea what the fuck you're talking about. Jojo Killer, I'm literally about 3 steps away from banning you from my chat. You're actually getting me angry. Can you fucking be clear with what you're asking or shut the fuck up? One of the two. Those are your options. Okay. So, let's talk about the ethical concerns, okay? We acknowledge that generally, inducing suffering in others is a bad thing. Why is this? Especially when when it is without cause, or when the cause is not valuable enough to justify it. I would argue that causing mass suffering and death requires an unbelievable moral justification. There has to be no other option. And I do acknowledge that in the wild, that a human having to survive by killing an animal and eating it is basically unavoidable. I would never expect somebody, I would never expect somebody to die in the name of not killing an animal. Okay? Like, I completely understand that I would never ask anybody to do that. Maybe sometime Q-stick, but not right now. And the reason for that is because we would argue that if only we didn't live in the wild. Well, yeah, we don't live in the wild. It's wild. Not only do we not live in the wild, but we live in a world where we can genetically engineer rice that has essential nutrients that grows in it. That's how advanced we are. We are so past the need to eat meat. We are so past. And let me be clear with my argument. I do not believe that need is the only justification for doing something that is potentially negative or bad. However, I don't think I like meat is a good reason to justify eating meat. Of course, lab-grown meat is very exciting. Yes, we can, but it's not, we're not, I'm getting so distracted. Not only does meat necessitate violence, but meat in its current form necessitates a disgusting holocaust. And I mean that. And I'm not exaggerating. The things that go on in the meat industry are so atrocious. They're so disgusting. They're such an affront to everything that we value as as humans in general, apparently minus the carnists in chat. Oh, Azazel Bedazzle with the 10 gifted subs. Thank you so very much. Holy shit, Azazel Bedazzle. I really appreciate that. Thank you. It's not an exaggeration. Every single let me just tell you some of the things that these are facts, okay? These are facts, okay? We lock pigs in in cages that are so tight that they literally cannot move. They live and die and suffer in their own shit and piss and in the shit and piss of their cage mates. They get weeping open sores on their hooves that are never treated. They will just be injected with vials and vials of cheap antibiotics to make sure that their meat doesn't have a fucking carbuncle in it when it gets to the store. They will be systematically raped, often by humans. Not to mention the human cost of the meat industry. I could go into that forever, how humans are tortured by having to because we know just how coercive capitalism is, that there are mostly people of color, immigrants, who are forced to work into meat packing plants and slaughterhouses, where the psychological toll on humans from constantly engaging in that level of torture and mass murder. Yes, PTSD in slaughterhouses is a massive problem. The reason why most carnists, and I am using the term carnist here because I'm talking about the people who are like that, the reason why people are able to eat that, eat meat without thinking about it, is because they don't have to see it. Because they don't know how bad it is, how disgusting it is, how many countless acres of land are literally destroyed with blood, piss, shit flowing out from literal cage complexes where animals cry and scream in perpetual agony. And yes, this is an emotional argument to a certain degree, but I think that it's an important one. We should confront the suffering that we are causing to decide whether it is worth the trade-off. No, this isn't just a pathos argument. I will not be pulling up any of this stuff on stream, okay? But what is justified by the meat industry is terrible. Now, I don't think that people are personally, like, morally bad. Oh, yeah, I could play the termitary. Yeah, I could. You're correct about the meat industry, of course, but this isn't a good argument against eating meat, full stop. Just against the meat industry and factory farming. My dad hunted. I grew up seeing and knowing exactly where my meat came from, and it never bothered me. Okay, that is fine. Let us talk about that. We should recognize, now, a lot of this depends on your moral framework, but I would argue, because I am, by and large, a consequentialist, a utilitarian. I am in the utilitarian umbrella. I believe that reducing suffering in the world is important. And I believe that reducing suffering, not just of humans, is important. Because I don't think humans are the only thing that matters. Someday, we will be post-humans. Someday we may encounter alien races. Right now, we have species on our planet that are perfectly capable of experiencing pain and suffering, but are just different than us. So I think it is very important, as a utilitarian who values reducing suffering in the world, especially needless suffering, that we should reduce animal suffering as well. Animal lives matter. I mean, I don't like that quote because I think that is not like that. Listen, I don't like that. So when you talk about subsistent hunting or subsistence hunting, okay, I understand how on one level it is not when you think about subsistence farming, it is not the same thing as what we see in the meat industry, and I would argue it's significantly better. If tomorrow we could make an agreement and you said, all right, you get to ban animal agriculture, but we get to keep subsistence hunting, I'd make that deal in a minute because it would make the world so much better. I would argue that hunting is better, but not good. Okay? And there's a reason for that. Because at the end of the day, hunting still requires you to cause potentially great suffering. You don't always kill an animal in a single hit. Often they suffer and die, and dying alone is a pretty bad thing, in my opinion. So I think that we should be critical about reliance on meat. And of course, obviously, I am much more supportive of subsistence hunting than I am of the disgusting behavior of the meat industry. But let's be real. Most people aren't arguing for subsistence hunting, and subsistence hunting has its limits. Okay? Well, that's her fault, Vamfram. That is her fault. Come in dropping hyperbole, you're going to get some back. But they are already hunted by other predators. Oh, I'm sorry. Do you think, I'm sorry, Posadas John. Last I checked, you aren't another predator. Are you a wolf or are we a human? Are you a human that's capable of alternatives of thinking, or are you just a wolf? Now, a wolf, they have to eat meat. There is no other option except for a wolf to eat meat. There is no other they literally, I mean, some wolves they're meat eaters. They can't do anything else. They're not capable of it. Okay, why be vegan when my dinosaur-shaped nuggies taste good? Guess what? You can get them vegan style, okay? I struggle to internalize the idea that a deer's suffering is meaningfully comparable to a human suffering, but admittedly this might be my own bias growing up eating them. I'm not claiming this is objective and fact-based. Yeah, it isn't objective and fact-based. It's emotionally based. Yeah, a deer suffering is different than a human suffering, but we don't even know how. We don't know how. Like, we don't know how like, it's very hard to determine the capability of suffering. There's a million different variables that go into it. And what we can do is we do know they suffer. We do know they think. We do know they have memories. We do know they're beautiful creatures that desire to live. They fight to stay alive. They want to stay alive. So maybe you could make the argument. Gromit is a prince with the 300 bits. Really appreciate that. Maybe you could make the argument that in your mind, you think that that's less. But I would argue that even if it's less, or whatever, it's still important. And we shouldn't kill a living, sentient creature without reason. Some of the personal attacks have been way over the line. Oh, shut the fuck up, Vivian. Holy shit. You literally came in and just started shit for no reason, and now you're getting mad that people are throwing shit back at you? Come on. Come the fuck on. You're literally, what are you, are you on what is this? Oh my God. Oh, I see. It's the BeautyWulf victim complex hour. Okay. Why don't you take a cool break and get some cold water, catch your breath. Holy shit. Oh yeah, I'm chill. Totally super chill, Vivian. Totally chill. You're so chill. I've never met anybody more chill. It wasn't the vegans that started this one, to be fair. The meat industry is bad, and your consumptive decisions don't have a massive impact. However, they do help. Reducing your consumption of meat does reduce the demand. I don't think that people should put themselves into a position of suffering, of great suffering, in order to stop eating meat. I think that we should address meat eating on a institutional level. We should address the fact that there are disgusting abuses in the way that meat is done, that meat is subsidized and supported by a massive corporate network that literally influences our politics in order to perpetuate their profits at the cost of a mass killing and mass suffering of animals. And the thing is, we're lucky. Humans, we have many choices. We are omnivores, and we can get the vast majority of all of our necessary nutrients without eating any meat whatsoever. You don't have to. We can get it. And yeah, sometimes it's a little harder. VM Draco says, I don't understand this concept that because they don't feel the same pain or emotions, that makes their pain unimportant. To them, they are still experiencing pain and are probably terrified. To me, a horse with a lame leg is suffering to a severe level, even if they don't have a human concept of pain. Pain is pain. It's not a contest. I speak from a biased perspective as a vegetarian, but I would hope people with compassion would show empathy towards creatures that don't look like us. No, it's really funny. The types of people who unironically defend like meat eating and shit and the suffering of animals that sit there and do that, they're the same type of people that a couple generations ago would have been defending slavery, because they just don't feel it like we do. They don't feel it like we do. Those people don't feel it like we do. It literally is the exact same argument. Just so you know, that is the exact same argument that was made to justify slavery. I'm not fucking kidding you. And also, it gets even worse because, yeah, the other, not like us. Exactly. What about aliens? What if we meet aliens that are different than us, or they communicate in ways that are different than us? Do we just toast them just because, oh, maybe they'll taste good? What about if we develop sentient AI? If we develop sentient AI, do those sentient and sapient AI deserve rights? I would argue yes. No, aliens are most likely to eat us because we're a lost cause. It depends on their level of sentience, which has been my argument this whole time. No, that has not been your argument, MxVivianWulf. Don't you dare try to fucking Mott and Bailey. I have your chat history. Your argument is that your argument this entire time has not been some like reasonable position about level of sentience. You've just been like, I like meat. I don't care. I'll chomp a cow's brain out. Lol. Don't even fucking try. Don't even fucking try. You can't lie to my fucking face. You know what, Vivian? Get the fuck in here. Get the fuck in my chat. Get the fuck in my chat. Let's do it. Let's have some fucking blood. Get in here. Pop on in. Let's see if Vivian will show up. Damn. Welcome to the show, Vivian. Oh, boy. Can you hear me?
Yeah, sorry. I just need to sort my sound out. I should probably close my window as well, actually. I want to piss off the neighbours. Sorry, just give me 30 seconds.
Sure. We'll fix the audio levels in a second.
All right, can you hear me?
Yes. Yeah, hold on one second. Pronouns again?
Or she, her, or they, them. I don't mind.
Okay, there we go. All right, let's get your guest plate up here. All right. Can you give me a quick test? I just want to make sure we got the audio high enough.
Sure. Test.
Okay,
Test,
that
test,
should
test.
hopefully be good enough. That should be good enough. Let me know if it gets chat. Let me know if it's too quiet. Okay, so yeah, that was one of the most embarrassing like troll attempts I've ever seen. I really hope that the arguments you were making in chat aren't what you actually believe.
You can go. You can. Do you want to bring them up? You got the chat logs, right?
I mean, yeah, sure. You want to bring it up? Yeah, let's do this. Hold on. Let's see here. Bam. Let's pull this up here. Oh, that's the Vosh one. I gotta bring this from Demon Mama. Here we go. All right, let's take a look here. Let's bring up those chat logs. Let me scroll all the way up here.
Shit, we have my logs from Vosh's chat. I think I've only
Yeah,
said like 2 things in his chat in like 2 years.
So here we go. You started with saying there's no substantial moral difference between fucking animals and eating them barring necessity. Both are fine. Okay, good to know. So remind me why I'm supposed to care, though. If it's essential for the production of animal products, then I don't care. That is your argument. Yes. Let me read that again, just so that we're clear. Your argument was not, well, I think there are different levels of sentience, so we can probably justify some products. Your argument was, so remind me why I'm supposed to care. If it's essential for the production of animal products, then I don't care. So, like I said, you just straight up lied to my face about what your point was, and you were actually being even more of a dumb. You were actually being even more obnoxious and like off the
relax.
Don't tell me to relax.
Okay.
I'll just kick you out of the show. It'll be real simple.
Okay. I didn't realize this was such a fucking hostile engagement.
Oh, I'm
can
sorry.
Do hostile if you'd like,
wait. I'm really sorry. Like, do you really are trying to like back off this? When like in chat you were just talking mad shit.
Demon Mama.
Come on.
At no point was I deliberately trying to hurt your feelings or impugn your character.
You haven't hurt my feelings. You're just annoying me.
Cool.
You're just annoying me by playing coy
Relax.
after talking a massive game and then coming out and being like, we can all be reasonable here after you talk a massive game in chat. Look, let's just fucking let's not pretend here. We know we're here to debate. We're here to talk it through. And you had some big claims in chat. Things like, and then you also just weren't honest about those takes. But let's get to it.
So
I know do you want to state your revised position or?
So I was asking why am I supposed to care, right? And the reason, and I admit I'm doing it kind of hyperbolically or whatever, right? But the reason I'm doing this is I'm trying to work out like the moral framework by which we're supposed to evaluate whether or not we should eat animals or what animals we should eat, right? Because you said actually during your diatribe that like insects, for example, you'd probably be okay with eating, right? You'd probably be okay with
I think a case could be made for that, yeah, pretty easily.
We use them in like
insects
colorings and shit, right?
Yeah, insects have a extremely primitive nervous system. They don't have any capacity for memory whatsoever. As far as I know, there might be some insects that have some capacity for memory, and their ability to contextualize suffering is next to non-existent. They're basically tiny electric machines.
And I said, extending the olive branch at one point, that actually I've stopped eating squid recently. I got confused. I meant octopus. I've stopped eating octopus recently.
Probably a good idea. The octopus are probably going to take over.
Of that. Probably. Because they're like intense fucking like social interactions, big brain skills, right? They obviously have an incredibly alien intelligence, but it seems to be one that's like really, really quite advanced, right? Might be some of the most intelligent animals on the planet. Along with like, I probably wouldn't eat dolphin.
But you
and
eat pigs.
I think you could probably make a good argument as to why we shouldn't eat pigs, possibly cows, because they have particularly interesting like emotional relationships.
Chickens?
The further you go down, I don't know how much I care about chickens, but like,
damn.
The further
So
that's what I mean, right? Where do you draw the line? So the further you go down the scale, the less capable an animal is of experiencing suffering, right? And when I say experiencing, I don't just mean like feeling the physical pain. I mean everything that comes with that, the holistic experience of suffering, right? The feelings of violation, for example, or violation of your autonomy, all that sort of stuff, right? Which enhance the suffering that human beings feel. Yeah. Because we have greater sort of like conception of what's going on in the world.
As far as we know, we tend to grant ourselves a bit of an advantage there. I mean, yes, there are some sort of objective standards by which we can say humans have because humans have a huge capacity for memory, but so do tortoises and elephants. And I don't know if we can make an easy designation between which one of us has more. And also, I think that it matters. There's a difference with regard to like pigs. Maybe they don't have as much of a capacity for memory, but they also don't live as long as us. So if their life is devoted to suffering in the name of gathering their meat, or whatever you want to gather from them, or fucking them, I guess, if you really like fucking pigs. But like, yeah, if you're, if that's the, you know, if that's the like way you want to go with it, I mean, we're talking about a percentage. I think that it's fair to compare that, like, hey, yeah, maybe they don't live as long as us, so their memory capacity isn't as high, but they certainly have enough to be able to recognize and be traumatized and suffer at great extent, with you know, with regard to various forms of torture and murder.
Yeah, for sure. They can be, they can feel physical pain. They have like trauma responses.
They can remember
all
it.
that sort of
We
stuff.
know that they can. Yeah. Yep.
So it's like, so again, yeah, it's like, where do I put the weight? I also said in chat at one point, right, where I was like, everybody says like factory farming's pretty barbaric. Right.
It's horrible.
I said something along those lines.
Well,
right?
I mean, yeah, but do you see how like you contradict yourself by simultaneously saying, "Oh, I don't know how I feel about factory farming," once people call you out on making dumb takes about it, and then you backpedal from where you were saying, which is, "Why should I care? All I care about," and again, I'll reread your statement to you. Yeah. I mean, you don't. You already stated that you don't. So like, this is like, by it, you know, from the get-go, it's like almost like a bad faith argument. You already stated that you don't care. If it's essential for the production of animal products, then I don't care. So then why are you here if you just don't give a shit?
I'll take responsibility for that one. I should have just left it at why should I care, right? Okay. Because that's what I was trying to dig down to. It's like,
you were a little too honest there. Yeah. Damn.
What's the axiomatic principle there?
Yeah,
like,
because suffering is horrible, and we should try to reduce suffering. Unless, I mean, I don't know, maybe you operate on a completely different moral structure. Maybe you've got like a you know, a god or something that tells you what's good or bad. But that's not the way that I operate. That's
I'm pretty much utilitarian or rule utilitarian, something around there.
I see basically no way to simultaneously be a utilitarian who also doesn't care about animal rights and about the capacity for suffering. It's in fact it's essential to utilitarianism.
So I do care about the capacity for suffering. All right.
Okay. Well, you say you do now, but you didn't before. But yes, sure. Okay. Let's assume that you're being honest about that. Yeah.
It was an exploratory barb. Okay. It's perfectly
very funny. Very funny. I love those exploratory barbs about heavy ethical issues.
I don't know how much of it. Okay, fine.
Super.
Maybe
funny.
I'm misjudging.
Do you like making like slavery jokes and stuff like that, or
maybe
jokes?
Maybe I'm misjudging how much people give a fuck about this issue.
It's not just about people giving a fuck. It's from the ethical position.
Super important to them.
Yeah, it's super important for a lot of people. It's also super important to the animals that are getting killed and tortured.
Okay. Okay, so, but there are instances in which I think we would both agree that it's like necessary to kill the animal, to kill animals on a regular basis. In fact, deer culls are a perfect example, right? You don't cull deer; they destroy the environment, they destroy the habitats of other animals, causes infinitely greater suffering, and then you end up walking around a barren fucking wasteland with a whole bunch of starving deer, right? Nobody fucking.
I mean, that's a bit of an oversimplification. There are, I mean, a lot of the time, the reason why we have to do deer culls is because there's already been culls of natural predators. Like, for example, I grew up. Yes. The devious chillster brought it up, but we need deer culls because of us culling another animal. Yes, originally, like for example, I grew up in a state that used to have a large population of timber wolves. We know there are literally no timber wolves left in America. So yes, the only predator remaining who can
reintroduce. So the solutions to that, right, are you can reintroduce the wolves, okay, in which case the deer get culled, but they get culled in a particularly savage fucking manner. And we can't really place moral responsibility for that on the wolves. That would be our fault for like putting the wolves there, right?
Yeah, sure.
Or we can cull them responsibly. We can cull weaker or older members of the herd or what have you. And we can make sure that we give them as painful and humane a death as possible, right? Generally,
as painless,
sort of like
you mean, or painful?
Sorry?
You said painful, as painful of a death as possible, which is fun.
Oh, sorry, my bad. I meant painless. Yeah. We give them as humane and painless a death as possible.
Yeah, I mean, right? Well, but there's a thing here, which is that when you're talking about deer culls, you're talking about preventing great suffering that would occur otherwise. We're talking mass starvation, like horrific suffering. We have no choice except in the name of reducing the overall suffering, in the name of preventing the suffering of those very animals, we undertake a deer cull, because if we don't, their evolutionary nature will lead them to unintentionally kill themselves in a horrible manner. Like starvation, mass starvation is terrible. So
I'm just trying to work out where the line is, right? We've gone factory farming bad, deer culls okay.
Well,
right?
but I don't know actually for sure if you actually think factory farming is bad.
Oh, I do think factory farming.
You actually think factory farming is bad?
Overall.
Okay.
Probably overall. I don't think I think factory farming could perhaps exist in a more like with ridiculous amount of reform. The way it is currently, there's an amount of savagery and barbarity that just isn't necessary to get the resources that we get from the animals, right?
I mean,
like,
it is so unbelievably across the line. Like it's beyond like even reason. Like we just literally we even have humane ways to kill animals that we don't use because it's more expensive to do so. The industry is fucked from the bottom up. Yeah, but the problem is that you run into there is that factory farming is currently the only way to meet the meat demand, a meat demand which has been largely created by the industry that does the killing. The demand for meat
we can try and regulate that industry so that we use those like more humane killing methods, use more we could subsidize more land so that we're not keeping.
But you
all
still
the
run into another
in.
problem, which is that you're still killing intelligent sentient creatures and damning them to a life of essentially constant imprisonment leading up to their death.
So I'm not convinced that like imprisonment, if done in the most humane manner possible, is particularly harmful to like most animals. This comes down to like sentience and their ability to conceive of their autonomy being limited. If they're born in a cage and die in a cage, if it's a cage that's big enough for them to live healthy lives, I'm not sure the animal gives a fuck.
So what about you?
I don't know how we'd prove that.
If you're born in a cage and you live in a cage, what is your capacity for suffering if you know nothing outside of the cage?
If I know nothing outside of the cage, probably not particularly large. Yeah, it would be difficult to know.
So I guess that you support. So as long as you're able to control the minds, to control the inputs of people, you would basically be willing to make an ethical argument for human slavery. So long as the humans that are being enslaved.
This is the coup machine argument, right? Like what? Sorry, maybe you haven't heard of it before, right? So you got your machine, right? You just what you can do is you can put all the people in the world into a little pod, right?
Okay.
Like think of it like the Matrix. We're using them as like human batteries or whatever, right?
Okay.
But inside the pod, they got like little electrodes on their brain that just like keep them in a state of perpetual pleasure, right? Perpetual happiness and ultimate well-being. Okay. The utilitarian argument is that like this would be preferable to the lives that they currently lead because they have because we're eliminating suffering essentially completely.
Only if it is true that you would indeed be able to, like, for example, if it was possible, like, I mean, this doesn't really map well to the Matrix if you've seen the Matrix series, because part of the whole thing about the Matrix is that it actually doesn't do a good job. Like the Matrix wasn't wasn't good. Yes, if there was such a way, I mean, we might be in that right now. Like, for all we know, we might be in that such of a thing right now, where basically, like, in some like we're in a simulation that simulates the ideal like life or whatever, the ideal balance. Like, you could go into that forever. I just think that's kind of a silly pipe dream.
The reason I brought it up, right, is because, like, I would argue that this would be completely unethical for humans because factored into my utilitarian calculation is autonomy and the right to autonomy, the right to make free choices and so on. I believe this is part of the holistic analysis of, like, human well-being. Now, in the case of animals, I'm not so sure. I'm not so sure animals can conceive of even the concept of autonomy. And therefore, I don't know if it should be something that's included in their holistic well-being. Right?
I mean,
that's why I think pets is probably okay.
Like, but how is this like? Well, yeah, but when you keep a pet, you treat your pet ridiculously well. Like, my pet lives a life of luxury. My pet lives a great life of love and its needs, and I spend a lot of time, like, personally, I spend a lot of time learning about what I can about, like, dog psychology because I want my dog to be as happy as possible. I want my dog to live a fulfilled
Sure,
life.
but
If I'm going to take a pet.
ultimately, because you recognize that it has a diminished intellectual capacity compared to humans, right?
I mean,
you
to a
don't value
degree,
its autonomy.
I mean,
Like,
I don't.
to make its own choices about where it wants to go and where it wants to be in life.
Only because of the world that we've crafted. As a byproduct of the world that we've crafted, the dog's evolutionary like natural capabilities, like for example, my dog can't figure out why a car is dangerous, and so yes, because I have no choice, I would impede on my dog's ability to have autonomy, because it would get killed and hurt very badly otherwise, and it just is incapable of understanding that. But don't you think
just let all the animals free from the factory farms, like the same thing will happen, right?
Well, yes, but that is wait, what? Like what? Like, wait, that is like the factory farms were created to do this. Like, what if you're going to ask what like a solution would be, the solution would be, like, I would say the ethical solution would not to be just to let all the animals free, but instead to free them and move them to a carefully cultivated recovery facility where those animals could live the rest of their lives not in the suffering that they had before. That would be the ethical solution. In reality, what will probably happen is that these animals will be killed. They'll all be killed, yes, and that's horrible. And we might have basically no other choice because of the system that we built. But that doesn't make the system that we built okay at all.
Yeah, no, I'm not saying that does make it okay, right?
But
I'm arguing to like,
hold on. To follow up on that, don't you think then that this is for you? And for anybody else who is presenting arguments like yours, don't you think that it would be preeminently important for you to discover whether or not animals, to what degree animals are capable of suffering, and what animals are capable of suffering to the greatest degrees, as a
I think the research
a mandatory moral calculation in order for you to understand. Like, I already know this. I've done this research. I know that animals suffer. It's to the point that it actually bothers me at times. And that is why I'm like, that is part of the reason why I've decided to slowly reduce my meat consumption, and I've had a great success with it. And
why are you slowly reducing it instead of just stopping, by the way?
Because it's incredibly difficult to quit stopping, to just stop cold turkey. It's very, very difficult to do so.
Do you think it's like an addiction then?
Yeah, absolutely. Meat is absolutely an addiction. Yeah, I think there's an argument that could be made. Like, we have a culture, you could especially say it's a cultural addiction, 100%. Like, cold turkey is very hard to do, and sometimes it can make you literally physically sick. And that is why, I don't argue for people to just cold turkey meat. In fact, I constantly advocate for people to reduce as much as possible without causing themselves in incredible distress. It is challenging to do it, and I do think that there is a calculus that needs to be done there as to, like, okay, wait a minute, how much do I want to support this industry versus like how much I am able to endure changing this. But I think it's important in the same way that I would aim to do my best to not support other horrific things. I think that people should do their best. I yesterday had a rant about vegans who take a purely moralistic perspective. It's like, oh, you could quit eating meat tomorrow. It's like, no, actually, that's not reality for most people. But I do think it would be, if it was, that'd be great. Of course, I would advocate for that if it was possible. I just don't think that's effective or realistic.
Yeah, I get legitimately depressed if I don't have meat. Like, fucks with me.
Yeah,
I get like meat withdrawal, but like,
yeah, I mean that might be worth, like, I would say that's like that's an existential condition that I would say, if that's true, like I think challenging it would be very valuable, or at least recognizing what it is, like that's like that you have been, like, I don't know, that you've been addicted to a thing that is not like within your control at all, and is predicated on unbelievable suffering. Like, I see it no different as, like, I don't know, there's a lot of different things you could say. Like, I don't know. Sure. There's a whole lot of horrible things you could say are addictive. Like, I mean, like, I don't know, like being addicted to, like, I don't know, child's bones and like eating them or something. Like, I think that, like, that would be, yeah, oh shit, it sucks that you're addicted, but you probably should overcome that.
Probably stop eating child's bones, yeah.
Yeah, probably.
So, the whole point of me bringing up the autonomy thing, right? Because I think we've got a little bit off track here. Is me saying that I think that it can be possible to ethically farm animals, right? As long as we can do it in such a I mean, you keep your pet, right? So
Yeah,
as long as we
but
do
I
it
don't
in the
farm my
conditions
pet.
where
I keep my pet in
you're
my pet is not.
farming your pet for companionship and for
Well,
and for
no,
your
that's not
entertainment. Yeah.
that's not accurate. I don't farm my pet for my entertainment. I inherited this pet. Like this pet was brought from maybe you could argue that somebody else. Like I mean, in fact, my dog was a stray who wandered to humans. You know, one of my relatives and then was dying in the wild, and so my family member fed this dog. My dog is Yoda. Fed Yoda and nursed her back to health, and then she stuck around. She was a stray originally, so I don't think that really applies. And also, I think that's a very like sort of bad faith understanding of humans, like of human and dog friendships. Like, I mean, I do think that there's a lot of potential for unethical behavior or whatever, but in general, I think that it is a mutualistic relationship in a lot of ways. And also, it's very fucked up by the fact.
So maybe I'm missing out on that. I've only kept reptiles, so maybe I'm missing out on that because reptiles they get used to you and they'll crawl up on your shoulder and shit, but they don't really give two fucks about you.
I mean, maybe, yeah. I mean, again, like I do think that I think there is some reasonable level of like differences in understanding, but suffering is suffering, and once again, this is on your side. I openly acknowledge that there is an incredible amount of unknown, and I choose because it makes sense to, because my moral positions would guide me to say, wow, we should err on the side of this suffering being probably more than we think it is. We're very careless. We've been incredibly careless, and the current standard is so bad that there's no way that like supporting it is even
fuck factory
rational.
farms. We already said
fuck
that, right?
factory farms. You say now as like the Bailey behind 18 mods. Like,
sure,
yeah.
if you want to view it like that, that's
I mean,
fine.
that literally
But,
was
like-
what it was. I think there's no doubt about your massive backtrack here.
Okay, if that's what you want to call it.
Yeah,
So
it was.
I guess my proposal is that we can ethically farm animals, right? As long as they're kept in like decent conditions and their deaths are relatively, if not entirely, painless, right? I think that we can possibly do that. Obviously, the current factory farming system isn't set up like that at all. But I don't agree that like the killing of animals and the eating of them is the immoral thing. I think that creating suffering that is unnecessary for us to perform that act is the thing that is immoral. It's like when you said like you could just swing a cat around your fucking head, right?
Well, your argument
I would disagree.
Why?
Well, I would disagree with that, right? Because we kind of axiomatically view gaining pleasure from something else's suffering directly, right? Gaining pleasure directly because something is suffering.
I don't think that's necessarily true.
axiomatically
Sadism
immoral.
is ethical sadism is like a huge part of reality, right? That's like half the BDSM. It's literally in the name of BDSM.
Wait,
I mean,
what?
I suppose you're
okay.
not.
Yeah, but I mean, even in the BDSM community, if somebody's like deliberately hurting somebody against their will, we allow
that's the
people to do
consent
this
that's
to
the
each other
problem.
because
There are
they're
people who
enjoying it.
genuinely there are people who genuinely love to be tortured.
Sure, yeah.
And like,
But-
that is their thing. So like, I mean,
But they're not
unless you-
suffering, then, are they? The pleasure
Well,
from that
they
experience
are
outweighs the
suffering. They just have made the decision as an agent that they consent to the suffering for some reason that is valuable to them. Like, and
So the
and- but
well-being
but-
outweighs the suffering
well,
for them in that situation.
Well, maybe,
and that's
but the person who's enjoying the suffering, the sadist, the person who enacts that suffering, is probably enjoying that suffering because it is suffering. And I'm sure that there's some
It's hard to
considerations you could
tell.
say
I mean,
that's.
I've beat the fuck out of a few people in my life, and I wouldn't enjoy it if I knew that the other person didn't consent to it and also enjoy it. I think it's a much more complicated relationship than simply
Well,
I
yes,
want to hurt.
it's very complicated,
because
but we're not. But
I
this
don't
is.
Yeah.
But we can't. But you can't even have that complicated conversation with animals because the status quo for animals is that we just fucking do whatever the fuck we want to them all the time, constantly. And your
Sure, and that's
argument
not right.
was that you don't care, And again, let's not like, maybe I'll say you do care to some degree. There's some degree that you care, but overall, you're fine with animal products, even if it's predicated on massive suffering. Just because,
I said
and the
we
flimsy,
should probably get rid of the factory farming system.
okay,
right?
but okay,
Or we should
sure,
sort
but
of
there's
turn
all
back to that
kinds.
point. You can say
Yeah.
I've backtracked, conceded. I don't mind. Like, but here's the position. Here's the position I'm presenting
Okay.
you with. Right.
So, right. So then then the question becomes, where do you draw that line? Because I would say that there is not a single animal that we currently farm that falls within the bounds of okay behavior. Like, we don't even come close. We're not even close to anything that would resemble ethical animal agriculture. In my opinion, in my opinion, meat eating alone is like really super problematic, because unless you're literally eating animals that like die from natural causes or whatever, then you're prematurely ending an animal's life just for your own enjoyment. And I don't know that I can agree with that. I don't know that I can agree with just.
Sure, it's removed enjoyment.
What's that?
You're not specifically taking pleasure in the suffering.
Well, I mean, it doesn't matter. It wouldn't matter what the reason is, really. It doesn't really matter what the reason is that you're taking pleasure in it. You're still doing the action. The action is the same. Sure. The action is you are terminating an animal's life early for your own gain.
No, I was just saying for
your own luxury, in fact.
I wouldn't say that, like, just walking up and torturing an animal for the hell of it and getting absolutely nothing else out of it, we would see that as, like, axiomatically wrong, right? Like, there's a degree of separation. You're getting enjoyment from the animal product. You're not getting enjoyment.
I would see, my position would not be from, like, one of intent. I don't really care why somebody is torturing the animal. I care that they are torturing the animal. I don't think that there's
that's more of a rule utilitarian position, in that, like, we ought to view people enjoying suffering for suffering's sake, like, as a rule, we should view that as a bad thing, right? We should not have that in our society.
Probably, yeah.
So that's more of a rule.
Like, I don't know, BDSM, I guess. Sure.
I mean, I don't even agree that BDSM is that, but that's a different conversation, I suppose. So I propose ethical farming, ethical culls when needed. And I think that that's a perfectly reasonable way of, like, farming and eating meat. I think if you have a chicken coop in your backyard, there's absolutely fucking nothing wrong with that. That seems perfectly reasonable to me. I don't think animals have a particularly what would I say, like, complex understanding of what it means to have autonomy, to be an agent, to make your own decisions, right?
I would argue there's probably a lot of humans that don't necessarily. Probably a lot of humans that don't have that too, but I don't think that we don't generally go around we don't generally walk around in society and then look at other humans and go, well, that human is slightly less capable of understanding the value of its life, so why don't we send that one to war to die for us? And that's okay. Like, this opens the door by building your morals.
Oh, slightly less. I think there's a pretty big fucking gap between most humans, barring those with, like, very severe disabilities, and animals, right?
Yeah.
In terms of their ability to conceive of these.
We are going to get into the situation. You do realize that, like, right here is where we start to get into the Xanderhall, the argument that Xanderhall had. Like, I don't know if you want to, like, have that argument about, like, whether you'd be okay with factory farming disabled people, because that sounds pretty fucked to me. But your worldview would be okay with that. Yeah, but why? See, this is a question that really does stump a lot of people.
Right? Where it's like you care more about human beings than you do about animals, and that, like, we wouldn't want to ever have a situation in which we can put other human beings through that degree of suffering. Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, I mean, I guess then that's a very strict and human essentialist view, but all right, if that's the position that you want to take, that just because we're humans, we are given some sort of divine right to not suffer in the way that we make other animals suffer, or in the way that we make other creatures suffer for our own gain.
Man was made to rule over the animals. Yeah. Wow. I know that.
I didn't know a Christian Viv. I didn't know that. I didn't know we were going to have a Christian Viv.
Oh no! I'm elucidating the argument, not agreeing with it. Yeah, no. I do care. I do care mostly more about humans than I do about animals. That's for sure. The kind of issues that I focus on are ones that affect humans. I think probably because I can understand them better, right? Like it's much easier to empathize with human suffering than it is with animal suffering, for sure. At least for me. Yeah.
But I mean, so basically what you're saying here is that your argument is like a purely emotional argument, that like you feel more attached to humans and therefore you're okay with other things suffering because they're not humans, because they're not the thing that you like, basically.
I mean, in the case of like what you were saying about like severely disabled people who might have the same kind of cognitive capabilities as like a pig or something. I'm not even sure if that's possible. But
that like asks an important question then, which is then isn't the sort of the ethical onus in your position, which my position does not have this ethical onus because I've already concluded on it. Isn't the ethical onus on you to actually be responsible in the pursuit of how much suffering each creature has, instead of just sort of callously tossing that to the side and assuming that because they're different than you, they're less? Like, how do you, like, by what metrics do you even determine suffering? Like, I know what metrics I do, like capacity for memory, capacity for trauma. There's a number of behavioral stimulus that we can recognize.
The level of sentience and the ability to understand things like autonomy, right? The removal of a human's autonomy can cause them great suffering. It's damaging to their well-being. Whereas like the removal of an animal's autonomy, it would have to be much more strict, much more severe, that restriction, right? You would have to like put an animal in a very small cage for it to understand the limits of its world. Whereas,
I mean, maybe, like, I don't know. Like, do you know that, or are you just sort of, you're kind of just claiming that though, right? Like, you don't actually know that. I mean, there's scientists who are trying to figure this out, right?
I don't know that you experience suffering, right?
Well, that's true. You don't.
Cogito ergo sum or whatever, but I think that we can make reasonable deductions, right? And it doesn't seem like a chicken, for example, has the cognitive capability to say, well, I'd really like to move house. I'd really like to go live in Spain, but this
they might maybe not in the way you do. Like, I mean, you talked about this with octopuses having very alien intellects, but they do nonetheless socialize, and we can learn to interface with them because we both us and octopuses are octopi.
Straight up language, right? They have straight up language.
I mean, yeah, they communicate with each other, but I mean, that is also like there is pseudo. What's that?
Sorry, I think language is one of those like really big cognitive barriers because it allows animals to conceive of more abstract concepts, not only to communicate them, but to conceive of them. It's that whole Orwellian newspeak thing, right? You remove certain parts of language, it dulls the ability for people to even conceive of certain abstract concepts. And the same I would say for animals, right? The animals that do have language, I'm not sure about octopuses, but if we go to like dolphins or something, very abstract concepts, not something that they can like pass between themselves, and it's unlikely they have the capacity to conceive of them, at least in the same way.
Well, you know that most animals have some form of communication. Like even like, I mean, like hell, chickens form pecking orders, which is a very limited language, but is nonetheless and a very physical language. But they do speak and they do remember it. They remember their pecking order. They remember faces. Like, we know these things about chickens. And in fact, like, again, like
chickens remember faces.
Yes, they do. Chickens can remember faces.
It's fucking stupid though. You can like hypnotize them with a piece of chalk. It's amazing.
I mean, yeah. I could hypnotize a human with a piece of chalk. You give me the chalk and I'll show you. But I don't think
hypnosis is real for humans.
Oh well, it is. So
how do you hypnotize a human with a piece of chalk?
It's very easy. You'll just have to. I mean, somebody. Yeah. People are saying TOS. It's true. It's true. But
Wait, what's TOS? I'm so fucking confused now. Hypnotizing someone with
hypnotizing people with a piece of chalk. Yes, it is TOS because it's implying a kink. But what was I gonna say? The fact is that like the moral onus would be on you to determine to actually figure out the truth about how much suffering that they have. And here's the thing: that the history of science that we have so far, the consensus on animal intelligence, has been one that we have continually found that they have more capability for intellect than we think. Always. This has been the case. This has been an increasing trend. The more that we come to understand them, the more we discover about them. I mean, people thought that crows were stupid pests, but we now know that crows are incredibly intelligent. We don't even know why they're incredibly intelligent. They have time. What's that?
Crows have always been viewed, at least mythologically, as like crafty schemers.
Well, yeah, but mythology, like whatever, like there's all kinds of weird things in mythology. Myths, there's dragons, but we're talking about like the actual knowledge. Like we have like birds. There are birds that we think are kind of like, oh, birds are kind of dumb, but they're birds that are fucking crazy smart. We don't even know why. We don't even know what makes crows so smart. But then, like, what's to say that that's not the case for a chicken? Like, what if we find out that there's like a bunch of shit that we didn't know about chickens? I mean, like the face thing, that's a relatively new development that we learned that chickens can, there's been research done on this. You could look up the studies right now about chickens being able to recognize faces. That's pretty major. Like if a chicken can recognize and remember a face, that's huge.
What if I ate the chicken Aristotle last night?
I mean, you might have, like, but I mean, I don't really care. Like, that's kind of like a silly argument, but like, I think that it's like a little bit concerning the level to which like people are willing to hand wave these ethical questions in the name of just like, well, I like my meat. I like my cheeseburger.
Sure.
Yeah.
I think it is just about like animals' ability to like conceive of suffering. Yeah. Maybe there is some like barrier there where it's just like, I really like eating meat. I grew up eating meat. I've hunted animals. Like hunting animals is a very interesting and like, I want to say wholesome. It's probably not wholesome, but there's something really special about it in terms of like the connection to your food and connection to nature and shit.
Well, sure, but you don't do that.
Sorry?
You don't hunt your own food. The most thing you'll do is hunt through your phone for the nearest fast food restaurant where you can get a burger. Come on.
Sure, yeah, but like
you've never gone. Have you ever even gone hunting?
I
don't even think they let you. Isn't it illegal in the UK for you to like walk outside and think?
Walk outside and think.
Yeah, it's like illegal.
Sure.
Like if you think a non-queenly, a non-royal thought, you're just like, they just like fine you.
You know, I can go out and buy and own a suppressed Uzi.
Jesus, that's really wild.
You can't do that in America. As long as it's 22 caliber.
It's okay. I can go out and buy a grenade launcher, so I think I win in the end.
Damn shit, you're probably right.
I actually literally could, yes. It would be a process, but yes, I could.
So I was adopted at like 7. I spent a little bit of time growing up there. That was in the country. I went out hunting a couple of times there, and then when I was 16, I left the children's home I was at and ended up living in the nature reserve in a tent. And I didn't know you could claim benefits because I was so heavily fucking institutionalized. I didn't know shit about the outside world. We were so institutionalized when we got to like the halfway house. One of the people who was living there with me tried to make a cup of tea using the hot tap, right? He had no conception of what a kettle was like.
Right.
You guys don't have a conception of what a kettle is either because you're American. But like pretty much every house has an electric kettle. You can boil water, right? Mm-hmm. No, I know. I'm like half memeing, but I know they're much less common in the United States than they are.
People don't like tea as much. People like coffee more here.
Yeah, but so we'd only got like water from like the hot catering urns or whatever, right? So I had no idea about like claiming benefits or anything like that. I ended up living in a tent for about a year in the nature reserve, and I used to trap animals there. Yeah.
Okay.
So yeah, I've hunted and eaten my own food before, and there is something really, really rewarding and interesting about that experience. It's very difficult to describe, but you do have a lot more appreciation for the food and stuff.
Well,
and
of course, yeah. I mean, I think that's probably true about anything that you put personal effort into. That's like a cognitive bias. Oh, yeah. But that doesn't grant it any sort of mystical value or ethical value. Like at the end of the day, like you're still killing.
The ethical value provides a certain level of well-being above, that has to be factored into the utilitarian calculation.
Sure, of course, but like
the suffering of the animal, but like it's
but I mean, and also like Wolfie brings up like rewarding, like growing plants can also be incredibly rewarding, and also like legitimately mathematically more efficient and better for the environment than cultivating animals. Like, I agree, there are some special cases, like when deer culls are needed. Like, I don't have any problem with, like, if we have to do a deer cull because our ancestors fucked up the wolves.
Use the meat, right?
Yeah, you can use the meat for sure. Use the meat if you want to, but like I don't have any problem with that. Like, I don't have any problem with the act of like eating the meat. Eating the meat isn't some unique moral thing. It's the act that is necessary in order to produce the meat in the first place, and that act is to terminate another life.
That's what I'd like to see, honestly. Is the abolition of factory farms, the reclaiming of our countryside, and people going out and hunting their own food. That'd be
maybe,
really
yeah.
fucking
Or
great.
I mean, I would love, in an ideal world, I would love for us to use our giant brains to figure out that, oh, wait a second, we actually don't need to do that. We can literally I'm quite sure we will be able to efficiently create.
If we hadn't eaten meat, our brains would still be tiny.
I don't think that's true.
ability
That sounds
to
like some.
check in
That sounds like
data
some
point.
meat industry. Like, that sounds like. Oh, well, guess what? I
No,
mean, Viv, our brains would not be so big if I didn't have my tobacco cigarettes, and if I didn't have my Coca-Cola. Coca-Cola was what gave us the evolutionary advantage we need. Drink Coke, everybody.
No,
Like,
it's
I
our
don't know.
ability to like eat cooked meat, right?
I don't
It's
think it was
like our
cooked meat. I
ability-
think it was cooked food in general. I believe the first like cooked food breaks down like specifically shoots and wheats, which are normally, they're very high in cellulose, which our bodies can't digest because we're not ruminants. Like ruminants, like cows and whatever, llamas and stuff like that, they can eat grass and stuff because they chew it so much and they digest it multiple times, and so they can break down the cellulose. For us, we had to figure out cooking. Cooking breaks down cellulose so that we can digest it into dietary fibers, which are very valuable for us. It's not, I don't think, I'm quite sure now. I might be misremembering some bit of my anthropology learning, but I'm quite sure that it was cooking things in general, not cooking meat, that did that. And anyway, we don't need it anymore, so who cares? That's neither here nor there.
I'm pretty sure I read some stuff about like when we started eating meat and the increasing brain capacity or whatever, because meat has like denser calories and much more
Sure,
protein.
but we
and
can
all that.
easily, right now it is literally safer and easier for us to produce non-meat solutions for those nutrients. Like, we can, like, it's actually, like, meat is actually killing our planet. Like, it really is. Like that and oil.
That's one thing that kind of like fucks with me, because like I've considered going vegan before, and apart from the fact that I just get depressed when I don't fucking eat meat, I can't find like I can't find vegan food that like tastes any fucking good to me, that is like filling enough for me
Well,
to eat. Like,
I mean,
apart from like
there's
I'd have to eat mashed potato or something for every meal to get enough calories, and that
one thing I will recommend, if you want something that's super tasty and super filling, a personal recommendation, you can actually look up Taco Bell's spicy potatoes. Are absolutely fucking delicious. They are quite nutritious because they're potatoes, and they substitute for meat very well. As in, it's pretty hard to like they give you a texture and everything because they're like the way that you do them. There's one. I mean, I could do a whole thing if you wanted to talk personally about what I've done to reduce meat consumption, etc. That I'd be totally down for that. In fact, my advocacy, if I ever become like a billionaire, one of the things I'm going to do that I've talked about on this stream in arguments with fucking obnoxious moralistic vegans who I really disagree with,
that's where it felt like you were coming off as at the start of the stream.
Well, it's funny. It's just like the obnoxious moralistic vegans, the obnoxious moralistic carnists never listen to the actual argument. Okay,
Spoilers.
Jojo Killer. Somebody mute Jojo Killer for 10 minutes. I'm gonna lose my mind if Jojo Killer ats me one more time. I swear to fucking God. Somebody mute now. 10 minutes.
Jesus, that's so fucking
There we go.
hot.
Thank you, Gayfesh. I'm sure I'll get an email about that one.
Probably.
Okay, so what I was saying is that like my advocacy with regard to veganism is that there should be, I'll give you my pitch. I tell this all the time. I take every opportunity I can because I think it's valuable. But what I want to do is and this could be done right now, by the way. There are billionaire vegans and millionaire vegans who could right now solve this problem. Here's what you do. You hire a team of researchers, and you have them go around and do a road trip around the United States, surveying as many people as possible and finding out what meat meals everybody eats most commonly. The most common dishes in America that eat a lot of meat, because a lot of poor people eat meat in America, at least. And there's a number of reasons for that. Subsidies. Yeah, there's a number of subsidies. There's a number of things like that. But we'll put that aside. So you find out what this is. You find out what it is for each of the regions, and then you take that research and you say, okay, here's the most popular meat meals that are eaten in America. How do we make a as close as possible vegan or vegetarian equivalent of this, and do so, and it almost assuredly would be cheaper, because vegetables are, by and large, they are indeed cheaper. They are more nutritious pound for pound. There might be some challenges, but I think a team of motivated and well-paid food scientists could probably easily find out a way to make this possible. You figure out
vegetables are more nutritious pound for pound. Sorry, you just said
yes,
that, and I was like, wait, hang on a second.
By and large, there are some exceptions. This is not the case. Like, for example, there are certain iron and B12, I think, is like a little bit rarer, but there are supplements that you can add for that are extremely cheap and extremely easy. There are some vegetables that contain that you can use. Beans, for example, have a lot of iron, and there are a couple of vegetables that have B12, but that's neither here nor there. The fact of the matter is, you make a cookbook with the vegan and vegetarian almost identical versions that easily teaches people how to source and cook these meals. Then you take that, and you, with your funding that you have from whoever the billionaire is who's backing you, you take that cookbook and you give it away for free everywhere. You advertise it on YouTube videos. You stand out. You have your people go and you stand out in front of grocery stores, and you give out this thing, and you just go, hey, listen, meat is super, super unhealthy. We know that a lot of people like meat and love it, but here's a cookbook that will teach you how to make all of your favorite dishes, the most popular dishes in America, with vegetables, and you'll save yourself money doing it. Take the cookbook, and you get as many people to adopt that as possible.
How could you make like barbecue or beef brisket or fried chicken that's
you'd be amazed. Did you know that fried chicken can be made with a thing called seitan, which seitan is a little bit hard to master.
Anything like fucking chicken.
Oh, it absolutely does. When you do it correctly, it is almost indistinguishable from chicken. And yes, it is easy to mess up. It takes some mastery to get, but that's true for anything. It's just hard. It's just hard to teach it. That's the problem. The biggest thing that's blocking veganism in most places is that people don't know. They don't know, and they don't have the energy or time because of capitalism to actually make adjustments to their diet. Even though they would probably be happier if Americans didn't eat as much meat, they would probably be significantly happier. Specifically, red meat. Red meat is like really fucking bad for your heart, really bad for your brain, and really bad for your cardiovascular system in general. And like, yet we consume an incredible amount of it. We consume more than basically any other country.
So the only problem with your proposition, right, is you're assuming that billionaires would put their time and money towards actually useful fucking things.
Well, I think there are other solutions, but like, I think that you could do this on a sufficiently democratic level. But the short pitch, the like elevator pitch is yes, fucking Gwyneth Paltrow or one of these other stupid virtue signaling fake fucking asshole vegans should put their money up and do exactly what I tell them to do, because I have a better idea than they do. They're shitty.
Interested in fumigating her fucking vagina or whatever the fuck it is.
Yeah, but that's because they're stupid. They're stupid and they're consumers, and they don't actually know what they're doing. This is why I get mad at vegans.
You're touching on the fact that like so the major fucking problem that I see with like the factory farming industry and why it's so hard to reform to anything resembling some kind of humane process, right? Is capitalism, right?
Yes,
is the
of course.
It's just done purely for profit. If we could get rid of that profit motive, we could actually move towards like trying to farm animals in a more ethical way.
Oh,
and
well,
honestly,
are you ready for my hottest take yet? You ready for my hottest vegan take yet? Here we go. Prepare, chat. If we don't solve the meat industry, we will not defeat capitalism. I unironically believe that defeating capitalism will require us to defeat the meat industry, because right now the meat industry in coordination with like overseas shipping. These two are it is very powerful. But I believe that I could make the case for it with the evidence, with all the evidence that I have. The animal agriculture does so much damage to the environment. We will not have time to end capitalism if we do not end factory farming. And I genuinely believe that. So I think that it is, if you are an anti-capitalist, you should take vegan issues seriously, because our planet won't exist for us to beat capitalism if we don't take veganism seriously.
I've been wondering about how much I care about anti-capitalism recently. Like, as an immediate problem, it's very difficult. It's very difficult to like deal with something that's so fucking far in the future when we're not even doing, and this is one of the things that really fucking pisses me off, is there's a whole bunch of people who will sit on these fucking platforms and talk about capitalism bad, etc. And we'll never talk about the things that we can do right now, immediately, in terms of organizing to create, to improve people's material conditions, like fucking right now. There's an absolute...
that's mostly what I talk about. So.
Pragmatic leftists here on this platform.
I'm about the most fucking pragmatic leftist that you can imagine on this platform. I mean, I don't know. There's probably other ones who are better. I don't know. Like probably Bo the Fifth Column's a little better than I am, because Bo the Fifth Column like teaches people survival skills. But like I don't know. I try to focus on what people can do in their daily lives, but I'm not even like, I don't know. Like I'm a political edutainer. My goal and my vision for my channel is more or less to be like to just every single day. Make people smile for a couple hours so they keep going, and also teach them something cool that can make their life better and hopefully help certain political goals. So I don't know. But yeah, I do think there's a problem with that. A lot of people like to like get all high-minded and talk about, I mean, this is the pathology of the communist, right? Is like seeing capitalism as an ultimate evil that's basically like an abstract presence that needs to be destroyed and struck down and exorcised from the world. But that's not really how it works. We're ingrained into these systems. We have to change them with our actions.
Yeah, I mean, I completely agree. I don't think that any of the problems that we talk about, like when we're talking about, like, you know, the quasi-fascistic ideal citizen, right? The straight, cis, het, white, fucking able-bodied, neurotypical person, right? That everybody is measured against, and if you deviate from that, then you're... I don't think we can get rid of that without getting rid of capitalism. I think capitalism creates that hierarchy of... because it's predicated upon the idea of meritocracy, and the idea of meritocracy is predicated upon the idea that some people are superior to other people, right? And there's no denying, like Mark said, right, about the people who work the fields and who work the mountains or whatever, right? People have different skills and abilities. That's why I said from each according to their ability, to each according to their need. People are different.
I say it the other way around, but yeah.
Sure,
call me an anti-worker, but
that's all right. Mark said a lot of shit that was dumb, but that makes sense. Like, fuck, what was I saying? Yeah. So yeah, and the way capitalism says that, like, people just inherently have more fucking merit, right? Some people deserve to be treated better than others, and it's so capitalism eliminates the to each according to his need, right? And it seems that people who have greater ability are just better. So I don't think we can ever eliminate everything without eliminating capitalism, but I think that that's like, a lot of people say that, and then they're just like, well, you know, so why focus on these tiny little things? And it's like, well, you know, there are people living in food poverty in your fucking neighborhood, dude.
Well, yeah, obviously, but I mean, I talked about that yesterday in my whole vegan roasting section. Today is the flip side of yesterday, where all of the obnoxious vegans didn't listen to what I was saying about how vegans preaching and calling people the R slur because they think that because they said that vegans are a little bit stuck up is not effective. Yeah, that actually happened.
Yeah, shitting on an unrelated, marginalized group to get your fucking point across.
Yeah, we don't.
No?
I think we all know who did that, right? I mean, we know. Listen, I've a very well-known vegan in this spaces, but
I don't know a lot of vegans. It's Vegan Gains.
No, it was Ask Yourself. It was Ask Yourself and Avi Bitterman, who are very, very into the vegan.
well, they don't like, they had some pretty bad arguments, and I roasted the shit out of them. And then today I decided that to show in an act of a meaningless act of good faith, that I would critique from another big content creator, which is Shoelectric, who made a very, very stupid naturalistic fallacy argument for why bestiality is worse than meat consumption.
I don't know. Once she said children weren't safe around drag queens, I stopped paying attention.
Yeah, I have a lot of critiques for Shoelectric. I look forward to someday talking to Shoelectric, but I highly doubt it. I highly doubt that a debate will ever happen. But if we ever have a talk, it would be very interesting.
Anyway, so you were so are we in agreement now? Do you think there can be some way to ethically farm meat?
I don't think that there is any practical. I don't think that there's any practical way to ethically farm meat right now. I do think that we could, if we refocus our efforts not on perpetuating factory farming or even subsistent hunting, but instead like lean whole hog into technologies that allow us to like create meat lattices like in labs, which is something, by the way, I know somebody who does this work, who's like actively a vegan, who's actively involved in that. That's awesome, and we should be able to do that.
I would lab-grown meat instead. Like if it was the same price and it tasted the same, I would.
Yeah, I mean it will. It will be genetically identical, but it will be incapable of suffering because it will not be plugged into any nervous system. That'd be amazing, and we could probably do it very cheaply.
So far, we can't do it because it just comes out all fucking mushy. Because
no, that's not true. That's not true. We have lab meat. We have lab meat in America that's indistinguishable. It's just very expensive right now. In America, we have like really good. We have a lot of meat substitutes. We even have there's these things called there's a thing called Beyond Meat and Impossible Burgers that are damn near indistinguishable. Like I would say that the Impossible Burger is a little bit too nutty. It's a little too hazelnutty. But other than that, texture-wise, it's identical to ground beef. But anyway, that's again neither here nor there. I don't think that there's any practical way that we can reach like ethical animal farming and harvesting for meat yet. I think that what we could do though is we could probably, if we just acknowledge that and we bite the bullet and acknowledge that, wow, this is a really horrible practice that we should get rid of as soon as possible because it's also killing us really quickly. Then we could refocus our energy and resources into like producing lab-grown luxury meat that would probably meet all of the needs of humanity's meat consumption as like a nice luxury at like a fraction of the cost and a fraction of the damage to the environment. But right now, the animal agriculture is part and parcel with capitalism, and we're like, they're basically. The animal agriculture industry is sitting on the acceleration button towards ecological collapse. And I think that unironically, like one of the areas where I'm most, I would say that I'm like most open to revolutionary solutions is with regard to animal issues, because I think it's so bad, it's so out of control, it's so evil, and it's so damaging to our environments that like there's almost no other option except for radical challenging of animal agriculture.
Yeah, I think I would agree that we're probably not going to be able to get to ethical farming before we get to being able to just produce meat in the lab. So the ethical farming will be completely fucking unnecessary anyway.
Yeah, that's why I think that we should just bite that bullet, you know?
Yeah. No, I think I'd agree with you on that. I think deer culls are probably still cool.
I mean, they're going to happen. I mean, deer culls have to happen because we fucked that up. But like, again, we should recognize that. We should recognize that and learn from that. Also, like, we have another problem. This is sort of another.
I love deer.
What?
I love deer. They're beautiful.
I love deer. I love deer. I love
Sorry,
deers a lot. I really love deer. Like, as in, I used to have a deer that I would talk to every single morning. Literally, I would wake up in the morning, I would go out for a fucking weed to smoke some weed, and there would be every single morning in our yard. Yeah, go out for a weed. I would go out for a weed smoke, and there was this beautiful buck that would sit right outside of our porch, and it would just sit there and it would just chew on grass and look at us. And we would talk to it. I would be like, "Hey, buddy, how you doing?" He would let us walk right up to him. It was unbelievable. Oh, Lexi. Oh my God. Oh, Doe, I forgot to add that. Hold on. I forgot. I gotta add that. You know what? I'm gonna do it right now. Hold on. I'll even reload. I'll do it right now. I've been distracted so much. My brain has been like fried this week.
But at the same time, like, I love deer, but there's also just something really fucking cool about hunting deer as well. So
Well,
really,
sure, but I mean, like, but we have
I
video games
wish
for
I
that,
had
right? Like, come on.
I wish I had a good word for it. Video games ain't the same.
I mean, they could be
and
though. I mean, we're
and-
getting closer and closer, right?
Sure, but knowing that something has given its life for your meal, and like obviously we all kind
Wait a
of
minute.
instinctively do that when we eat a burger or whatever, right? But it's different when you've like killed it yourself. You know, you just feel a greater connection to the whatever.
I mean, but isn't that kind of like, wait, this is just a question like to prod your mind, like, but like, doesn't that kind of clash with your idea that we take it as like an axiomatic truth, that like we don't do things for the purpose of like the suffering? Like, aren't you saying that like the act of killing it yourself?
It's not for the purpose of the suffering. It's not because you like killing or hurting an animal. It's part of like just a deeper connection to the natural world and all that sort of shit. Like when you eat a fucking burger at home, okay, something has died so that you can eat that burger, right?
Right.
But you have no fucking like most people don't even think about that, right? Whereas, like, if you've actually been actively engaged in the process of the killing, of the fucking, getting rid of all the organs, skinning, fucking draining, blah 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 blah, hanging meat, it's
sure.
yeah, there's something a lot more rewarding about that, and it makes you appreciate it more, right? You get more, whatever it is you get out of eating your venison burger, you get more of that. Yeah.
I don't know. I think they might be different things. Like, I think that you're talking about a different type of, like, I don't think it literally makes it taste better. I think there's a separate, you're touching on a separate emotion. At least when I think of it, like, I think of that as like a separate emotion. Like the satisfaction of whatever action you completed, of like the completed hunt or whatever, I guess, if we want to get all Bloodborne in here. Like, I would say that is probably, a bit like that's a separate emotion that can enhance the other one, but is not necessarily intrinsic to the meal eating. I do think that's an important distinction to make.
When I was trapping mostly rabbits, to be fair, because like I didn't have a gun when I was like homeless at 16, but when I was trapping rabbits, there was a weird sense of accomplishment there that had something to do with like independence from like literally anybody else, right?
Well, sure, but I mean, surely you acknowledge that that's like a separate, like a separate thing than like that's a separate emotion like that's a separate emotion than like the act of eating it. Like you're taking pride in an accomplishment, or what you see as an accomplishment as, like an independence from other people, as opposed to like it's not. It's a separate emotion.
The meal is right. The meal is
like,
the
for
result.
example, like what if? Let me give you a hypothetical that I think you might be able to understand. So what if there was a potential future in which we have basically the holodeck from Star Trek, okay? And the holodeck, it spawns you in a virtually an almost indistinguishable forest, and you hunt down a virtual deer, you do all the actions necessary, etc. And then at the very end, when you walk out of your holodeck, it plops a meat. Yeah, it plops a lab-grown meat. A lab-grown meat right into your hands or onto your plate or whatever. Don't you think that would realistically probably recreate the exact same emotion, right?
No, I don't think so.
Why?
So you would know it's like a simulation. It wouldn't necessarily. It would be a contest between you and a machine. 3, like the machine is manufactured. It's not you doing something independently. Somebody else has set up a game for you to win, and you get a reward, right? Like there's a whole bunch of different things in there that would change the experience, I think. I'm not saying that it couldn't be rewarding. I'm sure it could be, but I don't think it would be rewarding in the same kind of way.
Interesting. Yeah, so that sounds to me like there is some essentialist nature, like you're basically giving an essential quality to actually going into quote unquote real nature, which I would say, in my opinion, is probably a matter of artifice, because like for all
Well,
you
I
know,
don't know about real nature. What I'm saying is sort of like independent from like human society and so on, right? Like so many other
but
people
it's not
do shit.
though.
You
It-
get
But
your
right now,
food.
but that's once again that's artifice. Like the idea that nature is somehow separate from humanity is an artificial that is an artificial sensation that is produced by you walking into the woods. Like that isn't. These areas are like the earth is more or less completely impacted at every area by humans. Like when you go into the furthest jungle, like you are breathing air that contains human human pollution. Like, so the idea, like, it's a matter of mind. Like you're talking about a psychological,
For sure, I'm
right,
talking
or a
about
spiritual,
psychological,
perhaps.
but yeah, it might even be spiritual.
Okay,
It's interesting.
that is interesting.
I really wish I could. I really wish I could put it into better words. Honestly,
Hmm.
I don't think I can communicate it to somebody who hasn't experienced it.
Oh, I've gone
But I
hunting
do-
and fishing extensively. I just don't value. I mean, I loved fishing when I was younger, but I was disturbed by the suffering of the fish, even
Sure, yeah.
even when I was younger,
I was
and of the
by the-
worm that you have to impale onto a spear in order to onto a like barbed spike in order to lure the fish. But like the problem is that like I just don't value. I don't think that it is correct or accurate or anything to value the pleasure I gain from fishing over the over the coercive
Fish
and
can
painful.
definitely fish can definitely feel pain, right?
Well, of course
But,
they can.
like-
I mean, obviously, fish have very, very limited memory. But like, I think we should approach it very carefully, right? Because many people would have simply concluded, oh, well, an octopus is fucking stupid, just smush it. Like, I mean, and they do, right? So I think we should be careful, and we should try and we should err on the side of not causing mass suffering. If we can. That's what I'm saying, is that we should wait. We should actually. Instead of spending so much time gaining enjoyment from harming creatures that we don't actually know their level of sentience based on the assumption that they're not sentient in any way, shape, or form, or they're not capable of remembering trauma or anything like that. Like, instead of doing that, we should probably say, hold on, first, why don't we find out if they're actually capable? Like, I'm relatively comfortable saying, yes, we can eat bugs and whatnot, because as far as everything that I can tell, we have not even the
To eat bugs.
What's that?
The leftists, they want us all to eat bugs.
Oh, no, I don't. I want you to eat vegetables. I want you to eat vegetables. I want people to eat fucking vegetables. I want me to eat more vegetables. That's what I want. I don't care about the bugs. I'm just saying, like, if we have to, like, we already eat wet bugs. Like, we already eat, like, lobsters and shit. And, like, those things are basically, I mean, as, like, lobsters have a nerve cluster. They don't even have a proper brain. It's like this tiny little... It's like a tiny cluster of nerves that doesn't even have memories. They don't even have the capability of storing memories. So, I mean, it is possible that like there are forms of intellect. What's that?
Oh, that's the thing. Like some of these animals, like I'm not even convinced that they like actually feel the pain, right?
I
Like,
mean, yeah. I mean,
obviously there's a reflex, but like how much of that reflex actually reaches any kind of central processor, right? That can understand that is aware of what's happening, right?
yeah.
Rather than
Well,
being automatic reflex.
yeah, I'm open to the idea that there are types of intelligence that we don't understand. So, for example, like I think that it is possible that like, while we're kind of like, oh, bees, like they're just kind of like mindless machines that accomplish a purpose, like an organic machine. I think it's possible that, wait a minute, what if they have like a distributed intelligence? And there is some evidence that that's the case, that there are forms of intelligence that we don't understand yet. And I think that we should take that seriously. is what I'm saying. And but regardless, even if we don't want to go into this super esoteric, like big brain, are there forms of intelligence that we don't understand? Oh, well, guess what? Wait a second, hold on. Neandroid, real quick question. When you say this is such a cringe argument, who are you referring to?
Yeah, I don't know who's really arguing here. I mean,
okay, because
guess
I was just about ready to pull a trigger and blast somebody out of chat because I'm very annoyed. Because I feel like right now we are at the best. We are at like the best. We are at like the best point in this conversation that we've been at, where both of us are making relatively meaningful and impactful and good arguments. I feel like at the beginning it was completely stupid, but that's your fault, and I will hold by that.
I didn't know. I thought you
even admitted it.
It's the carnist in chat, so
I was calling you a carnist in chat, and the other people who made stupid arguments like yours, like where you're fronting mega hard and like doing this like, oh yeah, I don't give a shit about animals. Look at how edgy I am. I'm gonna bite a steak. Yum yum yum. Like, come on.
Steak is tasty. But
yeah, sure. But yeah,
I had a really good point to make, and then we just went off again.
I was gonna say something about like basically, I think that we should take it very seriously, and the current status quo is so far out of the realm of ethical correctness that I don't think that there is any. I am unconvinced that there is a salient or rational position in the favor of meat eating as it currently stands, like in the favor of animal products as it currently stands. I just don't think.
Here's what I think. I think the entire moral argument has like little to no utility in achieving your goal of getting people to eat less meat. I think it will work on a few people, but the people that it works on will already come to that ethical conclusion anyway. They will have some kind of affinity for animals, they'll care about animals, and they'll walk themselves down the path to vegetarianism or veganism. Right?
Maybe.
I think better arguments that are more likely to convince more people are what you hinted on earlier, which is the environmental argument. I think the environmental argument is probably one of the strongest arguments for veganism or vegetarianism or whatever.
Well, the good news is that I also don't generally lean on or utilize the moral argument, but I do think it's valuable to consider. I think it's important to talk about. I don't think that passing moral judgment, in fact, that's literally what I did. I've done like 3 segments over the last couple months about vegans who just like, who subscribe to this, this idea of like consumeristic morality, where basically, what they do is they make this argument. They approach everybody as like, oh, nice murder burger, like that type of thing, which I think is very stupid and also ineffective, and also doesn't actually make a good argument, because it makes the argument that the core moral problem is not the mass suffering, but rather that you bought a thing. That I don't care. Like, we buy things that are disgustingly unethical all the time. I do think there's some arguments to be made that like animal products are so unethical, they're so bad that we should give them extra you know,
like
a little
Nestle,
bit of extra.
Join the Nestle boycott.
Nestle boycott? Yeah, fuck Nestle. Nestle fucked up my home state. Like, unironically, like Nestle actually fucked up my home state. I hate Nestle. I would listen, there's a lot of things that I would condone. Sorry. Nestle's bad, okay? Nestle bad. They're really bad. Nestle is super bad.
Nestle especially, yeah. I stopped. I genuinely don't eat Nestle products now.
Yeah. But I mean, I think. Go ahead. Sorry.
Oh yeah, there's the whole like no ethical consumption under capitalism, blah blah blah, right? And that you can't avoid. You have to buy shit to like live and to have a decent quality of life as well, right? But yeah. I think it's important for each person to individually go like try and work out what is most important to them and which companies are causing the kind of harms that those individual people care about the most, right? And for me, Nestle, especially with their sort of like attempts to like privatize water in various countries and
here in the U.S., they've succeeded in a lot of places here in the U.S.
Yeah, and using lots of like ridiculous amounts of slave labor.
Yeah.
So,
I mean,
I
I
mean,
will
you can
say
call
that
it
like
slave labor, they get a few cents in a house or whatever, but like quite often they're not even allowed to leave the fucking plantations. So,
right, yeah.
like,
I mean, I agree. I just think again, like the thing that again, my position is that I think that we should use whatever effective rhetorical tactics we can to end the disgustingly immoral practice of mass animal agriculture, and we should and I think sometimes an ethical argument can be very meaningful to people.
I think that's where you lose most people though. Is most people are like, well, there's no ethical consumption under capitalism. All of these fucking things are bad, and I can only cut out so many things from my life before it starts affecting me unduly.
Well, yes.
And I care more about boycotting Nestle than I do about not eating meat.
Well, that's
Not
fine,
eating
and that's perfectly fine. I mean, that's why I argue,
number.
though. I don't say that
Absolutely.
people like I don't advocate for people to just like snap and become a vegan. Like I say that you should do your best to reduce, but don't put undue burden on yourself over any consumer decision. Like I don't even care if people like boycott shit like Chick-fil-A. What I want them to know, however, is I want them to know what causes those things so that they can see a systemic. So they can see the system that it's plugged into. I don't really believe that like there is any real path to like consuming our way out of the meat industry or consuming our way out of capitalism. I don't think that if everybody started, like if a bunch of people started buying the right vegan products or whatever, I don't think that would solve most of our problems. However, I do think that there are systemic solutions that could, like, I mean, I gave you my one earlier, which is a very proactive solution. And I could talk about some more, I guess I could say extreme solutions that I think are probably morally justified. Like, I mean, like I never endorse.
Street here.
What's that?
Are we going down the eco-terrorist street here?
No, not eco-terrorist. I no. In fact, I don't really. I think that's very, very ineffective. However, there has been some groups recently. American slaughterhouses were hacked by a radical ecologist hacker group, and it actually completely, like, basically ransomware and locked down all of their software, and it shut down meat plants all over America. So we're having like a local meat price hike, and I think that, like, while I don't endorse any sort of activity like that, I do think that there is some argument to be made that is a fair response to the ecological destruction that is being currently meted out by meat companies. So
that's where we get into like really spooky potential TOS territory, though.
No, not really. I mean, I don't think. Wait, I mean, is it TOS? Is it TOS to say that, like, I don't think it, like, I don't think it was like is it TOS to say, or is it like is it even ethically bad to say that, like, I don't care when like AT&T gets one of their servers taken down because of an angry hacker? Like, I don't care. Like, fuck them. AT&T fucks the lives over many people. Like, I don't think that's bad. I don't think that's. Yeah, I don't think that's TOS. Yeah, no, but I explicitly oppose groups like I explicitly oppose groups that use like the what's the fucking group? There's this group that's like a liberation front or something, Earth Liberation or something. They like target like random research labs, and they've like used like anti-personnel weaponry. Like, I think that's horrible. So yeah, that's not the type of stuff I'm talking about. But I think that like what's that?
Like, literally, there's some really fucked up shit going on in South America with them literally like abducting businessmen and like.
Yeah, it's really fucked. I don't support that sort of thing. I also don't think it's particularly effective. However, I think that like in the same way that I would support a strike of meat workers, like a mass strike of meat workers, like I would, like, not only I would full-throatedly support that, I could also support, I would also support digital strike of their IT staff, like refusing to fix a problem, that's jamming up their factories. I have no problem with that sort of thing. In the same way, say it's labor friendly. I do believe in generally peaceful methods, and sometimes I think that when a corporation or a company is so unbelievably unethical, and is able to avoid all repercussion for their actions, even going so far as to like literally poisoning entire communities of our country, I think it's fair to say that, like, if that I don't give a shit if like some hacker group fucks it up. I mean, I don't advocate for anything like that, but I don't give a shit. So yeah.
Well, that's good. I'm glad we've sat down and come to like a more reasonable fucking conversation.
I think
That's
think
nice.
what you mean to say there, Vivian, is I'm glad that you've calmed down, walked back your position, and come to a much more reasonable position throughout this conversation.
Okay, sure.
Yeah.
I
But
just want
yes,
you to
other than
know-
that, it was
I
nice.
just want you to know. Okay, I've had a lot of people slinging shit at me for saying
I
that
know.
saying that I'm just coming in here to start shit because I don't like Vosh, and I want to be super fucking clear with you. Okay,
I know you don't
'Cause
like Vosh. It's okay.
I don't want you to think this. All right,
Okay.
I don't want you to think that I'm one of those people who's like guilt by association, fuck you kind of people. Okay,
I know you're not.
I like you, Mama. I always say that I like you whenever your
And you
fucking
also
name
say you hate
comes.
me.
I think once or twice I've said I really don't like debating you. I remember
today
the
was
first
good.
debate. Yeah, it was alright, right?
You were
Like,
so
I
annoying in that debate, and you also continually. I have not shit on you about that debate
cannot
since it,
remember
but
I
you did.
cannot
You did.
remember.
Yeah, I know.
cannot
It's okay.
remember what it was about. What was it about? All I remember
I don't
is
remember
that I
either.
came away from that debate feeling like utter shit. Okay,
Well, I
it
mean,
wasn't a
I
fun
didn't, but
experience.
I mean, I was a
Um,
little frustrated, but I was mostly, I was just, I was there
I
for the
wasn't.
spice. But I think that this was a more productive of our discussions. And Viv, I get along. I like you as well. There is no, but you fucking came in hot. Let's just fucking be real. All right, listen, I know we all do it
I
sometimes. Spicy as fuck.
going hot in general,
Spicy as
okay?
fuck. Yeah. All right, blah, 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 all right. Listen.
Maybe I misread the situation. Okay, it wasn't meant to. It wasn't.
We
meant
looked
to,
up the
like,
logs on stream. You don't got to do it. You could just say, "All right, we're good." All right.
No,
Oh no.
I'm fine saying. I'm just saying, like, I was only trying to meet your energy. I wasn't trying to upset you or make you feel like shit or hurt you in any way. All right.
All right. Well, I know you can't hurt
like-
me anyway. I'm real strong.
Sure. Wait.
All right.
What debate did we have 2 years ago?
Oh no. No, don't pick another fight. Come on, you got to go get your rest. Come on, don't do another one.
Like, whatever. Like,
There's no beef. True, VM Draco, no beef.
I don't care about two-year-old fucking debates with Lexi. Like, I really don't. Like, if she never wants to talk to me again, it's fine. If she wants to, like, be okay with me, that's also fine. I don't give a shit. It's all good.
Yeah, Doe goes by Doe now.
Barely talked about her in fucking forever.
Alrighty. Well, Viv, thanks for coming on. I'm glad we were able to sort this out, and we'll talk soon, okay?
All right. Peace.
All right. Bye.
Bye.
Well, that was interesting. That went better than I thought it was going to be fair. I mean, I was very happy. Listen, I stand by my call out, okay? I do. I stand by my call out of the initial rhetoric, but we sorted it, and we ended up having an interesting discussion. What was the original thing about? The original thing was something about the shoe thing. I'm very interested in vegan ethics, but my job is basically to feed rich people steak all night. Where do I go from here? Make money off of feeding rich people steak all night as best as you can, and when you have an opportunity to advance vegan ethics, do it. That's what you want to do. You can't, like, you quitting your job feeding rich people steak will not do anything. It will not change anything. So instead, look systemically. Look systemically. Raincloud, I'm one of those people that says Vosh bad, period, but don't cut ties with people because I like them. I know you really don't like Vosh. I know, God, everybody always tells me they don't like Vosh. I get it. If you don't like Vosh, that's fine. You don't have to like Vosh, okay? You don't. I have some contentions regarding animal intelligence and the extent of their rights. With all due respect, Lady Kelgana, I don't care. Yeah. So, rights aren't real, sheeple. I mean, true. Liberation is all that matters, I guess. That's what we talked about earlier. Doe, I don't know if you were here earlier, but oh my God, my brain is shutting down now. Oh no, my brain is shutting down. Oh God. Oh no. Oh God. We talked about, oh. No. Vivian, I am not burning a bridge with you. Are you for real? No, of course not. Absolutely not. I wouldn't burn a bridge over that. What the hell? I never do that. Doe is based, by the way. Doe is indeed based. Human rights are the liberal phantasm that claims the same authority of your existence as that of the divine right of kings. I mean, you're not wrong. You're not entirely wrong. I think there's a time where we can opportunistically argue about rights, but yeah. Yeah. Do 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 do. Wow, my brain is absolutely just. I sometimes do. Doe, I do sometimes, but right now I broke my audio setup. So, oh, thank you, Sentient Fart Cloud. I appreciate that. I do, but right now I broke my audio setup, so I can't watch anything. With the sound won't go through. We were gonna watch an amazing speech earlier, but next stream I will. If you you can send it to me and I'll watch it. You know that. But yeah, I fucked it up. I fucked it up really bad. Oh, true, MxVivianWulf. RGR has been an utter disappointment. True. Crafter Lula says, Demon Mama or Demon Mommy, which is best? Oh, you decide. That's your choice. I don't care. Do 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 do. No, Ephemerald. I will not. Oh. No. Can't I just have a minute to catch my breath? Can't you all just give me, anyone interested, you should look at this Marxist critique of human rights. It's not one that claims actually doesn't matter if you hurt people because human rights aren't real. It's one that claims that our real liberation safety comes from something far deeper than an authority above us flattening out our differences and encouraging the separation between civil and political. That sounds fucking awesome. Wow, this sounds fucking awesome. I will put this on my watch later. That actually sounds super, super big brain. Card processors ding hypno stuff, which is why it's TOS. What? Cuck Philosophy. Oh yeah, Cuck Philosophy. I've never actually watched. I don't know that I've watched Cuck Philosophy. I don't think it's Soul Deep, but Jonas Sika. Oh, cool. I can't believe how much I did today. You all, I gave you so much treats today. Can we just take a second and can I just take a second to self-suck for just a minute here? Can I take just a minute to self-suck, please? For the love of God. Like, holy shit. I have utterly destroyed today with content-wise. It's Pride. We did an amazing history, and then we had 2 interesting discussions. Spoiled. And you got four what's it called? 4 streams over the weekend. I hate that my camera's flickering. You can't prove that the past is real. The HistoryMama was really good. You don't want to miss it. It's really good. It's an illusion. But it's a useful illusion. It's a useful illusion, though. It really is. It's a useful illusion that we can do lots of cool things with. True, Doe. You just came into existence right now with the belief that you'd read a chat message. Well, Doe, you're real enough for me. Oh, that's so stupid. Dude, I hate fucking card processors. Yeah, but who cares, Havengrad? This is so stupid. Oh my god. No, I'm not. I'm just nice enough. I'm just nice enough. I know. Well, you can spam them in the Discord, Doe. Can anybody? Do we got any nice likers? Do we got any nice video likers and video subscribers? Subscribe to my YouTube channel, youtube.com/c/DemonMama. Go over, subscribe to the YouTube channel and like the stream. And if you're willing to toss me some money, to toss a coin to your streamer, as some have said, it means the world to me. If you support me, I am not a LARPing revolutionary. I am just making the modern equivalent of a PBS ongoing PBS documentary series that's more scuffed and more fly by the seat of my pants and much more gay. That is what I do. If you like that and you want that to thrive, and you also want to see me be able to buy nice food for my partners, and continue to deliver you absolutely amazing, entertaining, and educational content, please make sure that you donate. My show will always be free, always viewer supported. That's right. It is made possible by viewers like you. And you never have to pay, but if you can, it would mean the world. It really would. Thank you so much, MP Asylum. I really appreciate that. I do. I appreciate all of you who do. You're 4 parallel universes ahead of me? Hell yeah. Fuck yeah. Yep, viewers like you. I'm serious. You imps. All of you. I mean, look, the chat is literally all color names right now. No white names in chat. I see no white names. That means literally every single person in this chat is in one way or another supporting the stream. And that means the world to me. Okay, not all of them. Okay, there's a couple. There's a couple. But we want, this. Yes, we want this. Glooby, thank you for the $5. Thank you so very much. Holy moly. Hey, yeah, thank you. I appreciate those Prime subs. Oh, I just realized I accidentally closed my, the Prime panel. I don't want to. I watched it and it was incomprehensible. Are you talking about the one where Vosh and Destiny argued? Is that the one we're talking about? That was it was so stupid. It was so fucking stupid. I watched it and I was like, this is stupid. You'd love to see my takes on it? Okay, I'll give you my takes. It was very clear that it was like a weird like turf war between Destiny and Vosh, and Destiny happened to have a lot more of his supporters on the panel. Vosh probably over hey, thank you for the gifted two tier 1 subs. Thank you so much, White Name Purge Hours, indeed. Hey, thank you so much, Watcher of Bees. Really appreciate that. I know I'm starting to get like, oh boy. I'm very excited. I'm very excited to get my hair cut and done this coming Monday. That's right. This is the last full week that you will see me with my old hair. Soon I will be the advanced Demon Mama. The advanced Demon Mama. It was an excuse for Destiny and Vosh to come on each other's faces in a Ouroboros of self-masturbatory engagement and take over on the panel. A little bit, yeah, a little bit. But I mean, that's kind of the, I mean, to be fair, that is kind of what they want to happen on those types of panels. But as far as actual subjects being discussed, nothing was accomplished. No one learned anything. It was I didn't even think it was very funny. I thought it was just mostly stupid. Jojo Killer, sorry for being annoying before. I really appreciate your content. Just sometimes being a bit annoying is fun. Jojo Killer, it's fine. I promise you I don't hold any grudges. Thank you for the support. I'm sorry for being a grouch earlier. It's just I had a lot of people adding me. It's all good. Every panel is 54, 500 or less viewer streamers, and 2 big streamers tell other people to shut up or them to get out their points. Oh, maybe. That's pretty true. Oof. Oof. Katarana called it a lover's quarrel, and I said to laugh my ass off. Yeah, it's kind of true. Pansabi. Destiny was making the argument that the 2004 election was not stolen, that Democrats who believe it was are no different than Trumpers who think the 2020 election... I heard that, yeah. I smell. Glooby, that's not nice, but thank you for the $5. And Pansabi for the 15. Thank you so very much. Yeah, I remember the arguments. They just weren't very, convincing. Vosh has said he doesn't want to talk to Destiny ever again. Destiny came on just to shit on Vosh, so don't like framing it as a 2 sides. I mean, yeah, there is some truth there. Like, obviously. I mean, Destiny does that too. Every time I'm on a panel, Destiny tries to crash it because he has nothing else better to do. But, I mean, it was mostly just Vosh and Destiny yelling at each other. Vosh could have left, but I don't think... I mean, I understand why you wouldn't want to, right? Now you really want to make a PBS intro? I mean, seriously. The main criticism of that panel is that Vosh should have left the instant Destiny came on. Probably true. Doe says, it's the most frustrating thing. I even see people like Vosh do it to you, Demon Mama, telling you to be quiet and wait so he can get his point out. Yeah, I mean, to be fair, Vosh usually doesn't do that to me. Destiny definitely does. Destiny is fucking an asshole to me. But I do agree, Gayfesh. I do agree. I mean, sorry. I agree with you, Gayfesh, that Vosh should probably be done with Destiny if he said that. And Doe, I agree. I do agree that this sort of thing happens a lot. Although right now, you know, I don't know. I don't have the clout. I don't know that I'll ever have the clout to challenge either of them. I don't know that. I actually don't even know if it's possible. We're going to find out, right? We're going to find out how far a trans streamer can go. We'll find out. We'll see. Is it possible for me to grow to even a fraction of that size? Or is this the end? We'll see. Find out next time on Demon Mama. Thank you, Glooby. True. Thank you, Glooby. I appreciate the grand total of $15. It means the world to me. By cloud alone, I think you can go places, make them listen. I'll try. We'll see. We will see. Compliment bot BD with the tier 4 sub. Holy shit, thank you. Now my name is special, but thank you for all the good vibes, DM. No problem, compliment bot. Very, very, very happy very, very happy to entertain you, and I will keep doing that into the future as far as I can. Thank you so very much. I really, really appreciate that. Kind of hoping this place doesn't become super mega massive like Vosh. It becomes isolating when your audience gets that large. Well, I have some plans, but honestly, I mean, I don't know. Doe says, that's the thing that frustrates me, I suppose. I don't like the clout framing. Points are points, and naturally, because of their size, they get away with steamrolling shit. But it's just frustrating seeing the steamrolling justified. Like they and their viewers want to see them as the main characters. Well, yeah, that's true. That's totally true, especially on a walk-in panel. I do think that's one of the problems of a walk-on panel, is that it is always a clout thing. And there are some shows that are more about this and less. Don't inflate Demon Mama, making her big and round. No, oh no, oh no, oh no. Oh, I'm floating away. Oh no. Oh my fucking god, no. Sentient Fart Cloud with the tier 1 sub. Thank you so much. MP Asylum says, I found Vosh when he was at 14k subs in YouTube and had a really good feeling about him and his career. I have the same feeling about you, if not stronger. Wow, well, that's really, really high praise, MP Asylum. I hope that you're right, but I don't know. We will see. I worry that I've reached like a plateau and I don't know how to break through it, but we'll see. You only found out about Vosh yesterday. Are you sure? Or did you only just find out about Vosh now? I don't participate in Vosh's chat much because there's so much traffic you can't have a conversation. I love watching him though. Yeah, I don't know how to solve that. I think that's a problem that streamers haven't figured out yet. Maybe I will be the streamer that figures it out. I don't know how to maintain a chat community. Maybe it needs to be like a curated like chats. I don't know. Start drama? No, drama isn't the breakthrough anymore. You can't do that anymore. That doesn't work anymore. I've surpassed the level where you can grow from drama. I don't think sub only will work. It's the Goldilocks. Oh shit. Well, I hope I can keep it in the Goldilocks as long as possible. If it's any consequence, YouTube actually flowed me over to you, and I don't strictly watch anything related to you. So I think someone has noticed. Well, yeah, definitely. Oh, by the way, did I tell you Zoe B reached out to me? Yeah, Zoe B. Zoe B reached out to me. Well, I reached out to Zoe B, and then Zoe B watched my video about online harassment and messaged me and said they're a fan. That is so cool. Who is Zoe B? Go watch Zoe B. Oh, that's fair, Glooby. Yeah, I was so pogging out. I'm a huge fan of Zoe B's work. And Zoe is now a fan of my work, which is like, what the fuck? Thank you. Hi. Zoe B does really good content. Yeah, really good content. Uh-oh, what's this? Oh, I heard about this, tech debt. Oh my god, I heard about this. Imagine doing work. Based anti-work memers rise up. Oh, I am an anti-work memer. I don't know. I like doing work. Well, okay, I sometimes like doing work. I'm an anti-coercive worker guy. I mean, person. Why did I just do that? Why did I misgender myself? That shows my brain is failing. I think it's time I think it's time for me to wrap up. I'm getting fucking tired. Yeah, Cat Black. Oh, by the way, Cat Black is pogged. I love Cat Black. Yeah. Well, I have other plans, though. I have other plans. All right, everyone. All right. Let's find somebody to raid, shall we? Let's find somebody to raid. Let me find somebody to raid real quick. Give me a second. Just give me a second. Don't go anywhere yet. Don't go anywhere yet. Wait a second. Let's figure out who we're gonna raid. Let's give a treat to somebody, shall we? Today was good, yeah? Today was good, huh? I'm proud of what I did today. We got Oh, sick. Wait a second. How fitting. How fitting. Conyer's watching. Conyer is watching. Conyer is currently watching the octopus documentary. All right. We're rating Conyer because Conyer's watching the octopus documentary. You should go see it. It's fucking awesome. It's so goddamn good. Hold on. I'll post the link. Go watch on Conyer's website, conyer.cc. Okay? I'm going to send you all over. Go give your motherfucking love. Okay? Seriously. Go give your motherfucking love and tell Conyer I said much, much love from Demon Mama. Okay? Hold on. Wait. I got to give it to the YouTube chat. Where's the YouTube chat? Here we go. YouTube chat. Go on over. Okay? I'm going to go get some rest and I will see you all on Friday. We've got so much cool stuff. We've got so much fucking cool stuff coming up, okay? Friday's going to be pogged, okay? I think so. I think it will be pogged. Regardless, next week's History Mama is going to be just as pogged as this week. So if you like today, come back next week, next Wednesday. But I'll be back on Saturday or on Friday and then Sunday and endless things. Mwah! Much communal love to all of you. Much non-parasocial communal love. See you all very soon. Go enjoy and give love to Conyer. Bye-bye for now.